special summons the other LZ, and then synchro summons for a level 5.
It looks like to be
The Raciela.
yeah,
So
yeah.
when a special summon, you can send a spell or trap. Is that the Hollowed Azamina?
Yep, yep. So adding the field spell here as well.
Yep. So now using Hollowed Azamina, shuffling back that LZ. Now we're going for another synchro play.
Yeah, so Dino just maximizing the value of all of his cards, and he's playing at such a quick pace. He knows these inside and out.
Yep.
Nothing, is going to throw him off here. He had Ash Blossom for the Perilia. Dino's just playing his own game at this point.
Not to mention the Diabell got to add a spell or trap from the graveyard to the hand, so it pairs well with cards like Foolish Burial Goods, where you can start targeting cards that you specifically want to add to your hand.
Yep, then we see the Hallowed activated, Wanted Chained to take that one off board. And then it does look like we are going for the Ilya Silver, I do believe.
That does look like Ilya Silver. It's a very high rare. It's ultimate rare, I believe.
Yep, from the OTS pack as recent.
Yep.
Just insulating his board further, just in case Tommy does have any hand traps, sort of just laying in wait. I will note Tommy's list is playing main deck Dimension Shifter, as well as Ghostbell and Haunted Mansion, alongside 3 copies of Perilia and only 1 copy of Fualos in the main deck. Quite interesting. We usually see those ratios switched up. We usually see 3 copies of Fualos, but Tommy opting for the inverse here.
Yep.
And then games 2 and 3, Tommy does have the option to have cards like Droll and Lockbird, additional copies of Molchami Fualos, as well as 3 copies of Evenly Matched. Could this be something that, works well into Dino's strategy? We'll see. With the addition of Dragoon here, it's just another way to negate a spell or trap.
Yep.
Can be quite awkward moving forward.
Yep, and so we saw Sylvie special themselves recycling the Raciela, and now we're at a point where Dark Magician's Destruction is back. So we will end up seeing the Dark Magician of Destruction and the Gaze of Tamais package. And Field Style's activated to search Diabellstar, the Diabell's the White Witch. And Diabell's is able to special summon itself by sending a spell or trap from the hand or field to the graveyard. And also is able to send a Sinful Spoils one. That one is the Curse of Diabell.
Yep, so Dino just adding to the amount of interaction he has on his opponent's turn. Just really going with it. Tommy doesn't really have much in terms of interaction for Dino's turn, but Dino's going to have a wealth of it going into that turn.
Yep, and we see that the Diabell's Vengeance, I believe that's his name, Diabell Star Vengeance. So it can banish spell or trap from the graveyard, special summon it, and you can pay half your life points to destroy a monster your opponent controls. And if you have another Diabell monster, you can special summon Tuna Synchro from your extra deck.
Yep, so that card is just amazing. Probably one of my favorite cards from this deck. Just a very good generic-ish card.
Yep, it's able to special summon one of the White Forest monsters, which acts as a Book of Eclipse, I believe.
Which is quite relevant in this matchup as well. Just having the option to sort of, cut off any Link plays or any rank 5 plays can be quite valuable here. But yeah, activating a Fualos in the draw phase, Tommy potentially drew that as his 6th card. We can only assume. Otherwise, he would have activated it on Dino's turn. So we'll see what we can do with that. Additional cards are always good in a deck like Vanquish Soul. Being able to add, being able to draw into the additional attributes that you need to play, as well as any of the Canine cards, because some of them do require pairings.
Dino opted to negate that full loss with the Ilya Silver. And now there's a Raisin coming down.
Yeah, Dino's sort of identifying, hey, I'm probably going to summon from the extra deck quite a lot in your turn, between Gaze of Timaeus as well as, the White Forest Synchros too.
Yep, so we have Diabell's, the Queen of the White Forest can send the field spell to special summon a level 7 or lower Tuna Synchro monster.
Yep, and then it looks like Dino has Zalan, the Shackled Dragon, just adding another negate to the board for Tommy to deal with, and Tommy concedes here. So Tommy's sideboard going first, it looks absolutely amazing into this matchup. We're seeing multiple copies of cards like Dimension Fisher, as well as Gravekeeper's Inscription, even the 1 copy of Anti-Spell Fragrance. So he has a plethora of these blanket abilities that will stop Dino from using the graveyard. Activating spells is another one. You know, and that's before we get into Tommy just playing his normal deck.
Yep, and for those who missed out on game one, Tommy had the dimensional shifter as well as access to his Vanquish Soul card, so it was a fairly swift game one. Dino, unfortunately, unable to play through that dimensional shifter.
Yeah, that was quite a quick game, and especially as we mentioned before, time management with the new end of match procedure, knowing when games are basically lost, it's a telling skill from a professional player such as Dino, knowing, hey, look, I'll try again game 2 and 3. Why try and get through this dimension shifter if I'm only going to lose in the long run anyway? And that gives him enough time to have a really nice game 3 with 37 minutes left on the clock for him.
Yeah, especially as both decks generally have combo sequences, which can take a fair while to Vanquish Soul, depending how well they open. But they go through the deck so many times, you're constantly searching, adding.
Yeah.
So is the K9 cards, right? You're constantly going.
Well, it also looked like Tommy didn't really need to read any of Dino's cards as well. So maybe he's well versed in the White Forest strategy, and just letting Dino go as he would normally. If Tommy had an interaction, he would activate it. So I think that's a benefit going into an event like this as well. You have 37 minutes. You know what your opponent's cards do. Your opponent knows what your cards do. You're just gonna have a good, fun game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yep, exactly. And I was saying that Vanquish Soul K9 was a deck that was traditionally well received because it didn't really aim to create multiple monsters which negate card effects. It's more of like picking apart your opponent's board, generating advantage. It has a lot of minion combat involved. Like
just layered interaction more than anything. So everything can sort of be offset by the difference in the interactions that you develop. So you'll have cards like K9 Ripper. K9 Ripper can stop cards like LZ in this matchup, like hypothetically. And then on top of that, you would have the K9 quick play spell, I believe the force release, allowing you to pop a card as well as summoning the K9 Werewolf. And K9 Werewolf is allowed to look at your opponent's hand if they activate an effect and banish one of those cards until the end of the turn. So it's really just all doing unique things while also, just compensating against a lot of these hand trap centric decks.
See what Dino opened. I can't see a point of interaction in Dino's hand. I do see a Droll and Lockbird in Tommy's hand, I
think we see an Infinite Impermanence in Dino's hand, actually. Because he does side deck the Infinite Impermanence. It is a spell and trap card that you can send, and obviously, as we mentioned before, you do have the option to use it on your turn as well as your opponent's turn.
Well, and we do know he has Raisin.
Do you think Dino will Infinite Impermanence the Raisin here? It is quite scary if the opponent does have Heavy Borga or the Caesar.
The Sylvelius, right? The one-off Caesar Velius. That is
No, this is not what you want to see if you're Dino here. It's, I think, mathematically correct every single time to take that Imperm. Dino just went with the odds, and it did not work out for him. That is quite unfortunate for him there. And we'll see what Tommy can do with the rest of the cards in his hand, adding the Heavy Borga right now.
Yep. 4 monsters.
Stake Your Soul as well. So Stake Your Soul revealing the Heavy Borga, summoning the Mad Love, and then Mad Love would be able to access the field spell.
Vanquish Soul start.
Yep, and then we will pretty much have all the colors of the rainbow in terms of attributes moving forward too.
Yep. So Tommy's been able to open quite the hand game 1 and 3, which is, I suppose, fortunate for himself. I believe, as we were saying yesterday, people tended to write off the Vanquish Soul K9 deck due to some of its consistency issues, needing a lot of stars to align.
Still 300 YCSs though. That's the other thing. And we see that in some formats as well. People are, they're like, maybe consistency issues regarding this deck. There's a lot of moving parts, but we'll still see the really powerful decks will still continue to perform.
Do you think at any point Dino will look back on this and reconsider where he should have used the Infinite Impermanence? I don't think a lot of it matters too much knowing Tommy's hand now. Like he just had...
I think Dino did the correct play at the time, based on the information presented. Most of these decks, the conventional Vanquish Soul deck that we've seen out of some of the other YCS events, they're opting to only play 1 copy of Heavy Borga or 1 copy of the Caesar Valius. So the combination of cards that Tommy could have there, they're quite thin. And I think the Imperm there is probably the best it's going to get, and you do just have to bank on Tommy. As we mentioned, the consistency issue of VSK9. So maybe Dino identified that, just didn't pan out the way he would like. Could holding the Imperm maybe have benefited him more? Potentially. However, that means Tommy is able to play uncontested while still having all of these powerful cards.
Yeah, and we can see the Ripper is now on the field. Caesar Valius is being used to summon the Rock, Crystal Rock. Looks like adding back the Holy Sue.
Yep, so Rock of the Vanquisher, adding back the Holy Sue, will have the option to special summon on Dino's turn as well. And we see Joker. Oof.
Joker was searched, so we knew the Joker was there.
Yep.
Joker will Holy Sue. Joker also further adding the Lantern at this point.
Yep. So Lantern just extending the plays as well. And we do see Tommy is opting to play the number C104 Umbral Horror Masquerade, as well as the Nash Knight package that we have seen.
Yep.
A lot of the lists coming out of the 300th YCS, they weren't actually playing the Umbral Horror Masquerade, which is another sort of combo piece here. If you do opt to play the K9 Force release, you are able to use the ability of the Umbral Horror Masquerade to destroy your case for K9, and that allows you to set the quick play when your opponent has not activated a hand effect.
Yep, and we can see here, so we see the Lantern come down, special summoning back the Joker.
Yep, so Lantern most likely going for case for K9 here, and then it's because Tommy hasn't summoned the Umbral Horror Masquerade yet, opting to use the on-summon effect to pop the case for K9, allowing him to get to that quick play, and he'll probably get an Azuna here as well. Yep, so just interruption on interruption leading into Dino's turn here.
There we go, we can see the C104 about to come out and destroy the case of K9. You mentioned Tommy's got a full 6 monster field. He's gone pretty much uninterrupted at this stage. Dino is going to have to fight back through all this. It's going to be incredibly tough.
So Tommy could go for Valon, the Super Psy Skyblaster, as his last rank 5 here. Seems likely, given all of the other cards he does play aren't particularly, they're not interactions in Dino's turn, so this is probably the best we're going to get. We're not going to be able to see the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil set. We don't have 2 Vanquish Soul on the field currently. And then we have Borga activating the ability to burn for 1500 as well. So maybe Tommy already has the Vanquish Soul Trap in hand.
That's also a possibility. Do you know if Dino is playing something like Dark Rule or No More or Super Polymerization?
So Dino is opting for kind of a weird mix of hand traps as well as, cards that sort of play decent into boards. The main cards that I could see in these spots, ignoring the hand traps, would potentially be additional infinite impermanences off the top. So 6-card infinite impermanence. Otherwise, you don't really have too many breakers. No, it doesn't. We do have Forbidden Droplet in Dino's main deck. That would be quite good here. The problem that we did find in prior formats as well, though, the breakers into the Vanquish Soul strategy, because of how late it is, it can be quite difficult to sort of droplet, get the value, remove threats from the field while also offsetting cards like Azuna in hand, or even the Caesar using its ability to destroy on field.
Yeah, looks like he drew another monster for turn. That's 5 monsters.
Not what you want to see if you're Dino here.
Not. And it looks like 2 of them are the LZs.
Yep, so Ripper would be able to negate the LZ here, if Tommy would so wish, and then any follow-up we'd be able to use the Force release to rank up into the Werewolf, or even Jax as well is another card that could potentially come down, just as a means to pop another monster on the field. So just quickly confirm.
LZ Azamina of the White Forest.
So Tommy opting to not negate that with the Ripper, maybe trying to look for some value later down the line.
We also know that Tommy has a Holy Suit live in his hand.
Yep. The issue for Tommy, though, is that his board is quite full. Yeah. So he does have to be careful. He doesn't want to get in a spot where he's used all of his interactions and Dino sort of is just dissecting them as we go. So opting to use the flip face down ability of Valon here to set the LZ, I believe it was, that Dino did summon.
LZ Azamina.
Yep. Let me see Sylvie coming down.
Yep. Sylvie coming down, attempting to add a White Forest spell trap. Very...
Seeing Rock of the Vanquisher to add back now.
Adding Caesar Valius being
Okay,
a
yep,
point of
yep, that
interaction.
makes sense, makes sense. We used the rock to add back the Holy Suit to enable the Jokel on the last turn. Adding that one back now, we have all the attributes, all the pieces of the puzzle are there. Tommy just needs to make sure he doesn't sort of clog that board further and then create a cause for concern, because Dino might be able to dissect that. It's a sign of weakness if, we're losing interaction if we can help it.
Yep, so you add simple spell as the White Forest, which allows them to special summon a Fiend Illusion or Spellcaster from their hand, or fusion summon one from the extra deck.
And I do believe, so we did see Tommy activate Pot of Prosperity, so that's why he didn't opt for the Borga draw on the prior turn. Now opting for the Borga draw here, quite interesting. Can maybe, play into cards like Triple Tactics, Talents, or Thrust, where you wouldn't normally be able to have concern there.
Like the draw lockbird that we
that's
saw,
that's incredible.
that might just lock down the game. Like,
oh my goodness.
White Forest is already weakened to Droll and Lockbird, not to mention when
Yep, the
staring
draw is
down an
icing
entire
on the
board.
cake. Not great.
Yeah, and now you got Caesar Valius, which is also a point of interaction as well.
Yep, so we're seeing Dino fusing here with the set card. Maybe a slight misstep from Tommy here, but who could have predicted it? Maybe it's a similar thing to the Imperm situation at the time. The logic alludes that maybe you should be doing this play,
Yeah.
but then when the cards come down, you sort of maybe regret the decision.
We see the Ilya Sylvia, which is now a point of interaction on Dino's side. And he's going to use it straight away to likely synchro summon
SP Little Knight, or is he going for a bigger synchro here?
Chaos Angel. Chaos Angel, very interesting pick. Chaos Angel being incredibly strong.
That would be a light and dark Chaos Angel?
Yep, so it's unaffected and his monsters can't be destroyed by battle.
Yep. But we did note that Tommy has the Canine Quick Play, the Force Release, so that's able to rank up and just destroy the Chaos Angel, if I'm not mistaken. Unless Dino has an interaction for that? It doesn't look like he does, so we are going to see that Chaos Angel destroyed. The Werewolf summoned here, just adding an additional line of defense here, and Tommy does take it with a commanding 2 games where he was able to go first, showing the true power of the Vanquish Soul Canine deck.
Yep, definitely a good matchup. That puts Tommy still in contention of making the top cut spot. Dino will now be playing for additional prizing, including the Effect Veiler, the Card Trooper. Yeah, so we do wish him the best of luck. It was cool to see a White Forest. Unfortunately, this time round, I don't think it will be likely to make it into top cut. There's always an opportunity for a 10-3 player to sneak in. That's always an opportunity.
That there is a chance.
Yeah.
However, you know what? Maybe we'll see Dino playing a similar strategy at the Oceanic Championships 2026.
Yeah.
We'll go a whole, calendar year of White Forest.
It'll be the same deck with like 2 extra cards different.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. Dino not being able to showcase, all of the true tricks of the deck. Game 2 maybe was a little bit of a showcase, I think. But yeah, Tommy just having that commanding lead each time.
Yep. We'll bring Tommy over in a second to have a post-match interview.
Yep.
And with time goes, we might be able to bring someone else on for a quick chat, see how they've been finding the event. Yep. Maybe you can go look around and see if anyone wants to have a chat. But
and we'll keep tabs. But you did mention a fun fact though. So we do have, what was it, the first 3 tables or the first 2 tables?
The first 3 tables this round all have previous YCS Sydney champions playing. Freddie on table 1, Jesse Cotton on table 2. I believe Jason was on table 3. So
yep. So Jason Huang was the 2024 champion with the Snake Eyes strategy.
Yep.
We had Jesse winning with Terrelevant, and we had Frederick winning with the Ryziel, the pure Ryziel strategy last year.
Yeah, the 3 consecutive champions.
Yep. Something rare. You don't really see it too often, but it's always good to see. They remain consistent.
But it also shows that these players aren't just like one-hit wonders. They're people who can prove that they deserve those wins and they can be in actual contention for winning a second time round.
They're masters of their craft.
Yeah,
they've dedicated enough time. You have people like Jesse traveling 25 hours to come play this event. Freddie and Jason as well. They do play quite a lot in Melbourne at their local OTS stores. I see them playing almost every week, sometimes multiple times a week, really just trying to, get everything familiarized going into a big event like this.
Sure. All right, we'll cut to a short break now, and then we'll bring Tommy over here for a chat. And we'll try to find some people who are more than happy to share their tournament experience with us as well.
You want me to do it or you do it? I gotta piss. I gotta piss.
Tommy, I'm from Melbourne. Flew up here for the weekend. Normally I play at General Games Churnside Park. Shout out to them. Definitely helped make my deck possible. Able to run it. Yeah, it's been a good weekend so far. I wouldn't say extremely familiar. I've never actually played it myself, but there's Aiden who goes to my locals who plays it a lot. One of my friends I play with online, he's played with it a lot. So I've actually been facing it a fair bit recently. I've noticed a lot of people around even the top tables a lot playing a lot of White Forest, which was surprising to me. So yes, did have to check a couple of cards. What's that? I think it's a strong deck, but I expected to see it, every here and there. But I feel like I've been seeing it even more than I thought I would. I thought I'd see a few splashes of it, but yeah, I've seen it more than some other decks that I would expect to see a little bit more, like Lunalight and such. Maybe it's just because I've been looking around, but yeah. um, well, I was tempted to save the shifter till after I started playing, which is what I ended up doing. I had to normal summon Madlove, so it played into Droll, but I feel like not many people are main decking it at the moment, so it's not too bad. So you just add back with Rock and then Droll after, shifter afterwards, because you've no cards in grave. I wasn't sure what it was on at the time, obviously, because it was game one. But I didn't need the Dark in hand, so I just figured fire it. Can't be too bad, right? Yes, yeah. That was a Yeah, I wanted to wait. I figured I probably wasn't winning because I had a bunch of VS names, which is fine going first. But knowing the end board that White Forest can put up, I know chances are I'm not breaking through it. So I just kind of wanted to see if he was playing stuff like say Zaylin or Poplar to summon off of the what is it, the Synchro level 8, the Diabell Queen of the White Forest. Sorry, I was on Zaylin, and then figured that's probably seen enough because I drew the Foolos for turn as well, which just negated with the Illa Sylvia. Probably wasn't doing too much anyways. Figured it was just best to go to game 3, save on time. Yeah, I personally think it is correct to imperm the normal summon if it's Caesar or Madlove. I do play 2 Borg or 1 Caesar. I know some people play 1 of each, or I've even seen a couple lists that play like 3 Borg or 1 Caesar. So I mean, occasionally you'll be punished if you try to imperm them and then they have the guy in hand. But I think it's worth the risk most of the time because there's not that many ways to tag out. Just unlucky for him. I mean, excited. It's been some good Yu-Gi-Oh all weekend, so hoping to do well. I've been facing a pretty wide variety.
Alright guys, again, we're back. So I guess I was asking, why did you pick Vanquish Soul Canine for the weekend?
It's always been, I started playing it, I think, soon after Snow Devil and Jalong came out.
Yep.
It was a instant favorite. I was super excited when I found out they were getting new support in Duelist Advance. Picked it up a bit then, played it pure before the Canines came out, and then Canines come out, and then that's one of my favorite decks as well, so go together perfectly. I've always found it a lot of fun. It's a lot more satisfying to play, I find, now that we've Raisin and Stakesol back at 3. It was more annoying before, because Raisin was somehow your best starter, but also like a brick at the same time. I think it's got a good matchup into Draco Tail, which I think you'll see a lot, which I have been seeing a lot. Yeah, it doesn't insta-lose to a lot of stuff, which is nice.
Right, yeah. And is this your first YCS, or how many have you played?
This is my second, so I came here last year as well. I played Blue Eyes Primate at that one. Did alright, but I'm a lot more comfortable on this deck. Been playing it for a lot longer, and I think it's been paying off so far, so hopefully that continues.
And obviously this tournament's a bit longer than most tournaments you've played, going out 13 rounds of Swiss. What's your mental game for this? Like, what was your plan going into such a long tournament where you have to go quite deep?
Just try to get good sleep, not go to bed super late. Don't want to be dead tired by the end of, because by the end of rounds 8 and 9 yesterday, I was cooked.
Yeah.
Super tired, ready to go to bed. But yeah, only 4 today, and then hopefully top 8. So.
And then with 2 more rounds of Swiss, is there any deck you're particularly hoping to not play against?
Decks like Lunalight scare me.
Yep.
Just to know that the end board I just can't out really at all. I have to, stop them with hand traps or something.
Yep.
I'm hoping I actually do face more Draco Tail, because I've kind of built the deck and the side to hopefully win against it. I'm also afraid of the new Magnet Warrior stuff, because I'm not super familiar. I've seen a couple of people on it, because I know I forget its name, but the TCG exclusive fusion monster, which makes it a bit stronger compared to in the OCG. So yeah, I'm a bit afraid of that just because I'm a bit unfamiliar. Yeah, I think we saw a couple on the top table yesterday, but like by the time round 11 is over, a lot of them have been weeded out by the more consistent decks. And you said you wanted to play against Draco Tail. We know there's a lot of them. What about your friends and the people you came with? How are they doing? Oh, I mean, I think a couple of my mates are X3 at the moment. I'll have to check how they're doing after this round. But I mean, a lot of us are just here for a good time playing winner match side events. I think a couple of us went into the regional. I think we've all been having a good time. Yeah, for sure. And do you play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh back at home? Are you a regular local attender? I go play locals at General Games Churnside Park every Wednesday and Sunday. When I can, of course. I play a lot of Master Duel at home as well. I've been enjoying Vanquish Soul Canine now that that's out in that game. Came out, a month ago or so? Yeah, I'm mainly just playing Master Duel and TCG. That's good. And you said you love this deck as well, so that's always good. Do you think that having fun is incredibly important in this game? Absolutely. I think liking the deck that you're playing really goes a long way. Because I think if you don't like the deck you're playing, you'll have a lot of hands that are winnable, but just because you're in a bad mood, you'll just surrender prematurely when you still have a chance. I think playing a deck that you like for me, Vanquish Soul. I've won a lot of games which I really thought I was gonna lose, absolutely, but managed to squeeze them out. Right. Alright, cool. Thank you so much for having a chat with us. We do wish you the best of luck in the last 2 rounds. Perhaps we'll see you in the top cut. Like you've shown that you've played your deck quite well. You know your matchups, and you've got a game plan for the last 2 rounds. So again, we do wish you the best of luck, and well done again. Awesome. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
All right, we are back at YCS Sydney 2026. We're here with Master World Champion, former Master World Champion, multiple-time YCS Champion, UDS Champion, Jesse Cotton. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right.
Good to hear. Anything that sort of takes your mind currently that you want to have a chat about? We sort of just picked you up off the floor. You did just finish a match. Look kind of stressful. How are you feeling today?
Feeling good, but obviously as the tournament goes on, the competition gets tougher and tougher, so the games get closer and closer as long as one player isn't just getting crazy lucky.
Oh, sure. Do you have any concerns regarding maybe jet lag? I do know you've only been here a couple days. You did travel 25 hours to get here, so...
I was pretty destroyed yesterday. Had a headache throughout the day, and that was kind of rough. But today, last night, I got back to my room and I KO'd instantly. Got like 9 hours of sleep, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Ate
now.
some food, went to bed. That's the
I'm
method, right?
Yeah. Like actually like a normal human being, and not just
sure.
bragging myself.
That's fair, yeah. I think that's something Yahweh and I were discussing. It's like, how do we approach these longer tournaments now? Because before, you could sort of take it one game at a time for Top Cut, right? There's like a little bit more breathing room. Obviously, it's single elimination, so it's a little bit more stressful if you were to lose. But like, in terms of taking it one game at a time, I feel like Top Cut is very different to what we have now, right?
I mean, you can look at it that way, but at the same time, it really isn't. It's the extra rounds do simulate the sort of top 64, top 32, top 16 sort of rounds. Except that it gives the players who are higher records the buffer, which I think is better because now you can't just go 11-0 or 10-0.
Yeah, and then lose immediately in top 32. Yeah.
Not saying so immediately lose in top 8, but it gives you that way to get there, which is nice.
Sure. No, that makes sense. And we see that you've been playing branded Draco Tail.
Yeah.
Any changes based? I know you did play the 300. Like, is there anything that you think you learned at the 300 that you've applied here? Obviously, you don't have to reveal too many secrets, but maybe just something for the viewers at home.
The biggest thing that kind of threw me off guard is I thought Radiant Typhoon would be like a clear second most popular deck behind Draco Tail, and at least in North America, that appeared to be extremely wrong. And I just got the consensus online after 300 that Radiant Typhoon really wasn't that popular. So I guess my deck building, my plan shifted a little bit away from Radiant Typhoon to more towards General Rogue. There's more Yummy than I expected, more VSK9 than I expected.
Especially coming out of two wins on the triple weekend as well for VSK9.
It got first, second, first. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
VS definitely overperformed.
Yeah, definitely one of these stronger decks. And we saw it on stream just before against Dino, and the player opened shifter game 1 and then just full combo game 3. Just completely steamrolled the entire match with how strong his cards were. And I saw you just played against VSK9 then as well. Was that a 2-0 victory or a 2-1 victory? 2-1. Yep. That did look like a kind of stressful game, sort of, you were both to the wire, sort of just a bunch of stuff. You were running out of cards. You weren't able to activate one of the Dracotail effects because you just didn't have any other targets, right, for the last turn?
Yeah, so people complain about Dracotail not drawing too many trap cards. The thing is, when you're going second, you probably should be siding some number of them out, especially in matchups where you really need every card to be live. BSK9 is one of those matchups where it's a pretty even match, and you need to be able to play your cards. So with that in mind, you have to be very conscious of the effects you're using because your ability to recycle is lessened.
That's fair. And it looks like you do have, a reasonable approach to all matchups, just given the experience. Do you have anything that you can offer for the people at home when it comes to approaching a large tournament like this?
I mean, there's a lot.
Yahweh posed the question to me as well, and I wasn't sure how to answer it.
Yeah,
exactly.
Angle, like the preparation, from the mental fortitude.
Yeah. But even maybe just at the basic level.
The biggest thing that I guess was important for me to get over was when you lose, even if it's your fault, like a mistake those for me always suck the hardest. You have to find a way to level yourself and make sure going into the next round with a blank slate, because one thing can spiral into another loss, and now you're out of contention.
Exactly. Yeah, it's okay to have, it's okay to lose. That's something I think people need to accept more often. It can happen. We are playing a card game, can get unlucky, you can make mistakes, but it's good to learn, right? This is sort of the main thing. As long as something is gained from each experience, right? Because I remember there was a point where you would struggle to make Top Cut, and then we saw you go on a generational run after the fact.
It was like 5 events, right?
It was a pretty rough one. I don't know. Like look where you are now,
Sure.
Because I think Jesse from 2015 versus talking to Jesse from now, it would be night and day. I feel like
even when you're a good player, there's always stuff to learn and to improve, and anybody who feels otherwise, truthfully, just arrogant. That's not how it works.
That's fair. No, we do understand. Look, Jesse, I'm sure the viewers at home do appreciate this insight. probably looking to wrap it up with the round starting soon-ish, but do you have any people that you'd like to shout out? You know, you did travel a long way. You did have some ups and downs with your trip. I'm sure that there are people that have helped you along the way, probably most notably your dad.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, my dad. Yeah,
we have to inflate your dad's ego a little bit there. Give him the buff. God bless him, Daryl.
He plays Yu-Gi-Oh too.
He does too.
He just plays Master Duel, not TCG. He likes to click low and yellow button and not read his opponent's cards.
He likes to put Marshmallow on in his decks.
Why does the Yubel not die when he attacks it?
No, I love anytime Jesse talks about his dad playing Master Duel, it is the funniest thing ever. He's still playing Lightsworn?
He plays a couple decks. He plays Millennium, Stun, Dragoon Turbo, Chainburn, and Lightsworn.
You know what? Man to my own heart. Those are all decks that I played over the years as well. That's very funny. That's very funny. Well, Jesse, any other shoutouts?
I mean, I have a lot of friends to shout out, so I wouldn't want to spend all the time, I guess. Shout out to Nishad for getting his flight cancelled and not being able to.
That is unfortunate. Yep. But perhaps maybe a booby shout out for her birthday.
Right, it was my grandmother's birthday on Friday, so.
God bless her. Well, Jesse, thank you so much. We hope to see you in top 8. We'll probably get you on the stream then. But till then.
Welcome everyone. We are now in the second last round of the Swiss portion of the YCS Sydney 2026. By pure chance, I just picked the first table of people who hadn't been on feature yet, and it just so happened to be the same matchup as last round, being the White Forest versus Vanquished Soul K9.
We have switched the colors that they are on. That's the
the
one thing that we have changed regarding this. So we have Kevin playing the Vanquished Soul K9 deck, and then we have Grant playing White Forest.
Yep, so also from what I can see, we have one undefeated player with Dom Italiano on his Radiant Typhoon, and then two players that are currently on one loss, Jesse Cotton and Jonah Singer. And then we have quite a number of people with two losses, and they're just trying to fill out that last spot of the top cut. But even in this situation, Jonah and Jesse aren't entirely locked in yet because there's the potential they could lose 2 rounds.
So it looks like Kevin did win the die roll, and we saw how crucial that was in our last feature match as well. And we see, Stake Your Soul getting Ash, and then Holly Sue with attributes. Kevin is going off. He has the full combo, basically just forcing Grant to waste a card at this point.
It might just be a Vanquished Souls weekend, given how well they've been opening the last 2 days.
Well, as we keep mentioning, it did win 2 of the 300th YCS. It did come second at the 300th in North America as well. You know, this deck is nothing to scoff at. It is an incredible deck, a lot of amazing tools, and all unique. So it's very difficult to sort of target one portion of it.
Yeah, it's versatility and its actual high amount of just monster interaction makes it a deck which a lot of people just naturally enjoy playing and also playing against. It doesn't feel like it does anything egregiously bad compared to a lot of decks which you play against.
Kevin taking, again, pace of play for a lot of these players. They're masters of their craft. They have played a lot. They are well experienced with their strategies, and they're taking no time. They know what they want to do, and they know what their end board is meant to look like. And Kevin's playing at an incredible pace. Just getting from the VS engine into the K9 engine by overlaying with the Holy Sue and the Xiaolong, while still having access to the Mad Love and the Field Spell. So we will most likely see potentially a Jokel here, maybe turning the Mad Love into Rock of the Vanquisher to add back the Holy Sue, and then we could look at maybe Nash Knight or Valon even. So we'll just double check to see if Kevin is playing the Umbral Horror Masquerade. We saw some people not playing that in the last few events.
Looks like he's playing that other restraint card that you mentioned.
Yep, so Kevin is playing the K9 LC release restraint. Yep. It is similar to force release, except you are able to activate it, if I'm not mistaken, during any point of the turn to rank up. So that is a little less limiting, and there's less battle tactics that can sort of offshoot your force release compared to prior.
Kevin's just amassed quite a number of cards. He's basically gotten to sculpt his hand. Now
yep, and I forgot. Yes, so we did have Grant already activating a hand effect. So that Azuna is online. That Ripper was able to set a quick play as well. We're basically be able to do everything here.
Yep, we had that Borger as well, get that draw.
So I'll just quickly note, sorry Yahweh, we do have Kevin actually not playing any of the Nash Knight cards. So his end board looks to be, so we have the Princess.
Use Saryuja, right, to draw. Does he play the Saryuja?
So at this point, he does have access to both engines, so Saryuja maybe not doing too much. It doesn't look like he does play that card. Opting instead for Blackluster Soldier, Soldier of Chaos, as well as some spicy text from what I have seen. But in terms of rank 4 end-board pieces, we do have Valon, the Super Psy Sky Blaster, alongside maybe K9 Jax, or alternatively, the Imperial Princess Kinqueri as well. So we see Kevin having that on board currently.
We can see at least three spells in Grant's hand. 3 spells, 4 spells, 1 monster. Playing into this field is incredibly difficult.
And
it
Grant
looks like he's
hacking it up. These players both know each other as well, so I think there's that mutual respect of, no, I know I can't beat this. It's okay.
Yep.
And we're seeing a lot of sideboard cards from Grant here for going first. My goodness.
Anti-spell fragrance, salt judgments. We got put in the draw on Lockbirds as well. It looks like he's opting to put that in. Maybe once he gets to a comfortable point, he can drop the draw on Lockbird to prevent your opponent drawing further from full loss.
We did mention how it's very difficult to interact with sort of more of the generic hand traps. Yep. Your Ash Blossoms, your Effect Veilers, your Impotent Impermanences. We saw how crucial it was Imperm being Imperm in that spot for Dino in the last round. If it was Droll, maybe it would have ended Tommy's turn. So I think Droll having a blanket effect to stop the opponent from adding, as you did mention, probably what you need to, you know, sort of offset the Vanquish Soul power level. You know, having all of these other hand traps only does so much if they have cards like Azuna or they have cards like Borga or the Caesar as well. I think Grant likely going for cards like Solemn Judgment, Anti-Spell, Different Dimension Ground. He is main decking the Triple Tactics Thrust, as we did see that in his hand. He's playing 3 copies of that alongside copies of Forbidden Droplet at 3 as well. Sort of just looking to make the best end board possible. And if that's through a Molchami, it's okay. He could have a Solemn Judgment, an Anti-Spell, a Different Dimension Ground, as well as the Black Goat Laughs that we've seen alongside the Thrust. We saw that in Dino's sideboard and game as well.
Yeah, it's just incredibly powerful. And if you're playing cards like Foolish Burial Goods in your deck list anyway, or
yeah, even just able to send it if you draw it as well, and then get the graveyard benefit from it. And then Kevin, I'll just quickly.
You've also got the Diabelle's the Queen, which can add back a spell or trap from the graveyard as well. So it's very powerful.
So Kevin does have cards like Retaliating Sea as well as Mistaken Arrest. Not amazing when you are going second, obviously, for cards like Mistaken Arrest. I think Retaliating Sea could be a card we do see in this matchup. Sometimes it can be a little bit too late.
Yeah, we can see that him start off with LZ and the Woes. Woes, I believe, sets itself when it's sent to the graveyard. Or a lot of the White Forest traps set themselves when they're sent to the graveyard for a card effect. But Woes on activation, it special summons and it lets you quick synchro as well. Now he goes with the Sylvie. I think without much interaction, we might be able to see the White Forest deck full potential.
Maybe Kevin trying to figure out, hey, is this a good point to maybe interact now? Also just double checking some of the cards that Grant could be playing. Always good to, you know, be aware of what your opponent's cards do as a just in case. Even if you might have an idea, it's always better to read it instead of, you know, waiting for them to activate it and then maybe it's something you didn't expect.
Yeah, and we note that Grant is not playing the Dark Magician of Destruction cards.
Yeah, opting for a more traditional list.
Yeah, here we see the standard line of Arciela.
Going for the field spell here. Try and see Kevin's hand. I do think I see an Azuna there. Maybe just waiting to see if he can activate that at a more opportune moment. Maybe to not turn on cards like the Triple Tactics Thrust or Talents.
Yep, now he's got the LZ Azamina. Going to further synchro into a Diabelle's Queen.
I do believe so. It does look like that is the case. And Kevin's just letting this go. There's nothing else really coming alongside this. And we're seeing Deception come down as well from the search. Just adding more interaction into Kevin's turn here. You know, likely going for the negate, as well as just, you know, just insulating that board. Sort of just trying to stop him from being able to do anything.
Exactly, and now we'll see the Deception add the Hallowed Azamina, a play we've seen.
All right. Oh, there's the Retaliating Sea. That is quite good here. Not too amazing, but good enough. And I think Grant did quite a good job as well playing around that card too. Likely knows that Kevin is maybe playing these. They are local to each other, so maybe he has some insight, sort of sequences cards in that respect.
Yeah, I believe Retaliating Sea has to be activated in response to a spell that special summons.
So he did activate the Hallowed.
He did activate the Hallowed. I thought, because
so Hallowed, and it would be sending the Deception as well here. Yep. Yep. So it looks like we had a chain here, removing. No, because that would send it. Okay, no, never mind. So they chained the Queen.
The what?
So they sent, okay. So it looks like Grant did chain the Diabelle Queen of the White Forest, sending the Deception, and then not letting the Hallowed resolve, as it wouldn't be able to have a card to send to be able to resolve to summon a fusion. And then we had that one summoning out what looks to be, is that Zalin? I do believe so.
It does look like that.
Yep, so we do have the hit new Synchro. Everyone seems to be trying to fit it into their decks, so I'll just quickly get that up.
Interesting to note that White Forest also could play Subversion as a way to stop problematic cards like Retaliating Sea, but not in this case. We see Kevin start his turn with Stake Your Soul. And
yep, so we do see chain link. Yeah, so we do see the Zalan negating the Stake Your Soul here. We did throw something on the chain to sort of get to chain link 2 here. And then Grant considering if he activates Solemn Judgment on the normal summon of Razin. And that could be everything we have for Kevin's turn.
Yep. It might just be it for now, but Grant still has to navigate through this retaliating sea or switching to attack position. A bold move.
Attacking over the Sylvie, it will get banished here. And then maybe we could look at a Typhon. Yep, so Typhon coming down. Typhon looking to answer the Zalan here. Maybe Kevin has another copy of Retaliating Sea, could be likely. Or maybe just doesn't really have too much else going for him, and maybe the Typhon's like a last ditch resort.
Looks through his set cards. Oh, we see the woes, which, you know, it's a special summon from the deck and a quick synchro, which is not applicable at this point in time. Yeah, we see another Sylvie come out. Sylvie being able to add a White Forest spell or trap. Adding the Sinful Spoils of the White Forest. No, sorry, that is the woes? Is it? Tails.
Yeah, Tails. I do believe that is Tails. So that is the Searcher. Yep. So he would control an illusion or a spellcaster monster, so he would be able to resolve that. And then we'll see what Kevin can do here. We see another Deception being activated. Sending the LZ? Sending... Oh no, activating LZ. I do apologize. Looks like he just put that one in the grave accidentally here. We do have the Hallowed gone already.
And like I said, with a lot of the White Forest spells and traps that they're sent to the graveyard, they can be set back to the field. Synergize well with the LZ.
Yeah, all of the cards have 2 effects. They get to do multiple things, and they get to pay for all of your abilities as well, which is always good. And as you did mention before, they sort of try to fill their decks with cards like the Black Goat Laughs, just stuff that pays for itself. We see the more recent addition, the Azamina Quick Play. Just currently double checking that now. Alright, and Kevin is just evaluating his options here. I think he's just letting his friend have, you know, his time to shine on stream, as Kevin got to have game 1. Sort of just letting him go with the motions. They have plenty of time. There's no concern there.
We can see the RCL come to the field as well. And what did he just activate? Couldn't see that. He's adding the Sinful Spores of the White Forest now. Was that the Hallowed Azamina, was it? No, something just reset.
No, so it was actually no, might have missed that. Never mind.
Finally, it goes and activates that tail that he'd searched a while ago. And now we have Diabell's the White Witch. And then we've got a Stellar on the field. You can send 1 spell or trap from the hand graveyard, special summon 1 light spellcaster tuner from the deck.
We'll see where Grant can go from here. It really is just contingent on whether or not he can present enough damage while answering the Typhon. Can be quite difficult because a lot of your removal tactics tend to be 3,000 or more monster. And with the Typhon on board as well, it sort of does. Grant can sort of assume, you know, if there's an Abiru, it can't be activated. So we don't really have to play around that. It's really just coming down to Kevin having any form of interaction. So.
The Diabell Star Vengeance can pay half your life points to destroy a monster your opponent controls, and if you control another Diabell monster card, which he does, you can special summon
and it is a 2,500 attack monster, so he's able to activate it.
Yeah, so he's able to take game 2, summoning out the Silveria, which also gives your monsters 500 attack, so that gives the deck a bit of extra push to be able to close out games.
And Grant also, I believe, identifying So illusion and spellcaster synchro monster. Sorry, I do apologize. I thought it would increase the attack of the big dragon. But obviously, even then, he did his sequencing correctly just in case to catch it out. There's no concern there. It is something to note. Sometimes you do have card effects that might increase the attack of your monster, and then Typhon will inherently stop it from being able to activate. That's something to keep an eye out for, but it looks like Grant was able to navigate that with no concern.
And those things are the oversights which happen when you go deep into a tournament and the fatigue starts kicking in.
Or the Dominus restrictions. I think you see a lot of people sort of, the games are long, they're tough, and you might, forget it. It's quite simple thing to forget, so.
And it's important to note that these oversights can happen to everyone regardless of skill level. I'm sure we've all made hiccups at some stage in our career, so not to give people too much grief when it does happen to them. Playing a 13-round tournament is not for the faint heart.
It can be mentally taxing, so it's always good to see, gameplay at this level so deep into the event as well, because, it just shows the consistency, the preparation, just to try and edge out those micro interactions, just to have them be more fluid as, as a player, and then that way you can focus on other aspects of the gameplay, because those become second nature.
And Vanquish Soul K9, I suppose, is going to be going first game 3. I think a lot of it's going to come down to how strong his opening hand is and how many points of interaction Grant has. Are you able to see if Grant plays a lot of ways to ideally stop Vanquish Soul K9 from getting to where they need to be?
So Grant does have the 3 copies each of Perilia and Mulchami Fuwalos. On top of that, he does have the Droll and Lockbirds as well. Just looking at Grant's deck list, I think it is more of the board breaker-esque approach that we have seen. The copies of Triple Tactics Thrust, Forbidden Droplet as well. And then in the main deck, looking kind of hand trap light compared to what we have seen in the main event today. So post-board, I guess we'll be looking at activating a Charmy, trying to draw into these copies of Thrust, Talents, Droplet, and hoping to break the board. Hopefully it's not as strong, because maybe Kevin doesn't want to play into a combo deck and give them more cards to play with into his board. That would be what I would be looking at if I were Grant. As Kevin, though, Kevin does have some very powerful going first cards. So Kevin does have the option here. He does have Mistaken Arrest. He does have 3 copies of that will likely go in going first. No reason not to. As well as the copies of Call by the Grave, the copies of Nibiru, the Primal Being, likely to come in too.
I can't see any interactive cards in Grant's hands. Looking rough. 3 spells, 2 monsters, but... And Kevin having the
Stake of Soul is glued to Kevin's hand, and that is the Hecker hands that we were trying to figure out. Hey, what's the purpose of this?
Never mind. Full loss is a good start, though.
It is quite good here, yep.
See Mad Love.
Kevin does have to jump through hoops to deny, a significant amount of draws here, but it could be as simple as Kevin having, a base end board and a card like Mistaken Arrest, and that would secure the game that way.
Yeah, we do see the access to Holy Sue now.
Contemplating his options. Will he use Holy Sue as a point of interaction, or will he use the Holy Sue, on his turn to continue playing? But it does play into that Mulchami Fuwalos, which is unfortunate for Kevin here.
We see the Raisin. Now he's going to be able to fix all the attributes in his hand,
Yeah, so it does look like Kevin did select the incorrect card for the field spell here, and then he did opt to switch it up. So
I do think from the top of the corner of my eye, I saw that the draw Fulos wasn't evenly matched.
Yeah, I'll just quickly double check. I don't believe I do, or he does main deck evenly matched. I do apologize. It was buried away in this deck list, so it does look like he has 3 copies. But as we mentioned before, the breakers into this matchup, cards like evenly matched Droplet, because of the layered interaction, it can be quite 50-50 in terms of their effectiveness. And we see Grant reading the Hecker hands as we did as well. So that is a card that allows you. It is a free special summon, correct?
Yeah. When an attacker, when your opponent adds a card, I believe. When a card enters your opponent's hand, you get to special summon it.
So that's the Hecker Hands Godos.
You know, outside of the draw phase and damage step, you can special summon it, and then during your opponent's main phase, you can target a monster in your opponent's graveyard and special summon it to your field. As a point of interaction, it kind of functions like a DD Crow, a pseudo DD Crow, when it's on the field.
There's also probably niche interactions where you could maybe summon your opponent's level 5 monster, and then use a card like the Canine Lupus, and then activate that ability, and then Xyz with it on your opponent's turn as well when you do have control of it.
Yep, so here we see Kevin not try to, I guess, go too deep under that full loss, try to make a modest board, and attempt to pass the turn.
Yep, so just letting him know all of the cards that he has searched, the mutual respect between players is good, and then it looks like we're going to have the Mad Love returning to the hand. So I guess Kevin already resolved the field spell, already had the trap, and then he has all of the colors of the rainbow in the hand moving forward just to enable his plays. Hopefully the trap does resolve for his benefit, because I think he doesn't have a way to get a Vanquish Soul on board outside of Holy Sue, and that might cut off an attribute.
Yep, so what we see here, Grant, you know, considering options, he might be forcing out interactions such as...
Oh, and that's the release restraint?
Yeah.
Opting to summon the Canine Werewolf. So it looks like Grant might have already entered battle phase here.
Yeah, I can't say there's incredible value of this evenly matched.
So it is quite difficult for Kevin, though. So he would lose his VS Vanquish Soul Trap, the Snow Devil. Oh, okay. Oh, so he just opted to not evenly matched at all. See the Ripper come down just to get the free information and banish a card from hand. We see 2 copies of the field spell. Looks to be a Hallowed Azamina. And then Sylvie as well. So Kevin really just trying to figure out what to do for the rest of the turn. All the information is face up, figuring out what to banish, and then just going from there.
We have the... Oh, man. I mean, Sylvie makes the most sense at this stage. You see it as a monster that has body and searches and likely opens doors to future play. So the reasoning behind why they would pick that is there. But in this like modern Yu-Gi-Oh, most engine cards are able to access all of the other engine cards as well.
Yep, if one resolves, then 20 more will come with it. Always the thing that it seems like.
Yep, so that is the Sinful Spoils Silvera, which sends a Diabell monster from the hand or face-up field to the graveyard, and then negates 1 face-up card on the field. And it also serves as a negate effect when it's in the graveyard for anything that responds to a Diabell style monster or Sinful Spoil spell or trap.
So it looks like Kevin did activate the Vanquish Soul Trap, revealing the 3 attributes, having to destroy the Canine Werewolf. But the value's already been resolved, essentially. We've taken a card out of Grant's hand. So Kevin really just trying to roll with it as we go on. Looks like the Holy Sue was summoned by the Vanquish Soul Trap, if I'm not mistaken.
And then Holy Sue being able to summon out the Heavy Borgo, which also then draws you a card. Like you said, the interactions are multi-layered. You clear the board, they still get out a number of monsters, and they're able to continue their plays. Draws into the Caesar Valius.
We see the Caesar coming down as well.
Puts the Holy Sue back in hand so it can be used effect next turn. I think just taking control of your opponent's monster in this matchup is incredibly powerful.
Gaining and popping, knowing what's coming down here. Kevin has full information. Activating the field spell.
Such as Elzat.
Could we see Droll and Lockbird? Probably, maybe not.
Yep, so we see the LZ by discarding the woes. Woes will set itself. I think at a certain point you can just take control of his monsters, so you cut them off from the synchro plays.
We see the Heka Hands Godos being summoned here, just looking to have another point of interaction for Grant's turn. We'll see if it's enough. We do still have the option for, you know, just more points of interaction here, but we'll see if Grant can navigate this. Because as I mentioned before, Kevin has all the information, so as long as he makes the correct plays or his cards line up well enough, should be no concern. Grant is still playing, you know, with some variables that are unknown.
Yeah, we see the play with the Arciela, now searching the Diabell's White Witch. I love game 3 where both decks are actually able to play in some capacity. We'll see these two synchro into Diabell's White Witch, the Queen, Diabell's Queen. No, instead, yeah, that's Diabell's Queen. Setting back the Silvera. Yeah, and now we see the White Witch being summoned using by sending the white forest field spell.
This will be the moment of truth as well, because we're not entirely sure whether or not Grant was able to go to battle phase and then opted to not use the evenly matched.
Yep.
Or if Kevin opted to use the quick play in main 1, and now Grant is doing all of this in main phase 1, and will have the chance for a battle phase, because that could be crucial here.
Yep, we see 2 cards get banished for Diabell's Vengeance. And Vengeance again also has the effect to destroy cards and special summons synchro Juno monsters. Very exciting game. Like, both players are summoning a lot of monsters. They're both interacting with each other.
Yep, so it looks like the Diabell Star Vengeance, with the only card it can actually destroy being the Heka Hands Godos or the Field Spell, just because we do have the blanket ability to protect Vanquished Soul monsters here. And then, yeah, it looks like Grant opting to destroy the Field Spell just because he'll have the option to, you know, clear out some of these monsters on the following turn. We see Godos activating to summon back the LZ.
So he summoned Poplar. Poplar then places... When Poplar summoned, it places 2 in the spell and trap zone, but again, we saw the Heka Hands was able to cut off one of those effects by special summoning it. Poplar, other than that, is a quick synchro during your opponent's turn.
The Hallowed Azamina coming back. Trying to see where he can go from here as Grant. It does look like he's, you know, built quite a formidable board just through the interaction Kevin has presented. But he did have the extra cards from the Molchami Fualos as well. So just having a little extra in terms of gas is the main thing.
Yeah, we see the Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon come from the
Borgo.
Poplar and the Diabell's White Witch. It has
and then Snake Eyes Doom Dragon coming down to take the Heavy Porker, I believe.
That's so powerful. So you got one card that can push a monster into the spell and trap zone. And also during the battle phase, it's got like the Scrap Dragon effect where you target 2 on the field, right? And then there's also a Snake Eyes Doom Dragon, I believe it's
Snake
named.
Eyes Doom Dragon, yeah.
Yeah. So.
He wasn't able to summon it. I believe that was the concern.
The condition of Snake Eyes.
It should be the same as Magistus Chorizo, but I will just quickly double check that for you.
Just under 20 minutes left on the clock.
So it would require 2 face-up monster cards from your spell and trap zone.
Yeah.
So we only had the one,
we
and
only had the
I think
one,
it looks like maybe Grant was trying to use his opponent's Heavy Borger.
Yeah.
However, that is not how those cards do work. It does place it in the owner's spell and trap card zone.
Yeah, and Grant's also able to summon out Silvero, Wolf of the White Forest, which has an effect to be able to change all your opponent's monsters to face down defense position.
They're resolving Azuna to get the Lupus in grave here, and then it's likely maybe the Lupus will have a last-ditch effort to make a Typhon, just to maybe stem the bleeding a little bit, so it would see. But I'm not sure if this is enough for Kevin. Maybe Grant might have this. Did he? Oh, he passed back. So maybe the battle phase was entered, and then he opted to not activate the evenly matched.
Yeah, but because he just forced out all the cards anyway, it was effective. The threat of evenly match is about as scary as evenly matched itself, right?
Of course, but it did sort of offset, Grant's ability to close out the game, or at least take off the other options on board here. So we do see Kevin. He has to be careful, though, that Caesar would not be able to activate its effect because of Typhon. Oh, okay. That is okay. One of the judges will resolve that. But yes, in the current point... So it looks like they did note it.
Yeah.
Yep. So there's no concerns there. It was caught immediately, so no one's gonna feel upset about that outcome. But Kevin does have to navigate that now, whether or not it would be correct to maybe take the Typhon off the board. That could be something to consider.
Oh, right. Yeah, so outside of the Azuna, the other 2 monsters can still be flip summoned, correct?
Yeah, it does look like that. And we do have the LZAT on board. So just trying to figure out, where can we go from here? Oh, so the Black Luster Soldier, Chaos Soldier coming down. That card is one of my favorites. The retrain of Black Luster Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning.
I believe it's got something like 4,500 attack, cannot be
targeted. It has multiple effects. Let me quickly get that up for you there, Yahweh. Let's have a look at it together.
Wait, sorry, how was the Azuna shouldn't have been able to be flipped up, right? It was summoned this turn and it was booked by the...
No, so he did all of that during Grant's turn.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. So, and then that's how we had the Typhon, because the Lupus cannot quick Xyz on your turn, only during the opponent's turn.
Sure. Oh, what a very interesting turn of events.
We had the Soldier of Chaos using 3 different names and Link Summon using a level 7 or higher monster as material. It can now not be targeted with card effects and also cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. So Grant is going to have to deal with this threat efficiently. Also, when the Black Luster Soldier of Chaos does destroy an opponent's monster by battle, Kevin does have the option to activate an effect. It can gain 1,500 attack. It can make a second attack during the battle phase, or it can banish 1 card on the field.
We also had that juicy raise and clear out both the both synchro monsters in the same column as it as well.
Maybe an oversight from Grant potentially with placement.
Yeah, I suppose that's not one you possibly didn't think your opponent would eventually get to, or it might just be an oversight going into 12-round events.
Kevin does still have to be careful, hopefully not misremembering the Typhon once again, as that will effectively cut off the Black Luster Soldier of Chaos ability as well. So we'll see how this goes. He looks like he's navigating it quite well.
Yep,
so sending Vengeance here.
Yep, so Silveria sends Vengeance, and he's able to target 1 face-up card and negate its effects.
Yep, so looks to be negating Rock of the Vanquisher.
Yep.
And then I believe the Vengeance would be able to summon in Kevin's turn, or am I mistaken?
Not when he was sent to the graveyard, right?
Oh, no, my mistake. Yep, so it does look like Kevin's just dissected the board here. But Grant is still able to play, so we'll see if this can get him out of this situation.
a very nice game 3 we've seen in a while. We've got both decks having their engines compete against each other.
Yeah, we've also seen, you know, some uniqueness from Kevin's deck as well, playing the Hecker Hands Godos, just allowing him to access cards like the Blackluster Soldier, but also just being a hand trap and able to interact with the opponent's graveyard as well. So it looks like Kevin didn't close the game out yet. We put a Zeus on top of the Typhon just to, you know, turn that Typhon ability offline. And now we're sort of going with the punches, and Borga would be able to burn for 1,500, closing the game out as well. But Kevin's still going with the motions, just making sure he can protect his board if need be.
Yep. Yep, and looks like a friendly handshake. Grant is unable to be successful in this match. I think that's very unfortunate that both White Forest we've shown have been able to just cross that line. Vanquish Soul Canine definitely a deck that's in real contention of topping or even winning the event.
Vanquish Soul Canine winning the die roll, formidable force. You know, it's something that's quite difficult when it does get to play, if it does get to play, because sometimes it can lose to itself more often than not. But it seems like Vanquish Soul in the last few weeks with the consistency buffs, with Staker Soul and Razin, you know, coming sort of back into the fray, has been quite reasonable.
Right, sure. We'll give the players a chance to breathe, and then we'll bring Kevin over for a post-match interview, see how he feels going into the last round, still fighting for his tournament life, making sure he wins that last one to secure a spot in the top cut. Yeah, so give us a brief moment and we will bring Kevin over.
It looks like we're back.
Oh, we're back.
So yeah, no, that was pretty much what we did expect. I think either deck's winning the die roll. It's so crucial to your strategy because they're both very powerful decks. Maybe VS K9 has a few better tools going second, but you know, if White Forest gets to play, those boards are quite crazy. You know.
Yeah. And then we've got one more round of the tournament. It's the final round of Swiss. What are your thoughts on like people's feelings going to it? I don't think anyone's been on.
From what I saw, looking at the pairings as well as the standings, you know, we had people playing Radiant Typhoon versus Dracotel Branded on table 1, and I believe we did have sorry, what did we have Jonah playing from round 1 yesterday? That was the Yummy strategy, right?
Believe so, yeah.
So we had Yummy versus another Radiant Typhoon deck.
Yep.
And then as we trickled down, we sort of, you know, had this matchup on table 5 or 6, I believe. And it's sort of, you know, pretty par for the course. We're seeing a lot of Dracotel Branded. We're seeing a lot of VS K9. Maybe some outliers sort of popping up now and then, but nothing too crazy. I think the big one is still Destin with DDD. I think he's still currently 9-1.
I
believe so.
I haven't kept track.
I know he did lose to Dom in round 10, so I guess he would be 9-2 thereabouts, something like that. So we'll check in on him, see if we can get him on stream maybe, if he's still in contention. Could be cool. I've seen Pure Azamina as well on some of the top tables. Not sure how it's performing now.
Yep. But yeah, it looks like Kevin is going to be ready to come on. We'll bring him on for a short interview. Stay tuned. We will be back with the last round of Swiss shortly as well. Welcome back, everyone. While we do have the last round of Swiss for the main event happening, we also happen to have the finals of the Genesis Proto YCS finals. And we figured at this point it might be more interesting for the viewers to have a breath of fresh air and look at this a new format that is a currently supported format. The winner of this still gets a trip to the Oceanic Championships.
Yep. And we also have in the future as well,
Yeah.
each YCS main event will have a YCS Genesis main event alongside it. And this will be implemented for North America. Not entirely sure about Europe currently, but I think it'll follow suit as well. So Genesis is getting a lot of support moving forward.
Yep, and we know that with the main event, the players are a bit on edge. They want a bit of the ability to play with a clear mind without the stress of a feature. So we did also agree that this might be a better viewer experience, a better play experience. We've got Exo Sister in the on Claire against Jacob, who's playing Radiant Typhoon, a deck which is currently, I think Dom just took one loss.
Yep, so Dom did fall to Jesse Cotton in the last round.
Yep.
So Radiant Typhoon for Genesis versus Radiant Typhoon for TCG is actually quite different. So if we're looking at Jacob's deck list, he is playing the Noble Knight Shield Bearer just for the added consistency, as well as multiple copies of Hop Ear Squadron as well, just giving him a little extra utility. And the key thing to remember with Genesis is that we do get to play a lot of these cards on the Forbidden and Limited list. So Jacob is playing 3 copies of Mirage of Nightmare. I think some of the players playing today might not have been alive when that card was around.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just a different dynamic with the whole point system rather than a traditional Forbidden and Limited list. It definitely allows players to experiment a bit more. And I always think that's really cool. And Exosister was a deck that was always on the cusp of greatness in
it did have a YCS win with Steven Santoli. That was an unexpected win. Raymond Dye also won a YCS with Exosister as well.
Yeah, so it was always a deck that a lot of people wrote off due to some of the issues it had in terms of power and consistency. But it was always one that was also, it was always just like maybe 1 or 2 cards shy of greatness. It's able to utilize a lot of effects which banish its immune to stuff like Dimensional Shifter can utilize that card as well.
Not particularly. It does require, a little bit more setup than you would conventionally. Granted, D-Fisher the Dimensional Fisher is still a good card. Sometimes it is usually better to not take that approach. The main thing we've seen for Exosister recently is the addition of Exosister Betrayal. So it's another spell they can access, and when it is activated, it can add 2 Exosister monsters from your deck to your hand and then discard 1 card. So peak efficiency, we now have another way to add the Exosister Martha to our hand. As well, immediately after the effect resolves, you can normal summon 1 Exosister monster mentioned on that monster. So it is quite insane. Sorry, target 1 face-up monster you control immediately after normal summon 1 Exo mentioned on that monster. So it does let you get to those end boards where you're able to make your Magnifica, I do believe, which is the key player in this Exosister matchup. But Jacob just activating Book of Eclipse like it's nothing. I think Claire did send set Returnia, if I'm not mistaken. Just more trap cards for interaction here. In terms of non-engine for Claire, I'll just take a look at the deck list now. We do see 3 copies of Herald of Greenlight, as well as 3 copies of Molchami Fuwalos, 3 copies of Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill, as well as 3 copies of Herald of Orange Light. So the Heralds, they do get a lot more value. There is synergy given the typing. As well, they're not really, I don't think they're point valued at all, actually. So they do pay dividends in that respect. And then we see Jacob just continuing to play here. It looks like he has activated... Sorry, the name escapes me.
Is it the... It's a big Varun, the Vibrant Vortex.
Ah, sure.
Yep, so if a quick play spell is activated, you can special summon this card. So he just did have the Mystical Space Open, the original one.
Yep. Getting rid of the Shield Bearer here.
Funny enough, you mentioned Mirage of Nightmare. Like, Mystical Space Typhoon was also quite such an old card. And just to see it played in the main deck in more than 1 copy in 2026's.
Yeah, and the Radiant Typhoon deck does have a lot of cycle as well. So it basically does just get to play... most players don't opt to play, its TCG counterpart in Genesis. They do sort of tech it to sort of compensate for some of the leaks that it can have, but just still having access to 3 copies of Radiant Typhoon Vision, just letting them filter through cards is always great, especially in a format like this where it's still, underexplored. Consistency is always key.
For sure, and the Exorcist's final board wasn't too threatening. It allows Radiant Typhoon to be able to pick it apart quite easily. And he's just going through the motions currently. He has the Radiant Typhoon
Crocea. Yeah, so Quick Play was activated, so we are able to activate that. And we're sort of just going to see what else we can do. We saw the Betrayal getting removed from the field here as well. So there's no issues regarding anything getting banished. And then Jacob just has to navigate the trap, which is already known. Just quickly looking to confirm what trap that one is. That's
the Artist?
Yep,
pays 800 life points. Choose an Exorcist from deck and take one other Exorcister from your deck that is mentioned on the monsters. Special summon both, but then they're shuffled into the deck during the end phase.
Yep, so potentially, looks like Jacob did activate an effect that would enable one of these Exorcist monsters to essentially rank up. So we'll see how that does go.
So we see that's Irene on the left. And Ellis on the right.
Yep, does look like it. We have the nice Megatin premium secret rares. Always a treat to see. So these Exorcists do have the ability, if your opponent moves a card or cards out of their either graveyard.
On the left, sorry.
Yep. So if they move a card from either graveyard, so card or cards, they can special summon from their extra deck one Exorcist or Xyz monster using this face-up card you control as material. So they do have the option to essentially cheat out some Xyz effects during the opponent's turn, sort of forcing them to go into battle phase as well. Can be quite annoying because you aren't able to close the game because you do have to navigate these monster effects on field.
Right. Jacob still has 5 cards in his hand to be able to navigate through this. A great bunch of them are spells. So there we see the Radiant Typhoon. One that searches, right?
Yeah, so I do believe that was Vision. So Vision does have the option to draw and discard or search Mystical Space Typhoon.
Yep. Now we see the battle phase attacks over Irene. Oh, we see the Mirage of Nightmare. That's really cool. Back like in the anime, you would see it paired with emergency provisions, but in this Radiant Typhoon deck, you already have a built-in.
Yeah, even in the TCG Typhoon back then, when that card was legal, didn't last too long. The combo was to resolve it and use Mystical Space Typhoon. Emergency Provisions was another one, but Mystical Space Typhoon obviously has 2 options: can destroy opponent's spell and traps as well as yours. And what better deck to play Mirage of Nightmare in than the Mystical Space Typhoon deck?
Yeah, absolutely.
So really just maximizing all of the tricks of Genesis, cards that we aren't able to use in the TCG currently, but the point allocation as well as, just basically having ban lists on demand with the Genesis point system, allowing Mirage of Nightmare to still exist. Always fun to see.
So then when Jacob ended his turn, the Magnifica returned face up.
So netting Clara draw as well from the Book of Eclipse. And we see Droplet coming down as well.
Guarding the Noble Knight, Shield Bearer. To be able to stop the Magnifica.
Yep, so Jacob likely hoping to stifle Claire's plans. Does depend on if Jacob does have any additional forms of interaction here, because Claire does have a range of level 4s in the hand to utilize. Oh, it does look like this was an illegal activation. Is that correct? Oh, because Magnifica doesn't target, and Claire had selected the Droplet already, so it looks like Jacob did allow it to resolve, and they're just making sure that game state is correct. And then it looks like we're shuffling that back from the effect of Vardis as well. Okay, so this was all during the end phase. So the Magnifica did flip up. Magnifica then did activate. The reason the Droplet wasn't allowed to activate is because it was currently set that turn, if I'm not mistaken. And then we had the Irene shuffled back. And now everything is as it should be. We'll see how Claire can navigate this one moving forward.
Oh, he does get the number of draws in the standby phase from the Mirage of Nightmares, hopefully. That nets Jacob a number of cards to be able to try and prevent.
Yeah, so we did have the Varun as well, and then we had the Orange Light coming down too. Yeah, so Jacob's just packing it up from the looks of it. We'll just clarify, I think Claire had a commanding lead there. Definitely, you know, taking the strategy for a Genesis deck as well, you know, sort of underutilized for TCG and just showcasing the power of Exo Sister in its current form.
And like I was saying, you know, Exo Sister, even in TCG, Advanced Constructed was always on the cusp of being a top tier deck. So in a format where the power level is toned down a little bit, it's definitely one of the more formidable decks. Radiant Typhoon having a strong showing in both formats is also telling of its power.
Oh, exactly. So same thing. Like, these decks are both playable in both of their respective formats. So if you were to have, you know, an Exo Sister deck or a Radiant Typhoon deck in the TCG, you're not too far off playing Genesis. You know, I think it's definitely a fun change of pace. You're not playing the same game of Yu-Gi-Oh! From what I have seen. It's very unique, even though some of the decks are the same. A lot of the cards that you see that sort of fill out decks, those are point allocated, so you have to find these alternatives. We have Noble Knight, Shield Bearer, we have the Heralds in Claire's deck. We have a range of unique cards that don't really make the cut in TCG.
Absolutely. Shuffling going into game 2 now. Looks like Jacob has already chosen his deck. Claire just finishing up her side patterns now. I think this was a tournament with 32 players, so this format is still, I would say, relatively in its infancy in Australia. We don't really have many opportunities to play it, so with this being a mainstay moving forward, it would incentivize players who, you know, it is a format where a lot of your pet decks are slightly more viable, or there are a lot of more options available to you if you want to play something that's not one of the main decks in Advanced Constructed, if you want that breath of fresh air as well.
Just a nice change of pace. You know, some people were opting to play the Time Wizard formats. You know, maybe there was a lack of card access. The overlap is always the best thing, I think. When you have a deck that can be played through multiple formats, it's always perfect. That was my main thing with Radiant Typhoon. I had these nice Mystical Space Typhoons from prior formats. Now I get to use them again. That's always fun.
Yep, I see the visions, and there was already an MST in his hand, so I believe he opted for the draw option.
Yep, just trying to get into his key pieces for his end board. Just trying to stop Claire as much as he can.
Yep, so that's the Radiant Typhoon manifestations. And as with a lot of the MSC decks, it adds one from the deck of the graveyard to hand, or it can send a Radiant Typhoon monster from the deck to the hand. And we see the Procia.
Yep. So this card is amazing. We've seen people actually side decking this card alongside Mystical Space Typhoon into a lot of matchups, because you do have the option to activate that when your opponent activates a quick play. So this can come up in this matchup too. We see Ghost Mourner coming down as Chainlink 2 here to negate the Procia. Will this be enough to stop Jacob's turn?
Jacob, I did see a number of spells in his hand. Oh, okay, that's cool. That was one of the newer cards, I believe, that came out recently, which is I saw a complementary engine in the deck.
Just quickly confirm what that card is that Jacob did play. Oh, Sheena, Twin Tempest of Celestial Thunder, I do believe. Alright, so it looks like we're just clarifying something with the judge stuff right here. And then Jacob is just making his decision. But just regarding Sheena, Twin Tempest of Celestial Thunder, so the first time this card would be destroyed by battle each turn, it is not destroyed. When your opponent activates a card or effect while you control a win monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. So we did have the criteria of the Ghost Mourner activating, the Sheena being able to activate as well, and then we're able to apply the following effects based on what was activated. So a monster effect returns all face-up monsters on the field to the hand except for Sheena, and Spell or Trap being activated, return all Spell or Trap cards on the field to the hand. So this is quite powerful, so we do get to get that Chrysia back, and we can maybe try again. Definitely not a terrible play from Jacob, sort of just having the foresight to value that Chrysia on Claire's turn.
Yep,
we see Barrage of Nightmare again as well.
Being a generic win monster means it'll be a mainstay in a lot of win decks for years to come, just as that option to be able to clear either monsters or spells and traps and pair alongside your win monsters.
In previous times we saw Harpy's Featherstorm, right?
Yep.
This I think is a good mid ground. The synergy is there. It's not too overly powerful. Definitely a solid card for Genesis, just given the point allocation, sort of limiting some of the more traditional cards that you would put in deck lists.
And here we see a card, Cosmic Cyclone, one which was previously have been said to be the card that made Mystical Space Typhoon redundant. So there's a bit of irony in seeing it being used against a Mystical Space Typhoon deck.
Of course.
But we can see how powerful it would be cutting off the Mystical Space Typhoons to prevent the recursion.
The Varun coming out here now. Claire just trying to figure out how to navigate the rest of this turn, depending on what Jacob can offer in terms of interaction. So Claire just wants to sequence everything correctly.
Yeah, we see the Martha.
Martha, one of the best cards for this deck. We now have a lot of accessibility for it. Martha is absolutely insane.
Yep, so you can special summon herself and then also Ellis from your deck. Well, at the cost of not being able to special summon monsters except Exosystem monsters that turn.
However, that doesn't really come up too often.
Yep.
We're not a rank 4 toolbox, we're an Exosister toolbox. There's no concerns there for Claire. Looks like she does have a plan moving forward regarding this game now, but just waiting to see. It looks like the Martha was actually negated here, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe there's just additional judge admin regarding this. I think they might be conferring with the judge there.
Maroon has the effect where if your opponent activates a monster effect in your Mystical Space Typhoon in your graveyard, and then you can negate the effect.
Sure. So it looks like everything is on the up and up, and it looks like Claire might have passed back just with a hand full of monsters, and we see Claire admitting defeat.
Yep. So, we are going into Game 3. The finals is an untimed game. So, we do have the benefit that the players don't have that pressure of time. Not that I think will come up in this match at all. Both decks definitely have a way to push through a lot of damage. They summon a lot of monsters, some of them with incredibly high attack values.
Yeah, and just regarding the sideboard process as well, we're seeing a lot of unique cards that you might not see. Maybe cards from a previous format that might resonate with you there, Yahweh. So for Jacob's deck, we have copies of Enemy Controller. That is a quick play, so there is some synergy with the Radiant Typhoon cards there. We do have Gameciel, the Sea Turtle Kaiju, alongside Jacob's own copies of Cosmic Cyclone with Ultimate Slayer, as well as spell card Monster Reborn.
Enemy Controller definitely a blast from the past, but with the Kaiju, it's interesting that he's playing Gameciel over a win one like Gardala. I believe Gardala's win, and if push comes to shove, you could special summon your own one and then have win synergies, right?
I think there is it might be an attack stat line where it becomes particularly relevant. I'm not entirely sure. I think there is a reason why it's Gameciel. I've seen a lot of Genesis lists. They have gravitated towards Gameciel, I think, because it is quite difficult not having that extra deck utility with the Link monsters to remove a Kaiju threat. But the Ultimate Slayer, I think, for Jacob's deck, that's going to pay off dividends here. We have the Aggregator in the extra deck as well as just a suite of, just good cards to be able to send for the Ultimate Slayer. So maybe this is a difference maker here. Maybe this is why Jacob has ran this deep in the tournament.
Yeah, so the aggregator means that the single copy of Ultimate Slayer is going to be able to turn off 2 cards on Claire's side of the field.
And then from Claire's end as well. So Claire would be going first, and Claire does have 3 copies of Magic Deflector in her sideboard, and each of those is just going to, you know, basically shut off Jacob for a turn.
Yep. Absolutely. That card saw play. It's like comes in and out of the format depending on what relevant continuous and quick play spells there are.
And when is it at its best? Probably when there's a quick play deck, I think, in the format. So maybe in Genesis, you know, we're looking at a Dimensional Barrier-esque type of card. You know, maybe Magic Deflector is going to be the difference maker in this match.
Yep, absolutely. Players are shuffling up. Looks like Claire is ready to go. Jacob still having the final touches on his deck. Oh no, Claire making some last second adjustments.
Alright, Claire going with the Martha straight off the bat. I don't think you can see any better. Like, Martha is your first action. It resolves. There's no concerns there. That has to be amazing.
Jacob has a hand of 2 monsters and 3 spells.
And I believe that is Michaela's.
Nonetheless, we end up on yeah, that is Michaela's.
Yep, able to add an Exorcist spell or trap from the deck to the hand. Looks to be adding Betrayal here. Activating Betrayal, and Betrayal will allow Claire to add 2 additional Exorcist monsters to her hand, and we'll see where this goes.
Yep, and not to mention that Michaela has a quick effect where she can target a card on your opponent the opponent controls or in the graveyard and banish it. Just more ways to get rid of cards like Mystical Space Typhoon.
Yep, so Claire discarding the Herald of Greenlight here. Just sort of going with the rest of the process. Probably looking to make another Exorcista rank 4, and then overlaying those into the Magnifica. That's the focal point here. Let's have a look and see what Jacob does have in hand. Would there be an Ultimate Slayer about? That could be a cause for concern for Claire.
See 3 spells, so none of which particularly look like an Ultimate Slayer.
And this looks to be... This is a recent addition, if I'm not mistaken. Unless this is just... Oh no, that is the Magnifica. Nope, I do apologize. So Magnifica is already coming down, and then Magnifica is turning into...
That's Magnifica.
Yep,
sorry.
no, my mistake. Did get my Exorcists confused there. It looks like we are just making... Yeah, no worries there. So now we've got 4 set from Claire.
Exorcista Kamal.
Very good.
So
All right, so Jacob, there is a Gamma Seal. Gamma Seal taking down the Magnifica. Claire likely has potentially, you know, a Vetus or a Returnia. Those will be decent-ish points of interaction here. But Jacob is basically just able to play uncontested. Could Claire potentially have Magic Deflector? Is that something to consider here?
I think Magic Deflector would be...
It would have been activated, right? That's the main thing. Unless maybe Claire's waiting to activate it for a more valuable spot, just in case there are chainables to the Magic Deflector. So maybe waiting for the vision?
Maybe seeing what he targets with the Mystical Space Typhoon if he opts to activate it.
That could be the case, yeah. Because I guess, if we're adding a Mystical Space Typhoon, any chainable is still going to be a chainable to any other card. And we see the Noble Knight Shield Bearer looks to be adding the Swen, if I'm not mistaken. I do no Eldam. I do apologize. So adding Eldam here, and then Eldam. We'll see where Jacob goes with this.
Got a point with the MST, and then that gives Claire the opportunity to determine what she wants to do. But
so
she just
answering the betrayal here, and then we have the Eldam coming out now. Oh, actually, no, not the Eldam. Sorry, I do apologize. Oh no, it is the Eldam. No. Sorry, my eyes are not working today. And then we do have the Sheena coming out here as well. So the Forbidden Chalice chained to the Eldam effect, the Sheena being able to activate. And the crazy part here is, what does Sheena do? What did we determine there, Yahweh? We're returning all spell and trap cards on the field to the hand here. And that looks to be a copy of Vadis being activated by Claire.
Yep.
And that will
special summon 2 exosystem monsters.
Get some additional monsters out. Hopefully just putting up a wall that Jacob does have to deal with. Those spell and trap cards will return to the hand for Claire, and Jacob will basically get to play uncontested here.
Yeah, we did see game 1 where Jacob, last game was it, where Jacob was able to just push through with monsters as well. So these monsters are quite big as well. We see another manifestation coming out.
So we'll see how this goes for Jacob, just navigating this board. As I mentioned before, and we did see that in game 1, there is a chance where you do have to enter battle phase to sort of just get rid of those exosystem monsters before they do become a cause for concern. But it does look like Jacob activating... So, player triggering both of the exosystems. Maybe a slight oversight from Jacob here?
Yeah, so it's interesting to see what is happening there. I'm sure when we have a chat to them, we can dissect their thought process.
Yep, so Jacob activated the Ascendance, getting back the Persea, and then we have Claire being able to trigger both of the Exorcistas, and then just looking at the options that Claire does have available here. So we can see potentially a Michaelis, using that to answer maybe one of the monsters on board. Could also look at some of the other options there too.
Yeah, all the Exosystem monsters trigger when a card is moved out of the opponent's graveyard. With Sophia being able to special summon 1 from the extra deck. And as you mentioned, we're going to see a Magnificent.
Yep, so Michaelis coming down, Michaelis ability being able to activate on a new chain link, and then we do have the new Exosister. And I believe that one is called
Carmel.
Carmel? Yep.
So during the end phase, he's able to set an Exosister spell trap from deck, graveyard, or banishment. And when your opponent activates a monster effect or normal spell trap, you can detach all materials. And if you do, the activated effect becomes add 1 card from your opponent's graveyard to their hand. The redirecting effect, which is really cool.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Claire doesn't have any Exosystem monsters available to be able to trigger their abilities by replacing that effect. So that would essentially move a card in the grave and make it the opponent's effect. But Claire's already gotten the value from the 2 Exosystem monsters that we did have on field. We do have the Michaelis coming down. And I think we're currently looking at these chain links now. Jacob just considering if he is going to chain to the Michaelis, if I'm not mistaken.
Jacob's looking through his options right now. He's got 2 spell and monster remaining.
So Jacob just trying to figure out if he can get out of the situation he is in currently. Going to battle phase using the Michaelis here.
Yep. To target one card your opponent controls and banish it, because there was XZ summon this turn using Exosystem Monsters material.
And it looks like Swen has come down, if I'm not mistaken. Just quickly confirm that is the correct name. It is this Swen, and then we do have the Camille using the ability to swap that effect.
Alright.
And then allowing player to add back the Exosister Trap here. Best of a bad situation?
Yep. Now it's kind of looking a bit rough for Jacob here.
And the one thing to note with Genesis, we don't have Pendulum monsters legal or Link monsters. So we are unable to make the Radiant Typhoon Link here. We do just have to look at other options. So Jacob opting to make a Totem Bird, sort of just rolling with it here. I think the writing is on the wall.
Yeah, look, Carmel's able to set one from the deck or graveyard, and that's, you know, starting your turn with 3 monsters already means you've already got monsters you can use to push your damage. Getting rid of Totem Bird at worst is like just entering your battle phase and attacking over it.
Yeah, and we can see player could potentially summon another copy of Magnifica as well.
Yep.
And sort of just push through the board that way. But I think based on what we saw on player's first turn, we'll probably see something similar on this turn as well.
Yep.
And if the game doesn't end, player will still have all of the spell and traps that were returned by the Sheena. So no concern for Claire here.
Yep.
I think the game is pretty much Claire's to take away. We'll see if Jacob can get out of it. Activating Betrayal here. Mystical Space Typhoon being chained to the Betrayal. So we do have, you know, a few extra options online for Jacob.
Yep.
And then Claire is just quickly checking the graveyard of Jacob just to make sure there's nothing too out of the ordinary. We see a Forbidden Chalice in Claire's hand as well. So if Claire would wish, would be able to Forbidden Chalice the Totem Bird just to get through maybe a spell effect as well. Activating the Michaelis to search here.
Yep, so Claire is likely preparing to amass a board of high attack monsters and just be able to clear off the board and attack or as much damage as she can. Put Jacob in a position where he's not only trying to win but also not leave monsters and potentially lose to life point.
Yep, that would be the key concern here for Jacob. We see Claire activating the Michaelis, as I mentioned before, adding the Exosister packs. And then we'll see where Claire can go from here. I think there's a lot of options for Claire. It's just going to be a case of navigating and hopefully sort of adjusting to the point value. So because we're not seeing traditional deck lists, it can be quite difficult to determine maybe what non-in archetype cards Jacob could be playing. So Claire just looking at the best options. It is an untimed finals, trying to just make sure that they can have the correct play moving forward.
Yep, and knowledge of the card pool is also a huge skill in across all formats of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like knowing what's available in like March 2010 or whatever format you enjoy playing is a huge skill. You have a lot of people entering tournaments, and sometimes the memory gets a bit hazy on what cards were available at the time. And even within the cards, it's like what specific effect of that card was applying at the time, with something like Necro Valley, which has had a number of changes in its effect over the years.
No, I completely agree. It is, you know, you sort of have to be involved in the game at most points to sort of have that knowledge as time goes on. Not everyone's an encyclopedia, so they sort of do base it off that. But Claire, I think, navigating this almost perfectly. All of the cards are, you know, flying off the field from Jacob's end. I think Jacob only has 1 or 2 cards in hand. Maybe nothing in hand, actually, from what we can see. Player activating Exosister packs, taking the damage there, or paying the life points, actually. And then Pax is accessing, looks to be... no, not Martha, sorry. No, that's the other one. Could be... Is that Ellis?
One sitting. It's Stella.
Stella. Okay, so Stella was able to activate, and now we are just making a rank 4, making Castell, and we are looking, I think, at game here.
even if it isn't, just the Castell spinning away. Yeah, just the Castell spinning away the cards is incredibly powerful. Just cutting Jacob off all cards that he can have access to. But yeah, Magnifica has the ability to make a second attack in each battle phase, so that is 5,600 points of damage if attack connects. Castell having 2,000 attack. Well,
we were just shy of having the full 8,000 there, I do believe. I'm not sure if life totals were updated or if maybe Claire did have to enter battle phase to remove a threat from the field before doing all of this. But Claire definitely simplified the game to the point where Jacob almost has no cards. And Claire does have the option now to still be able to use the Magnifica as well as, you know, all of the traps that they did have access to in the prior turn. So we're seeing the trap chain, 2 of the Exorcism monsters are summoned, and they are now able to trigger.
Yep, as a card was removed from the graveyard.
And we see Forbidden Chalice also still negating the Eldom as well. Oh my goodness. It is not looking good for Jacob here. We have had quick plays activated, but Jacob is just out of cards. We just have 1 monster on the field.
Yep.
And Claire is still able to make all of these Xyz plays on Jacob's turn. That Caspatel, I do believe. Yep, so Caspatel was summoned as well as an additional Exo-Sister.
Yeah.
But this is pretty much just Claire having a good time. There's no concerns there.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations to Claire. That is our Genesis Proto YCS winner. Claire will be receiving the Dark End Dragon prize card.
Ultra rare.
Ultra rare Dark End Dragon from the Shonen Jump Championship Series in 2010, I believe, was the last time it was given out.
Yep.
So Konami has found a few in the vault, and those are some specialty prizing that we do offer for the Genesis main event, as well as a giant card Pot of Extravagance,
yep,
and a flight and accommodation to the Oceanic WCQ Championship.
Yep, so we will bring Claire over for a quick chat, see her thoughts on, you know, on both the Genesis format and Advanced Constructed, see what made her want to play this Genesis format.
And Jacob also still gets to walk away with, you know, quite a lot of prizing.
Yeah, and from what I heard as well, just then, the final round of Swiss for the main event just concluded. Time was just called.
Yep, so we'll be here for a top 8 announcement as well.
We'll be here for a top 8 announcement. We'll let you know what the top 8 players are, what decks they're playing, and we will go from there. Very exciting. 3 more big rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Coming up.
Yep, some untimed top 8 games. We are going to have action after action, and we'll see what we can do. We might be able to get both top 4 games as well if everything is all going swimmingly. So
so we'll see how that goes. But other than that, we will bring Claire over for a post-match interview.
I'm Claire Davis. I'm from Melbourne. I do play in the main event. The plan for us was my brother and I are really into Genesis. We're like Genesis' biggest fans. So we came in, we played in the main event for a little bit, but Genesis was our focus for this event. Yeah. Excited. I'm a bit disappointed that I did have to choose between the two, but as I said, you know, my brother and I are Genesis' biggest fan.
Apologies for that. Welcome back, everyone. We are here with the Genesis Proto YCS winner. So can you state your name, where you're from, and what locals you play at?
Yeah, I'm Claire Davis. I'm from Melbourne, and I play at Gameology Brunswick. Is my biggest store.
Did you participate in the main event this weekend?
Yep. So for us, my brother and I, we're Genesis' biggest fans.
Yep.
We decided to come prepared for Advanced. We played Advanced for I think 3 or 4 rounds.
Yep.
And then we dropped out to come to Genesis.
How were you two doing in the main event?
In the main event, sorry. I was X1. I think my brother was X2.
Did it pain you to have to drop?
A little bit. Like having to decide whether you want to do Genesis or main event is a little bit frustrating, but you know, ultimately it worked out well. So.
And tell us about your run through the Genesis event. How did your Swiss rounds go? How did your top 8 and 4 go?
Swiss rounds was pretty rough.
Yeah.
I did the thing that you shouldn't do, and I made some last-minute deck changes last night, which involved adding 7th Tachyon last minute instead of DD Crow.
Yep.
I sat down for round 1 against Cool Tune. I drew my hand. It's got 7th Tachyon in it. I go to activate 7th Tachyon, and I have a look at my extra deck, and there's no 7th Tachyon target in there.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So it was off to a pretty bad start.
So...
but we took that, or I took that. Every time, you know, after every game 1, it's always sided out, and then we just played on from there.
Pretty impressive that you won the whole event with a main deck handicap. So you have a handicap every game 1. That's incredible.
I think the rest of the deck is good, and the fact that you have Exosister Betrayal to discard a card, I think is really, really good.
Yeah. And what decks did you play in Swiss?
I played Radiant Typhoon, Fiendsmith.
Okay, and wait, sorry, what other decks did you play against?
Oh, play against in or in Swiss, sorry. Full Tune was really, really cool to see. That deck is exceptionally powerful. I played some really cool ones. I played a Go-Tier plan, and that was really, really impressive. There was a Heckerhands Eldritch Elf Notes White Forest player, which was a very, very scary pile of cards to play against. I played, Radiant Typhoon, Cool Tune, more than once. Yeah, just a whole bunch of really interesting decks. People brought really interesting decks to this event. I definitely spent last night kind of looking up point totals and card totals to try and understand what people would have in their decks for this top 8.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you as well, like, what is your game plan around, like, you know, managing all these card totals? It's like... I don't think it's feasible to unknow every single point assigned to a card. So what do you do in that respect?
I think that kind of point totals are a little bit of a red herring, kind of when it comes to conceptualizing the decks. I think that it's important in terms of deck building, knowing what is in a deck, but when it comes to the technical play on the day, you know, you've always got to assume that your opponent's got the best card that they need to match the situation. And so those point totals, I think, for the most part, actually don't matter while you're playing the game.
Right. Sure. I guess it might, in terms of like what cards are in the pool of cards available. Like Mirage of Nightmare, it's not a card you see in the advanced constructed, but it is a card that sees play in Genesis, especially how it synergizes well the Radiant Typhoon deck.
Yes.
Why did you pick Exosister out of all decks?
I started playing during T-Elements format, and kind of Exosister was built as this like anti-graveyard deck, and it obviously didn't work out that way. So I've been a fan of Exosister for a very long time. I played it when Genesis first came out, when it was exceptionally powerful. But now that it's been pointed a little bit, and Carmel is out, Betrayal is out, those cards are free, I think it had a really, really good, powerful position in this format. And a lot of people don't understand necessarily. They understand that moving a card out of the graveyard to reborn it is something that would trigger the Exosister's effects, but things like banishing things for cost, that sort of thing, that can all trigger the Exosister cards in a way that people aren't necessarily expecting.
All right, cool. So thank you so much for having a chat with me. We do congratulate you on your win. I do believe that you are due to pick up some prizes.
Thank you, yes.
And with, you know, a free flight and accommodation to the Oceanic Championships, I'm sure I'll see you there.
I'll be there for sure.
Whatever happens, like whatever format's available, I'm sure you will do well in it. So yeah, thank you so much for chatting to me.
Thank you very much.
Alright, welcome back everyone. We are now in the top 8 of the YCS Sydney 2026. We've had players play through 13 grueling rounds. We had one person on X2, one person on X1, 6 players on X2, and then we had a single X3 sneak into the top cut. I believe all 3 of his losses were other players in the top cut, so that their resistance definitely helped him sneak in.
Yep. So he did get a little buff there. I do know he at least took a loss against Jesse Cotton last 2 rounds, round 12, thereabouts. But it does look like we do have our top 8 starting now. We do have Jesse Cotton versus Harrison Jeffrey, and we have a branded Draco Tail mirror match. We haven't seen one of these. We have seen 1 or 2 of these on stream, haven't we, in day 1?
We've gone through so many, I can't remember.
But we haven't had Jesse Cotton on the stream. That is a big one. We have Jesse traveling all the way from Canada, looking to take out his 8th YCS championship win here. And we see Harry summoning the Lucaeus, adding the Phimena, and then activating the Albion, the Shrouded Dragon, to send, let's see what he does get rid of, the Fallen of White Dragon here, and then drawing a card from the Albion, and we'll see what Harry decides to cook up in his turn here.
Jesse, having previously won a YCS Sydney, this almost feels like another day in the office to him. On the other side of the bracket, we had last year's champion Frederick Campbell also here to try and have a back-to-back win. So the competition is really high. We've got a range of players. We have the Dom and Fred and Destin from Melbourne. We have Harry from Adelaide, Wei Tong and Cynthia from Sydney, and Jacob from all the way in Tasmania.
See the Phimena activated, Jesse chaining the Fualos. So usually this does mean that Harrison did not have access to another spell that he wished to activate, because usually you can hold the Phimena and offset what a Fualos would do in terms of the amount of draws. But it looks like Harry's just going for a triple fusion here, most likely with the Arthelion, using the ability to add back the 2 cards from hand as well, while getting the Lucaeus trigger to set a card.
So Jesse will draw from the Fualos first. And now Arthelion activates, so he's going to be able to add 2 back and also trigger the effect of Lucaeus.
Yep. So that's the reason why he did send the extra 2 from hand. He does want to get the extra value here, and it is an Albaz that's not doing anything particularly amazing, and he would be able to add back the Fallen in White and the Phimena in the process, so able to get into that secondary part of his engine, allowing him to get into Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon with the Fallen of White Dragon, and then he'll have access to Cartesia, as well as getting the extra monsters back in hand too.
And one thing to note is that the top cut is untimed. But that doesn't mean players are allowed to now play at a slower pace. They still have to maintain a steady pace just without the pressure of time, forcing double game losses. But both players are very well versed in deck. They made it this far, so I'm sure they all have a solid idea of what they're doing.
So Harry just, utilizing all the time that he does have allocated to him. Just considering his options, he is under Fualos. It is quite difficult to navigate this without ending on what tends to be a weaker end board. So we could see Harry maybe giving an extra draw here, and then, just sort of passing back, but he's giving an extra 2 draws at a minimum, unless he does want to end his turn on what we do have here. But he has a key to an Arahu set, so he might opt to give him multiple additional draws in the process.
I think going for an Ecclesia the Dark Dragon is one that you can make a case for, because although you give your opponent a draw, you're also acquiring advantage as well from your own Ecclesias.
But the problem tends to be, we already do have access to a wide range of abilities to fuse, so maybe the extra draw might be better for Jesse compared to Harrison, so he might be evaluating, hey, how many more draws do I have to give Jesse in the process of making my end board what I want it to be? And we did see him discarding the Fallen of Albaz initially, so I think there's a concern there with the Incredible Ecclesia. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe it can only summon from the main deck. So I'll just quickly confirm that. Because if he did have access to the Albaz in his main deck, he would be able to do quite a bit more.
Yeah, but either
Oh,
summon from
hand or deck. So he
hand
would
or
be able
deck.
to. So he adds back the Albaz. He is able to summon that on Jesse's turn. So it could be as simple as passing here, but he wouldn't have access to any of the Draco Tail traps. So Harry just evaluating what he can do. Looks like he is just setting a Forbidden Droplet here and potentially passing.
Out of all potential boards to break, this is not the greatest one for Harry to have to.
Definitely not
survive.
ideal. And it looks like he is resolving the Fallen and Virtuous ad in the end phase. But now Jesse's just free to make an Alba Leonidas with the Arthalion and the Fallen of White on field. And this is something that Jesse and I have discussed, leading up to the event. It is something I think people sort of neglect. Alba Leonidas being able to just fuse with Albaz and any dragon on the field.
Yes.
It's completely wiped the board.
Exactly, which was a part of the reason why you could have made the case for a Collegia to Dark Dragon as well. It's
Definitely.
We'll see how this starts off.
Because I think, if Jesse just takes like first action Alba Leonidas, it might just be worthwhile here.
Jesse thinking about his turn and how he wants to sequence it. I think the first play of the turn is often going to be the most important one because it dictates what you can do and where you can go from there. And it's the early stages of the game is all about gathering information.
Yep, so we will note we do have Jesse playing the conventional list that we would expect, the 3 traps compared to what he was playing at the 300th YCS, where there was not a copy of Horn in his deck. And then we do just have, the standard lineup. And then I'll just have a quick look at Harrison's deck list as well.
Oh, he has his own Fallen of Albaz. Both players have open Fallen of Albaz.
Yeah, not great to see. We also see the Droll and Lockbird. Not ideal when you do have a Fualos online as well. And then we do see Harry opting to use the Fallen and Virtuous to send a copy of Alba Leonidas, getting rid of the Albaz. Jesse's losing an extra card in hand in the process. And I think Jesse's just trying to evaluate, hey, like, am I going to get away with making my own Alba Leonidas here? Potentially.
Using his Fallen of the White Dragon.
Thinking on what to send for its effect.
Dragon to Devours All.
Yeah.
And during the end phase, the Dragon that Devours the Dogma is able to add 1 Dogmatic or Tri-Brigade card from the deck to the hand. Yep, so it looks like Fallen the White Dragon will be successful.
Yep, so summoning it in defense, and then looking to use the effect. We will see if anything does come up here from Harrison's end, but does not look like it. Then we have the incredible Ecclesia back out now.
You know if there is any particular reason Jesse's holding off from the Alba Leonidas play?
Just in case Harrison does make any mistakes. So Forbidden Droplet is a big one here.
Yep.
That will potentially clear the Fallen of White off the field and cut off any Alba Leonidas plays. It's maybe something that Jesse has considered, but it's more any other face-up interaction usually forces Harrison to make a worse play to avoid the Alba Leonidas. So probably waiting till the end, seeing if Harrison opts to make any other dragons. That could be something to consider, maybe with the 5 mana. But we'll see where Jesse goes with this. Not getting, particularly greedy with trying to get it on field immediately, but maybe a level of greed trying to maximize value with the option that he does have for him.
So we are at a standstill now. Jesse looking at the Rahu in his hand. Goes ahead and activates it.
Yep, so Rahu is great here. Especially when it does resolve uncontested. So we're going to see if anything does get activated on Harrison's end. We did note that he does have a Rahu set, I believe. That he set a Rahu and a Key2 under the Fualos. Might have been a slight misstep, because he did sort of freeze up play afterwards into the Molchami. So Jesse does know that one of the set cards does not actually do anything right now. So he could potentially deal with that with Urgula.
Yeah, Urgula,
in turn
Pan,
forcing
and
out
mana,
Harrison's other set card too.
Yep. So we see Urgula, Pan, and 5 mana.
So all of the good hand effects going through, or sorry, the good graveyard effects going through now. We see an Arthurlion in defense mode, and that is going to be able to bounce back 2 cards, as well as getting all 3 of those Dracotail effects. The other important thing to note as well would be the sequencing. So Jesse is currently locked into level 8 dragons, I believe, from the Fallen and White Dragon, and the Rahu would lock him into fusion. So he did, do everything in his power to, make sure he can get all of that done legally, and he's doing a great job with it. And then we have the Arthurlion adding back the 2. The Pan is just going to take off a body on the field, potentially the Incredible Ecclesia. So we see Harry chaining the Ecclesia to summon, because any Cartesia that would be summoned goes to the grave and would return to hand, so it's always good to have in circulation there.
Yeah, so this Forbidden Droplets here has effectively given him extra bodies. I'm still unsure why he hadn't gone for the Albalentus play earlier when there was an opportunity to cut Harrison off 2 cards. And do you know if there's a particular reason why Jesse's summoning everything in defense position?
Just to play around Dracotail Horn, but now that the unknown set card was Forbidden Droplet, he knows that Horn is no longer there. So he's able to now put all of his monsters in attack position when he does decide to summon them. And then we'll see what he can muster up regarding that. So we have the Pan resolving, we'll have the Urgula resolving, so that'll get rid of the Rahu on field, likely getting rid of one of the Fallen and White Dragon, obviously. And then the Phimena will also just set another card. We've already gone through Rahu, we do still have the option for Key2, as well as just setting the traps to deny any follow-up from Harrison on the next turn. Harrison's still not light on cards, he still has a wide range of cards in hand, and he does still have the option to use the Phimena as well.
Yep. So we are in a fairly simplified game state, but as we've seen, games can go in either direction really quickly. Harrison still has that 5 mana in hand. I can see an Urgula there as well. Yep,
going for Sting and Horn. And then we're removing one of the Fallen White Dragons from the field. There is a chance that Jesse will likely convert his Arthurlion as well as the Fallen White into the Albalentus, just to offset any potential plays from Harry regarding his Albalentus, which is already in grave, but it's always good to have the foresight just in case, as well as potential super poly plays, super polymerization that is. Those can sort of stifle you, and Albalentus cannot be used as a fusion material. So it's something players have been doing, just taking off the materials on board.
We see a 5 mana come out.
So 5 mana likely to get rid of an Urgula, to potentially pop the Key2, and that might stop Jesse's turn, essentially. Or he might be limited with the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon instead.
Right, and now he's also activating the effect of Ecclesia the Dark Dragon in response to the 5 mana. He's double checking where Ecclesia and the Dark Dragons can special summon from.
Always good to read your cards, there's no concern there. I think he was double checking if he would be able to summon back the Albaz. Because now he would be able to make a deeper fusion play, still within all of the restrictions as well.
I believe that's an Urgula and a Lucius, is it?
So Jesse chaining here, just in case, I'm just trying to work out if this does play around Pan, but it does play around Gulamel, which is one of the big ones. So he did already have a way to play around it, but just as an option here. So we'll see how he goes with that. Harrison able to pop the Key2 on the chain here, and then the Albaz would be able to discard and fusion with the Gulamel. No, he already activated Albaz, correct? He normal summon. Oh, he summoned the Albaz initially. Okay. And I do believe the Albaz is once per turn.
and the Sting will get destroyed by the Urgula.
Sting instead of Key 2 here, Harrison could potentially have another way to interact. Oh, the Gulamel pop.
Yeah.
Okay, no, so he wasn't able to activate the Albaz, so it wasn't able to cut off the Gulamel anyway. So I think Jesse just maybe a slight misstep, maybe realized, hey, I've already used this effect. But Harrison is currently, you know, doing what this deck does best, just gaining all the resources back and then having another turn. And the other thing to note as well, Harrison did send an Albalanatus for his Fallen and Virtuous, so he would be able to get another card in the end phase. We did have the Incredible Ecclesia. That'll come back to hand as well because we did send a Fusion. Jesse will also get that benefit as well for his Incredible Ecclesia. So we'll see. We're definitely going to see a game where both players will have, you know, full hands leading into each other's turns. And it'll be interesting to see what Jesse can do on Harrison's turn here, because it does look like Harrison is quite ahead. He does have access to, you know, 2 set cards on Jesse's turn. Jesse does just have the Dracotail Horn, and then just an Albaz and an Arthur-Lion, and he'll be in the same issue. You know, does Jesse make an Albalanatus to play around potentially a second Albalanatus, which we do see in the graveyard currently? But he did send Albalanatus, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
He did. Jesse sent the Dragon that devours.
Yep, yep. Because I believe Harrison did send the Albion into the Virtuous, into the Albalanatus, yep. Going for a Contact Fusion here.
Yep, so Albalanatus can attack a number of times equal to the number of materials used for it. And during the end phase of Placent, it adds Polymerization normal spell or Fusion normal spell from the deck to the hand.
Yep, so Harrison will be able to add his branded Fusion on the following turn. And Jesse really is just doing it to offset any potential Super Poly plays or otherwise. Sort of on the back foot here, you know, we're seeing our 7-time champion really struggling just in this game state, I think.
I think a lot of players over this weekend have also mentioned how they like the Dracotail mirror match. It's a bit of a puzzle to try and navigate through their field and your field if you open rather equal hands.
Yep, there's a lot of depth and dimension as well, because you do have all of these quick effect fusion summons like 5 mana, allowing you to access, allowing you to use cards like Urgula as material, and you can cut off your opponent's Key 2 or Rahu, and that might be their only additional line of play. And they might have already thrown a few cards at you. They might have, you know, burned through some extra, you know, monsters in hand or on the field. So having that as an option, it's very, very intricate. Knowing when to use those when your opponent seems like they have a weaker hand, I think it is part of the depth of this matchup.
Yep, so we see the Branded Fusion add and the Incredible Ecclesia, the Virtuous added back from the graveyard as well. Harrison just regathering resources. He's gone through a number of his monsters already though, but this deck's recursion and push is just insane.
Yep, he does still also have the essentially floating Arthur-Lion as well as the Gulamel. So if Jesse were to make any fusion plays, or even Harrison making fusion plays, he would be able to summon those cards back. And that is quite crucial here in terms of closing out the game, because I think when it does run a bit longer, there is a chance for more mistakes to be made. And I think someone like Jesse would maybe pride himself on having a longer game as opposed to trying to close the game out a lot quicker. Urgula targeting the Lucaeus here.
Good to see that we're seeing a matchup where both players are get to play their game in some capacity, and they are playing this puzzle where they're trying to use what they have to take on their opponent.
And it's better that it's untimed as well.
Yeah.
The pressure is still there. They're both playing at a reasonable pace, but these games will naturally go long. So having this untimed top 8 is just amazing for both players here. They get to play to the best of their ability without the the looming threat of, hey, we might not get the full 50 minutes here. But yeah, as I mentioned before, their pace of play, immaculate. Beautiful, beautiful gameplay. We're seeing a great game here right now.
Looks like something wants to be activated in the. Okay, so branded fusion that was he just showing the branded fusion that he searched?
I do believe so. And then we do see the Rahu activated. Jesse just evaluating his options. Maybe already has the Dracotail Flame set. We know he has Horn, so it could be one of the last unknown. Actually, we know Fallen and Virtuous as the other set card. We see Flame negating the Rahu here. Does Harry have a Forbidden Droplet? Oh no, he has Fallen and Virtuous to destroy his own Rahu to deny Jesse negating that Rahu now. So it does remove a point of interaction for Harrison in the form of Fallen and Virtuous being used here, but he does get to make more powerful fusion plays moving forward.
And this is where the puzzle pieces all come in. Just the idea of destroying your own cards as well to deny your opponent cards. That is a strategy that can sometimes be missed by a lot of players throughout a long tournament. Especially when you're used to just destroying your opponent's cards as well. Anything being activated in response to the Fallen and Virtuous at this point. That's what they're deciding.
So it looks like Jesse does have a 5 mana in hand. I can't see the other card, but we know he does have the Dracotail Horn as well as the Fallen and Virtuous set. He does have the option to essentially tag out that Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, and that can get into a Cartesia here as another means to fuse, but not particularly amazing in this current game state.
So we have Chain Link 4, 5 mana. I'm the Secretarian Dragon.
Yep, so that is one way to sort of offset what Harrison could do here. Just denying that extra value from the Arthur line just by applying his own Secretary on immediately. The downside is Jesse is sort of on the back foot. So it'll deny the Arthur line, but I think Jesse needs Harrison to make a few missteps to sort of get back into this game. Important thing to note as well, the Fallen and Virtuous would have the option to special summon, I believe. It's something that we don't really see too often. We've seen Fallen and Virtuous mostly being used for the destruction effect, but we do have that as a means to summon back on Harrison's turn here.
We do see a Shawless come out. Shawless being a great new card at being able to recycle some of the cards you've gone through, which we can see come into effect as the game goes on and you're running short on resources.
Yeah, especially in the mirror matches where they're sort of making sure the traps can't really resolve, or they have cards like Ghost Spell, and it can sometimes cause these weird game states where you're unable to have any searches of relevance. So having a fusion that allows you to cycle back those cards, amazing stuff. Definitely more relevant game 2 and 3 as well, when you see a lot of the players going second, siding out a lot of their Dracotail traps.
Yeah, so Harrison's hand looks like just a branded fusion and what appears to be a 5 mana left.
So it looks like Harrison's triggered the Pan as well as the other cards as well. Just trying to make sure.
Yep, and we see the Dracotail Horn just to make sure Shawless isn't able to start recycling cards.
Looks like Harrison chained a 5 mana here. And then we see Fallen and Virtuous chained here for the destruction effect, sending Rinbrum, another point of interaction here as well.
Yep, Rinbrum, when it's sent to, so during your opponent's turn, you can target one Fallen of Albaz in your graveyard, special summon either that monster or this card and banish the other. So you will be able to banish and special summon a Fallen of Albaz.
Yep, and then that would allow Jesse to access the Mirror Jade.
Yep.
And that would be able to just be another point of interaction here. So we'll see how this goes. So you see Harrison reading the Rinbrum here as well. Jesse just looking to deny as much value as possible. And we see the Sting activated. That can clear out the Rinbrum. It could also even clear out the Albaz, correct? I believe it's still in the graveyard, but he's sort of just evaluating, hey, what do I banish here?
Yeah, is that the key 2 that he puts to the top? Yeah, so he's thinking about the key 2. and then it would just be whatever monster he feels appropriate at the time.
So going for the Arthur Lion and the Key 2, Jesse would be able to resolve the Horn putting back the Key 2 if I'm not mistaken. So probably just going for it out of technicality, seeing if Jesse makes a mistake. But we'll see how this chain resolves. So Lucius is getting destroyed here. The draw from Sting is happening. Fimena's resolving, fusing with what looked to be a Frixel and the Shalias. And we'll see what Harrison can make. Because he does still have to resolve the other effect he had on the chain, if I'm not mistaken, which would be the pan and everything else. As well as an Arthur Lion. Yeah, I do believe that would be the case. Yep, so able to trigger those, and then he would still have the pan. Pan to destroy the Secretarion. So that's happening there. Setting the Key to... Oh, okay, no. My apologies. Looks like the Horn did resolve without effect here, and Jesse's sort of just going with the motions now. Not too amazing. Harrison really just playing all of his cards out quite perfectly.
Going first is just incredibly important in this mirror match as well.
Yeah, because we'll note Jesse did have, a few cards that weren't too amazing. He did have Fualos and Droll. Really just not ideal, even though you are able to fuse with a lot of these hand traps that the deck does play. It can be worse if it's not a Dracotail name. So finding that balance is always great when you look at your opening hand. It seemed like Jesse was kind of skewed on the other side. A copy of Fallen of Albaz, a copy of Droll, a copy of Fualos. Even with the additional draws from Harrison, still not the best.
Yep, Harry now using Secretary Dragon's effect to special summon another monster.
Yep, so Albaz and 5 mana. It was Albaz Lucius, I believe. Regardless, we do get to see the Albaz activating here. And Jesse... I don't think Jesse can do too much. Harrison just considering his options in terms of what he can summon. He can't use the Abelanatus as material, but he's just using the Ecclesia. Going for the Mirror Jade. I think this is as good as done. I don't think there's much else that that Jesse can do. I think Harrison is just making sure that he is able to, close out the game. Even though it's already in his favor, he does want to be careful that he doesn't receive a slow play warning. As we did mention before, you do still have to play at a reasonable pace. And Harrison has been doing that, but I think he might be getting a little bit flustered because, the game is in his hands. There's not too much else he needs to do.
Activating Key 2 as well.
So would be able to chain the Gulamel here as well to pop a card if Jesse would permit it.
Going to go with.
Yeah, so now we see the Rinbrum being activated. So this is maybe something that Harrison did neglect when he was banishing the Arthur line. So let's see what Jesse manages to do with this Rinbrum here. So we're summoning the Fallen of White Dragon. This is essentially just chain blocking for the Gulamel. And then Jesse will have a chance for a following turn to see if he can actually, put some semblance of a board up, potentially break Harrison's board, but it is quite difficult.
Going down 4 fusion monsters, potentially one more on its way. A very long match where both players have gone through so many cards in their 2 turns.
So adding 5 mana.
Mana, the Shoreless.
Making a Mysterion the Crown. The card we don't really see too much in this matchup. Normally better suited against the Yummy or Malice decks. Oh, sorry, Mysterio on the Dragon Crown.
Yeah, so if a monster uses the effect to special summon a monster with the same original type, you can banish one of the special summon monsters, and then all monsters on the field with the same type. So yeah, like against Yummy, you can sweep all of the beasts.
Yep, against Malice, you can 5 mana in chain to an effect activating.
Yep.
And you would have the option to banish multiple. Definitely a card that I think is underrepresented, because we did see an influx of Malice and Yummy coming from the last few 300th events, and it looks like, okay, so we do have the Fallen of White Dragon able to summon back the Ecclesia from the graveyard, if I'm not mistaken, just gaining more bodies here.
Yep, Shawless makes a return to the field. Got 5 fusion monsters.
This is similar to one of the feature matches we watched yesterday, actually, where it looks like Dracotail's doing a lot of nothing, but in reality, it's sort of just maintaining the game. All of the cards are set up for the following turn, and it's just playing to not lose in one turn more than anything. Jesse's identified, okay, what's my win condition? I'm going to build my board back up. It doesn't matter how many cards he has. I just want to see a following turn.
Yep, exactly.
Especially in an on-time game, there's no reason to take a concession for time management. You give your opponent more opportunities to make mistakes, and I think Jesse's identified that. However, Harry does have quite a commanding lead, so I'm interested to see if he can navigate what Jesse is throwing at him. It does look like he's done quite a good job so far.
Yep. He blinks out the Ecclesia again. No?
Yep, so the Mirror Jade was activated. Jesse just banishing the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, just so he does have that for the following turn. And you see Harry removing the Cartesia on the field. Only card that can really do anything at this point. So it's a no-brainer logical pick, I think, for Harrison there. And then we do have the Charles recycling as well.
Interesting to note that Harry has found the space in his deck to play both the Mysterion and the Titanic Lad. We've seen some players yesterday not have cards like Titanic Lad to be able to take on Liga Dancer. What is Harry not playing to make up those spaces?
So it does look like Harrison is playing only one copy of Albion the Brander Dragon, whereas some of the more standard lists were playing 2 copies, just because you would want the option to maybe send one on your turn to play around a card like Super Polymerization or the Albalinatus, and then just have the option to set Fallen and Virtuous, and then still have access to an Albion the Branded Dragon from your Branded Fusion. So that is a main thing here. I'm just looking at Harrison's deck list. I don't see anything else
He's not playing
crazy.
a Horn from when I took a look.
Yeah, it does look like it's quite funny. This does look like it was influenced by Jesse's list at the previous YCS, because Jesse wasn't playing Horn at all. He was side decking it. Harrison is side decking it currently. We also do see in Harrison's side deck, we see multiple copies of the Molchami Perilia, 3 copies to be precise, with alongside cards like Nibiru, Droll, and Lockbird, Pancratops, Call by Feather Dust of Prosperity, and Dragon's Mine. In regards to the mirror match going first for Jesse, I don't think anything will change all that much. We do see copies of Kashtira Fenrir. Jesse might be anticipating potentially Retaliating Sea, which we did see from our recent world champion, Julian Khan, was side decking Retaliating Sea in his branded Dracotail deck.
Yeah, we've seen how powerful that card has been over the last 2 days. It's just very good at slowing down your opponent, cutting off their resources, and when it's paired with other cards, it's actually incredibly powerful as well.
Yeah, it is an incredible card. Jesse really didn't get too much information in regards to what Harrison was playing. So would he be playing multiple copies of Incredible Ecclesia? Would he be side decking Retaliating Sea? Is Exciton Knight something that could be on Harrison's radar? Is something maybe Jesse is trying to figure out as the game goes on? But I'll also just quickly note as well, Jesse does have the 3 copies of Infinite Impermanence, while Harrison does not, and that could be the big difference maker here. Just being able to cut off that Arthur Lion, while also, just being a card that you can set when going first. You know, it's something that can, as we discussed before, having the option to draw it as your 6th card compared to a copy of Effect Veiler, using it to shut down cards like the Secretarion Dragon. That's where it does shine. And Harrison not opting to play that card, maybe that could be the big game-changing result post-side.
Yeah, of course. But we also saw a case yesterday where, while Infinite Impermanence was good, the fact that it was not a monster really hurt the player, and not being able to just use it as a fusion material. So it does have a cons and benefits.
You take the good with the bad, I think is the big one. A lot of the time, as I mentioned before, with Jesse's opening hand, if you don't have a Dracotail name as well as a means to fuse, it can be quite difficult. So on top of that, yeah, if you factor in cards like Imperm, you have hands that are just not able to do anything. So hopefully that isn't the case for either of our players. We do want to see a nice, fun game here.
Albion and an Urgula in Harrison's hand. Oh, just starts off the game with a Rahu. Using the Fall on the White Dragon from the hand.
Yep, so potentially doesn't want to be locked into 8s, wants to go into some additional means, and could add it back with the Arthur Lion after he's already started doing fusion plays here. So maybe identified, hey, I don't need to make the Synchro, the Ecclesia and Dark Dragon. I'm just going to use this one to turn into an Incredible Ecclesia, and maybe use that as interaction on the opponent's turn instead.
Jesse just clearly thinking through what his options are here. Definitely knows he wants Urgula gone.
Yep, so Rahu with the Fallen White Dragon and the Urgula, most likely going for an Arthur Lion, and then Arthur Lion will be able to add back. It could also be likely that maybe the Fallen of White Dragon was the only monster in Jesse's hand as well, because we did see a bunch of green cards. Those could be the spells or traps that he sided in. Similar issue that we discussed before. Sometimes you don't have enough monsters, but sometimes only one monster is enough.
Yep, so we see the key to get activated, adding the Lucius. Lucius get normal summon, adding another, potentially 5 mana at this point.
Yep, nope, looks good. Does still factor in, so we know Jesse does have one monster in hand, that would be the Fallen and White Dragon, so the 5 mana here probably not too much of a concern. He could also even do some shenanigans with the Incredible Ecclesia, putting it in the grave and adding it back in the process here too. Jesse may be trying to evaluate, hey, do I go for the Gulamel? Do I try and, make some additional plays here?
Oh, now he's going with the Fallen of the Albaz line. Sending Albion.
So Fallen of Light, that'll get him into Fallen of Virtuous now too. Yep. So important to note that Jesse is currently locked into only fusion summoning because of the Rahu. So he'll probably look at seeing what this 5 mana can do, maybe for a Secretarian Dragon.
There we go. Secretarian Dragon it is.
Secretarian Dragon coming down now. We do have the Lucius being able to trigger here. He's already gone through both spells, likely going through for the traps now. And we'll see what Jesse can do with the Secretarian Dragon effect potentially. That could be something to look at for the rest of this turn, but I'm not sure what he can do when he is fusion locked here.
Right.
Going Urgula to add back the 5 mana.
Now using the Secretarian Dragon to special summon back.
Just giving himself additional cards to work with on Harrison's turn. He's setting 3 cards. We only know 1 copy of Sting, he does side deck Infinite Impermanence, and he will be getting another quick play spell or a branded fusion if he already has the quick play spell from this Albion, the Dark Dragon.
Yeah, now it's Harrison's turn to stare at a board of 4 monsters and 5 spells and traps and try to break that apart.
Important thing to note though, this is a board that if Harrison just sets Fallen of White Dragon or Fallen of Albaz, he would be able to make the Albanatus with the Secretarion, the Arthur Lion, and just those. But it is quite a game swing. He would be able to use the quick play to summon back the Secretarion, though, I do believe.
Gonna start with Albion the Shrouded Dragon again, it seems.
Yeah, just take the draw. Probably no concern with doing that there.
Yep.
The Albion is quite amazing in this deck. It does give you the option, if you open Albion, it's essentially additional copies of the Fallen of White Dragon. So you send it, and then you're able to add it back off the Arthur Lion, and that sort of just lets you bridge both engines into each other. Obviously, you do still have to draw the Albion, but it can come up where you know, no other card functions that way. And important to also note, Fallen of White Dragon being treated as Fallen of Albaz, you can still only have 3 copies of that and Albaz between your main and side deck. It's the Harpy Lady Claws. So you can't just simply play 3 copies of that and 1 copy of Albaz. You do have to pick between how many you do play.
Dino Wrestler Pankratops I can see in Harrison's hand.
Yep, so Harrison and Jesse are both citing Dino Wrestler Pankratops, I do believe, and that is a card that's quite unique. We don't usually see it in the mirror match. We do see it more against decks like Radiant Typhoon or otherwise. Actually,
yeah, in a matchup where it can, utilize its high attack to attack over a monster and then tribute itself off to clear up another card.
It also does, you know, sort of offset cards like the Dracotail Horn. Just having the option to tag out, tributing itself, destroying an additional card, offsetting Horn, returning it. So it does present quite a threat here. Also gives another out to the Secretarion Dragon, which is you know, quite a difficult card to navigate in the mirror match. Okay, Forbidden Droplet, not too bad here. Sending a monster as well, so the Pankratops would not be able to be chained. Harrison would have the option to chain a quick play and then chain the Pankratops if he would so wish, but it doesn't look like he has that available to him.
Why is the Pankratops going to the graveyard?
I think he attacked. He went to battle phase to attack, and then okay. So the droplet was activated in damage steps. There's no concern there. Just additional battle tricks. Forbidden Droplet halves attack. Oh well.
And drawing the Ecclesia is not the greatest.
See, that's another thing though. If Harrison keeps hard drawing the incredible Ecclesia, maybe there's a world where Jesse could, you know, pin him down. Okay, I might have an opponent who's playing 3 copies of Ecclesia, could mean an Exciton Knight. So it sort of presents that dimension to it where if there's 2 level 4 monsters and there's no restrictions, maybe Harrison could summon Exciton. We know he doesn't play it, but Jesse might not, and that'll make Jesse make a worse play than he would normally just for the threat of Exciton Knight.
Fallen of the White Dragon doesn't stay long. We have the Fallen and Virtuous from Jesse's side to destroy, sending the Dragon that devours the Dogma once again. It seems that that's generally his first pick.
Yep. So it is more of a it's more of a frivolous send. It doesn't actually do too much else unless you are using it to be summoned off Branded Fusion.
Yep.
It's not anything too amazing. We did see it in the Lunar Light deck, being able to access the Tri-Brigade Fractal, which was quite amazing. But otherwise, yeah, it's usually just for a free send. You don't want to burn through cards like Albion or otherwise. You maybe value cards like Albanatus a bit more.
Yep, and we see there that the Dracotail Flame on the Rahu was enough to seal the game. Harrison packing up his cards, knowing that that was a lost game.
In terms of siding for Harrison going first, I do think We're definitely going to see the Dracatail Horn go in, as well as the Dragon's Might and Pot of Prosperity. The Call by the Grave doesn't seem too far off. Obviously, it can be a little bit awkward if you have to use it on your opponent's 5 mana, and then it cuts off your 5 mana by extension. I don't think we'll see the Droll and Lockbirds come in. Doesn't seem particularly amazing in this spot. And then for Jesse, I think it's likely we'll see probably almost definitely the 3 copies of Infinite Impermanence, as well as maybe the Kashtira Fenris. Those cards do line up quite well, especially with a lot of effects being activated. The Fenrir can, you know, pick apart a board, as well as offsetting Secretary on Dragon, which I think is the main thing in the mirror match. The Secretary on Dragon can be quite oppressive, and it is something you do have to deal with, otherwise you just lose a lot of value from your Arthur-Lion ads. Not being able to activate those Arthur-Lion ads. I
really glad we saw 2 games where both players were actually able to play. It's always good to see, and maybe we'll see a really good 3rd game as well. Jesse still having the final touches on his side deck.
Just making sure maybe his deck is legal, just double checking. Always good to double check. You never want to present an illegal deck, or you also never want to side deck incorrectly. And in an untimed top cut, I think it's a no-brainer. Take all the time that you want to make sure that your deck is legal and correct.
Absolutely. Those kinds of losses are entirely preventable. It takes a few seconds to make sure that the deck you're handing has the correct number of cards in there. So you don't want to be the player who it just one day happens to, and people just don't have it in them to feel pity for you, knowing that it was something that was easily rectifiable.
Yep, not ideal. Even if you know, maybe you go for a play and then you realize, oh, I forgot to side it in, or I forgot to side it out, is the other one that can be a cause for concern, because you've already committed to the play. If it's a legal activation, not too much else that you can do. So always good to be aware. Just making sure, you know, everything is where you want it.
Yep.
And it's side deck, a lot easier to look at your side deck, and it's only 15 cards instead of 40, or you know, whatever number you are playing. So, and that comes with experience as well. Jesse, having, you know, a wealth of tournament experience, definitely knows that these minor interactions that can come up and cost him a game that he would otherwise win.
Like, we spoke with Claire after winning the Genesis event. She's mentioned that at the very last moment, she added 7 Tacky onto her deck. She went to go activated game 1 round 1 today. Realized she forgot to add targets in her extra deck. So some simple mistakes like that do happen across all levels of gameplay.
Well, Claire still won anyway, so
yeah, she effectively
must have
played
worked out
with a handicap, like game 1 handicap every match.
It's always good to play on hard mode.
Yeah. Harrison going first game 3, Branded Fusion.
Looks to be Frixel and Fallen of White.
For the Sanctifier.
Triggering the Frixel here, setting the Key 2. Key 2 looks to resolve. Let's see what he accesses here. Could be Lucius.
Yeah, we see the normal summon of the Lucius. Looks to add 5 mana. What I can see. Yep.
Activating Rahu now.
I wonder what's in Jesse's hand. Is he entirely on a hand which is built to break boards?
I think someone of Jesse's caliber prefers to look at the hand, know exactly what he has, and if it's interaction, don't look at it until, you know, the option presents itself. Otherwise, maybe there's some leaks in terms of what you do have in hand. You know, maybe you're holding your cards and you accidentally drop something, you know. Why put yourself at that risk? As we discussed before, that comes with the veteran sense that Jesse would have.
Right, yep. So now we have the Arthrathian play.
And then it looks like the Rahu did fuse with 3 cards. So one from deck would have been the Urgala, the 5 mana, as well as the Albaz. we're able to set 2 traps. Arthurline will be able to add back, so that would be the Fallen of White, as well as the Phimena. Something that we've seen quite often, just being able to access both engines by activating one of your, spells is quite amazing. And we see the Fallen of White being summoned now. Once again, important to note that Harrison is currently locked into fusions from the Rahu, so we might see a similar end board that we saw game 1 maybe?
Yep.
Not opting to make the synchro?
Yeah, but then at that point you're at risk of having your board get
So Albion Sanctifier can't be used as fusion material. There's something to quickly note here, and the Phimena also wasn't activated, so it looks like we are just clearing up those extra bodies, going for a Secretarion Dragon play here, and just giving additional bodies on field while setting all 3 traps.
I guess there's a difference between playing under 4 loss and not playing under 4 loss as well. So we've got Secretarian, Sanctify, Arathlion, and then the full suite of the Draco Tail trap cards. Yep, Secretarian also being able... no, so he's regular to add back the Phimena. Might look to use the Secretarian as well. I believe that's what's happening.
Yep, looks like the Frixel being summoned, the Albaz being put back, and the Frixel is able to give an additional body for Harrison here. Just everything going his way, it seems. So it looks like the Frixel... the Arthurline triggered... No, okay, no. So the Frixel triggered, summoning back the Lukai. So it looks like we did just shortcut a little bit here. It should be no concern. And then we do have another set card, and Harrison still has the Albion engraved. So if he doesn't have access to Fallen and Virtuous, he's able to set it now.
Definitely. Alex, this certainly is a puzzle for Jesse to play. I've been told that the DDD deck won the top 8. So that will be the DDD player will be playing the winner of this match.
And the DDD player did beat Jesse in Swiss as well. So maybe Jesse would be out for revenge if he's able to win this game, but it looks like Harry has put up a commanding field. It might be difficult for Jesse to get out of this.
That's a very good start. I think anyone would consider
the entire weekend, I have only heard of Jesse activating Harpy's Feather Duster and then having the option to Forbidden Droplet it.
Yep.
Will this be the same thing that we see today?
I mean, it has to be, right? The Flame is known. He has it. Does he have it? He has it.
He does have it every single time. Jesse Cotton showing why he is one of the best in the world, one of the best to ever do it. All of Harrison's cards will go to the grave. Looks like Harrison is just trying to figure out, hey, what can I activate now? What can I do here?
It's a Sting just for one.
No reason not to. It will replace itself. We have the Horn as well.
You can return your own.
Looking at the Arthalion, I think.
You're probably returning your own Arthalion.
And then Harrison just considering, hey, what do I do with this quick play that I just set? What do I do with my other set card? Could be a Forbidden Droplet. That is something that we have seen. What's another spell? So we do have another Fallen in Virtuous. Did he set 2 copies of that from the Albion?
No, he set 1. He already had one card set from hand.
Yeah, that would have been the Fallen in Virtuous, right?
Right.
Yeah, so it looks like he did opt to set both. Might have been a slight oversight because of the Harpy's Feather Duster. Oh, so, the Horn is bouncing back the Secretarion. Okay, and then we have the Fallen in Virtuous special summoning back? If I'm not mistaken. No, so he's putting back for the trap now. Okay. We'll see how this resolves. Drawing 1 card from the Horn, and then 1 card from the Sting. So putting back the... Oh, so okay, the Fallen in Virtuous was used to destroy the Horn to put it back. The Flame, sorry, to put it back. Yep. This makes way more sense now. And then it looks like we are resolving everything. And then Jesse opting to negate the incredible Ecclesia.
Yep, but now Jesse's also playing with 4 cards. Those 4 cards sure need to be really good.
They could just be Branded Fusion.
Yep.
If
Branded
Harrison doesn't
Fusion
have
is
Ash Blossom, we haven't seen an Ash Blossom in either of these games, I don't
No,
believe.
it looks like it's a 5 mana. I think
5
I saw
mana Malulu?
a Pan might have been. I mean, Branded Fusion would be a really good card.
Ooh, Cartesia, not ideal, but still good enough. If it does resolve, we could have a game on our hands. I see a Fallen and Virtuous in Jesse's hand, a Lucaeus, and I think another Draco Tail monster.
Look like a 5 mana.
Cartesia has been activated. Looks like it is resolving now. Lucaeus and Pan. Okay. Pan, not terrible here.
Oh, like
It'll still access another name. It does clear a body off the field, you know, making that 8,000 damage just a little bit easier. Actually, 7,800 damage, just a smidge easier. We'll see if this can work out for Jesse here. But as we mentioned before, Harrison did have such a commanding lead, but Jesse opening Harpy's Feather Duster, Forbidden Droplet, and an uncontested Cartesia to fuse. What could he be thinking right now?
Well, whatever he's thinking, you better think really carefully. Game 3 in this match, any mistake, and it's lights out.
I think Jesse's been in these spots before. It should be no concern for him. He probably doesn't want to risk a slow play penalty. Harrison, however, he's in a commanding lead, but who knows if the nerves are getting to him. You know, he is against one of the world's best players in a Game 3 situation in the top 8 of YCS Sydney 2026.
Oh, he's looking at his own Secretarian Dragon.
So triggering both names, yep. And the Secretarian Dragon is live now. He'd be able to get the Lucaeus out, as well as resolving everything else. We had to normal summon the Cartesia to get started, but this is fine. We'll have the Kitu and the Ra, who I think Jesse is able to play this game, but Harrison does still have those interactions in hand with the 5 mana, with the Malulu. Did look like a Pan as well, so he does have options. Might not be great, but it'll definitely extend the game.
Open game state. Every time there's an open game state, there's going to be opportunity for Harry to see if he wants to play a bit more proactively.
Yeah, if he has an Urgula, could opt to use the 5 mana now, and then use the Urgula to destroy the Kitu or maybe the Rahu. Could even destroy both with a Gulamel. You know, pending there's nothing that can, you know, enter the chain on Jesse's side to let the Gulamel not be able to activate.
Does look like a Pan and a Malulu at the very least.
Malulu to negate the Secretarion before it can activate, that could be the consideration here.
The Pan, the Frixel.
Could just use the Pan to destroy the Secretarion. I guess that is another option that he does have. Just preempting it before he doesn't have an opportunity to do so. Otherwise, summoning his own Secretarion Dragon.
Yep, he's going through his deck now. He's gonna set Rahu and looks.
Wait, sorry. Just to confirm, was the Secretarion summoned? Was summoned with Lucaeus, correct? So one was Lucaeus as well as Pan.
Yeah.
And then the other one was Frixel and Pan. Okay,
Yeah.
no problem there.
Yep, we see the Fallen of Virtuous now from Jesse's side, sending Albion the Shrouded Dragon. Sorry, Albion the...
Oh, the so Albion the branded dragon.
The branded
right?
dragon.
Yeah. Yep, so the Shrouded is the main deck one, the Branded Dragon is the extra deck one.
Yep.
That is how I differentiate them, otherwise it is quite confusing. I do agree.
Yep. Now... Fallen of Virtuous was used to destroy the Secretarian Dragon.
Yep, in turn triggering Pan, being able to summon back the Lucaeus, and then getting back into some more Draco Tail names here. We do still have Harrison still resolving his chain and everything else, just allowing Jesse to resolve his effects now. So looks like Harrison is out of interaction here.
And at the end of it, Jesse still has a Rahu and a Kitu. Right, yep. We can see cards being played. Jesse having the 5 mana hand, he's going for the K2 first.
Both players just going over this meticulously, not leaving any room for error here.
Like we said, this mirror match is oftentimes a puzzle.
We see the Arthur line. This would be for an add back 2, as we did get to resolve that key to, and Harrison does control a monster, so we'll see where that does go for Jesse. Now, he does look to be in a commanding-ish lead. Anything can happen, as we did mention before. These mirror matches are quite volatile. You do have a lot of back and forth.
Urgil is also able to resolve as well. Has taken out the key to. And now Jesse ends up with his full suite of Draco Tail trap cards. And they go back to hand from the Arathlion.
It's important to note as well, I don't believe Jesse activated Rahu or is locked. Is that correct?
Not that I was
Unless
aware.
did he summon Fallen of White?
Cartesia.
It's Fallen of... Oh no, I'm not too sure. I'm just trying to see if there maybe is still an option to make SP Little Knight. I do see him moving that one to the top of his extra deck, because that would be able to sort of reset the game. Jesse will have the full board, and then Harrison does have to try once again.
Yep, no, so now we see Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon summon out the White Dragon, sums out Incredible Ecclesia. And Incredible Ecclesia just tagging back out into a Albaz or a Fall on the White Dragon. We see the Albaz.
An Albaz ability can activate. Can only use the opposing Arthalion Dragon. But I think this might just be this might be it.
Yeah.
We would have 3,000 from the Mirror Jade, 3,000 from the Arthalion, as well as the Fallen of White. If he does have a little bit of extra damage, this would close the game out.
But even if you don't,
it's still quite a good position to be in. Yeah,
exactly.
Jesse navigated this, as he should, as a 7-time champion, having fortunate enough to have the Forbidden Droplet as well as Harpy's Feather Duster to clear out everything Harrison had set up and just reset the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Jesse trying to figure out, hey, do I want to make something with the Frixel here and try to clear a few additional bodies, or do I pick the Arthur Lion and make the Mirror Jade immediately? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yep, no, we neglected this. We did talk about this one before.
Yeah. The Dragon to Devour a dogma requires that a fallen or Valbaz, a light or dark monster and an effect monster, and then while a collision monster on the field, it gains 500 attack going to 3500, unaffected by other card effects. And if this card's special summon, you can shuffle up to 2 cards from any graveyard or banishment into the deck.
Yep, so Jesse was opting to return one of his Arthlines, I do believe, as well as his opponent's Arthline, if I'm not mistaken. And we do still have the Rahu live, so he didn't activate the Rahu initially. I think this is just game on board.
Yep, so the 5 mana from the hand. Yep, we see the Gulamel. Right.
So Jesse going for the Urgula, adding back the 5 mana.
Yep.
And then he would be able to activate the Gulamel here.
Roy. This was played incredibly well by Jesse
Jesse put
as well.
on an absolute clinic, and that's not to take away from Harrison. I do believe he just played the cards that were dealt.
In fact, all 3 games we saw here were magnificent, played by both players.
Jesse's still considering his options if he should go with one decision over the other.
Yep,
Jesse takes it.
Incredible match, really well played by both Harry and Jesse. What do you say we bring Jesse over for a post-match interview?
Yeah, sure. Let's see how they're going. Yeah, no concerns there. So Jesse Cotton moving on to top 4 in a mirror match with the DDD deck that did take him down in day 1.
Yep. I'll go out and scope out what's happening in the top 8. You have a chat with your good friend Jesse, and we'll reconvene shortly.
fallen from hand. Hi guys, we're back here with our top 8 feature match winner. We do have the Jesse Cotton. Jesse, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. That was very grindy 3 games, so happy to have it behind me.
That was an incredible mirror match to watch. I think everyone enjoyed that quite a lot. Okay. That's the droplet.
Shout out Jordan Gallagher.
Yep.
Originally, I was playing Super Polys in that spot, and I wanted to have other cards in my set deck for other matchups, and Super Poly is only for the mirror match. Talking to Jordan, and we talked for a while now. He's like, yeah, I just kind of wing it in the mirror, hope to like play opponents and have more generic cards like the Duster, which is still good in the mirror, but it's not as good as the Super Poly. And then you have better variants, or it's better into other things too. So I'm like, all right, I'll trust him because I think there'll be a lot more different decks, more variety. And Duster's been pretty good. I'm lucky to draw it like 3 times now, or 4 times. And
each time it's been pretty. It's been good every droplet as well.
It's been good every time. Every time I've drawn it with either droplet or with the quick play spell.
Yeah, to destroy it versus flame.
That's a make go through. Yeah.
Incredible stuff. Well, Jesse, you are going on to top 4 now. You have some idea of what your opponent is playing. It looks to be a rematch, DDD. Yeah. Are you feeling confident in that matchup?
So thanks to teammate Pack, what's up? I didn't know what the cards do. He showed me how to play it, so I have like not played a ton of it, but I do know at a basic level what every card does, and that is very helpful for when I'm trying to interact with them. That being said, I know it's incredibly strong when it starts, and in Swiss I lost the die roll to him, so if I lose the die roll, it probably could just be a wash regardless. It's very strong when it gets to play on.
Just more a case of you need to get a little bit luckier and hope that sort of the cards go your way.
Yeah, I think whenever you go up against a rogue combo deck and it wins the roll, you're in a bad spot because you're not prepared for it. So your non-engine isn't like ideal for that matchup.
The Mole Charmies need to resolve and everything else has to happen, right?
FTK essentially. Yeah.
No, it's good.
Charmy would be nice.
You have a plan going into it now? You feel a lot more confident than you did yesterday?
I feel the same. I mean, I knew what to do with
the matchup anyway?
Before,
okay.
yeah.
No worries there. Do you think we can get that 8th championship win?
I'll try. I mean,
we'll try. Well, everyone is, of course, but everyone at home is rooting for you, so it's great. Is there anyone you don't want to verse? Let's say you win top 4. Is there anyone on the other side of the bracket you don't want to queue into?
I don't know how the other bracket went because my match just finished.
So I do believe we do have Radiant Typhoon advancing to top 4, so that would be Dom.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, and then Freddie lost to VS K9.
Yeah.
Honestly, those are both pretty like 50-50 matchups where like you could win or lose going first or going second. So I don't think it makes a difference. Neither is that good,
one
neither
game
that
at a
bad.
time
Yeah, it's
anyway.
kind of just
yeah. Nothing. The DDD is probably the one thing sort of throwing you out. Everything else is sort of standard.
Yeah.
Okay. No, fair enough, Jesse. Well, once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Would you like any other additional shout-outs before we let you go?
Be the same as last time.
Same as last time. Yeah. No problems there, Jesse. Well, congratulations on your win. We'll anticipate your top 4 match. Hopefully we'll try to get that on stream. The chat has really wanted us to get DDD on stream, but we have to see maybe too much Jesse Cotton in one go. We got to stagger you out, which is going to be the big thing. But we'll see. Maybe we can get both top 4 games. So don't.
That'd be cool. We probably have time.
We might be able to do that. We'll try and do that for the viewer experience. So, all right. Well, I'll let you guys get back to it. Jesse, congratulations. Good luck in top 4 if we don't see you on stream. Yeah.
All right, welcome back everyone to the top 4 of the YCS Sydney 2026. We have a treat for you. Everyone wants to see both the Radiant Typhoon deck and the DDD deck, so we thought, why not show you them both? So we're going to run both top 4s back to back because we still have a fair bit of time with us in this venue, and we definitely want the viewers to have the best experience as they can.
We did want to give all of the players an opportunity to showcase their talents this weekend, so that's why we do have Dominic Italiano versus Jacob G. I do not have his last name currently, I do apologize, but we have Vanquish Soul K9 versus Radiant Typhoon.
So Jacob is from Hobart, Tasmania. He's one of those players who are less known because he keeps himself a lot, but he's actually topped quite a lot of events in Australia over the past 10 years. He's always been a name in the top cut for YCS's Oceanics. We just don't really hear much from him because I guess Hobart is a smaller community.
It is, yes. So Hobart, just a small centralized island just off the coast of Australia. Not a place that does, have a particular crazy amount of organized play. He would have to travel to Melbourne for those events, but it hasn't stopped him. He's making the top cut of these large events. He's here right now, looking to put his place in history as a YCS champion. And Dom, same deal. Dom is hungry for the win. Dom watched his good friend Freddie Camel win the YCS last year. They worked together on the deck. They did the same thing this year, both making top 8. Dom in top 4, Freddie falling in top 8 to Jacob, actually.
Yep, so Dominic's probably also thirsty to avenge his teammate. Looking to take home another win for Melbourne, having won the last 2 YCSs as well. I can see Jacob open a hand of quite a number of monsters. I see one spell in the middle, but Vicious Vanquish Soul K9 is a deck which utilizes a lot of their monsters.
Yep, it does play very few spell and traps. Really just aiming to maximize value from cards like the K9 Jokel. So having additional level 5s in hand with the Jokel, always good. Sort of just not wanting to have hands that don't really do too much. And we see Dom starting with the Pot of Extravagance as the first action in main phase 1. Looks like that's getting negated by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Not what you want to see. However, it could just be considered bait. This is a card that you always have to activate immediately. And now Dom is free to activate any of the Radiant Typhoon spells that are associated.
Yep, taking a look at Dom's hand, he has 2 monsters and 2 spells. He has the Sven, which he starts with. So that allows him to add 1 Radiant Typhoon spell or trap from his deck to his hand, or a Mystical Space Typhoon from the deck. So he might be going for something like Visions, which lets him access more cards in his deck.
Main goal. So we did see this deck in the Genesis tournament, but the main difference here would be that Dom does have access to the Link summons that are associated with Radiant Typhoon. Still able to make the Totem Bird as well as go through his entire deck.
Yep, he goes for Chant.
We do have Chant. I'm just considering his options here.
And Dominic coming first in Swiss.
Does look like the Eldom.
Eldom. Eldom adding the Magala.
Yep, and then
able to go into the Link to Varun at this point as well.
We see a Fualos as well.
Oof, that's going to change the dynamic of this match slightly. Generally speaking, you would still go for the Varun at this stage. You're trading a card for a card. Like you both get a card. But yeah, Magalia has an effect to special summon from the deck, so that does slow it down as well.
See the draw here. It's always very difficult in these spots because you don't want to give VSK9 too many extra cards. As we did mention before, compared to other decks, when you do have additional cards in a VSK9 deck, it is just additional pushes to put all of these really powerful monsters on the field. Whether that be the Vanquish Soul portion of the deck, which will allow Jacob to break through the board, or it could be the Canine portion of the deck, allowing him to get into Canine Ripper, maybe getting to the quick play spell, maybe Werewolf can close out a game. We could also see cards like the Divine Arsenal AA Zeus coming down as well, just with these extra cards available for him.
Yeah, and we can see the Awakening being activated, Mystical Space Typhoon being activated to target the Awakening. Sorry, the Ascendant, sorry. Ascendant adds Mystical Space Typhoon from the deck to the hand. And then Ascendant is able to set itself as well, I believe.
And then we see here, also triggering here, with the Ascendants triggering on the new chain to reset itself.
Yep. So he has access to the Mandate. He does give them another draw with the effect of Magala special summoning from the deck.
Do see a Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion activated here. So I'm just considering his options. Does he continue to play into the Fawallos? That is the big thing here. So yeah, so the bell was activated on the Corsair.
Yep, so again, Jacob's just trading 1-for-1 the Ghost Bell for the Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard. Jacobs has 4 cards. He will draw to 5 and take on Dominic's board. But that Dom's going to get a lot of value from that Mandate.
Yep, so you do have Mandate. You are able to target 3 quick play spells in your graveyard, including a Radiant Typhoon card, and then applying the following effect. You can either draw a card, your win monsters will gain attack. That's not all. Once per chain, when Mystical Space Typhoon is activated, you can target 1 face-up card your opponent controls and negate its effect. So similar to the Dracotail Flame, except it is any card can be negated as long as we do have Mystical Space Typhoon being activated. And if it is destroyed by the effect of Mystical Space Typhoon, you can reset it as well. So you are able to dodge, certain cards by destroying it with your own Mystical Space Typhoon and then resetting it, as well as using the effect to negate a card and then resetting it.
Yep, he's activating the Visions now to be able to add a Mystical Space Typhoon from the deck or graveyard to the hand.
Yep, and it does look like they were just double checking, is this a legal activation with the Pot of Extravagance being ashed? It just confirmed it was, and now we are drawing the 2 cards here. Dom will be discarding shortly after. I can see a Forbidden Droplet and looks to be multiple copies of Mystical Space Typhoon, as well as we have Ash Blossom as another interaction for Dom. See the Mystical Space Typhoon getting discarded for the Vision.
Being able to draw into cards which you can use to interact with your opponent, like the Droplets and the Ash Blossom, is incredibly powerful. And now he's going to
for the Mandate now as well.
More cards with the Mandate.
At this point, anything is good for Dom. More cards, anything to work with against the VSK9 deck. We do see that Jacob has thrown a few hand traps at Dom, sort of hit net neutral with that Fualos as well. Will this be a case of Jacob having enough gas to get through the board that Dom puts up?
Ooh.
We'll just have to see. Extra, not a great draw.
Yeah, that's a blank. He's already gone through a lot of his extra deck. But still, the Droplets and the Mystical Space Typhoon with the Mandate might just be enough to hold off Jacob from being able to significantly push. Dominic's still giving his turn a very good thing. I mean, at the very least, Droplet sending extravagance is still.
Of course, yeah.
Like,
well, he already got the card for free. There's no concern there. A free card is always a free card. In an ideal situation, it would have been another hand trap maybe. I'll just take a quick look at Dom's deck list. Actually, we'll see what cards he is playing.
Dylan Dom's turn. Jake has the Azuna.
Ooh, and Dom has already locked himself out of being able to activate cards from his hand in the end phase, but he did have the Ash. Not great, but not awful. It is cutting off the Lupus.
That was already in the hand.
Oh my goodness. We have seen some of these lists adopt multiple Lupus for this exact reason. So I'll just quickly confirm if Jacob is on multiple copies of the Canine Lupus. No, he is on one copy of Lupus.
That was an incredible bait.
Absolutely huge here.
And then ending off his turn with a Nash Knight. Now Jacob plays with 3 cards. Unfortunately, that's the downside of having the Lupus in hand.
So using the Nash Knight. Okay, no, turning the Nash Knight to attack. Not using the effect just yet. Maybe going for a Divine Arsenal Zeus play.
Yep, so we see
the C Nash Knight on top.
But even with the Zeus, you are able to activate multiple in the same chain to circumvent the Radiant Typhoon mandate.
You are able to do that for sure. Definitely something that Dom will, that Jacob will consider. It's also important to note that the CXC's Nash Knight cannot be destroyed by card effects. So will this come into play? Not too sure. Let's see how it goes. This does play around Fallen and the Virtuous, which is quite, quite a strong card that we've seen, countless matches, not even in the branded deck. And it is definitely a card that Dom is playing as per his deck list. So maybe that's what Jacob is aiming to play around here. He knows he can navigate all of the other cards on the field.
Yep. Dom starts with Ascendance. Be able to add either Mystical Space Typhoon back or Special Summon. I think in this case, Special Summon.
Yep, so opted to Special Summon the Eldom. And then it looks like, I believe it's the Meghala has triggered here.
Special Summon from the deck. That looks like the Great Flame, Radiant Typhoon Phonix. Not to be confused with the Ponix we all know and love. So whenever a quick play spell is activated, you can target up to 2 cards your opponent controls and shuffle them into the deck. Yep, looks like Jacob is going for the Zeus line.
Yep, so that is the beautiful alternate art Divine Arsenal AA Zeus. Looking to use its effect once. Maybe seeing if this is enough. We do see the Forbidden Droplet though. That would be able to cut off this Zeus entirely. Looking to chain here.
Yep, chaining the Varun. When your opponent activates a monster effect, if you have Mystical Space Typhoon in your graveyard, you can negate the effect, and if you have 2 or more Mystical Space Typhoon, you can destroy it. Jacob then using the effect of Zeus again. We do know that Dominic has both Mystical Space Typhoon to use or the Forbidden Droplets, or both if he wants at something.
So Dom, identifying, hey, how do we navigate this concern here? There isn't a concern. We have enough negates. We have Varun on the field. That is deck 1. We do have the Mandate as well as the Droplet. So just trying to figure out which one is more efficient to use now, because Jacob really hasn't committed any cards into this play. He had the Azuna and the Lupus. It is 2 cards from hand, but he still did get to draw from turn. He hasn't normal summoned. He hasn't used the Lupus in grave either now. It looks like Dom is using the Mandate ability with the MST. He's looking to negate Divine Arsenal AA Zeus, and we'll see what else Jacob can throw at this board. Battle phase has already been reached. We're in main phase 2 currently. And Dom just triggering all of the necessary effects here, so no problems there.
Yep. So yeah, the Varun will then play the Mandate back from the graveyard. Now Jacob will proceed to summoning Raisin.
Raisin with 2 cards in hand, not great. for Jacob at this point can be very difficult to field attributes. So he does have potential access to the Lupus. However, you know, we've already used the battle phase. We're not really able to do all that much here.
Nope, but we see Forbidden Droplets sending the Eldom, and yeah, so he can also use Phonics to now shuffle back both the Raisin and the Zeus into the deck. Appears to be what he's doing.
Dom really showcasing the power of this deck, and you know how you're able to navigate all of the cards your opponent's throwing at you, similar to the other decks. You do have the option for removal, you have the option for negation, but you also have all of these consistency cards that other decks can't play. Vision, Extravagance, you still also get to play the Fallen and Virtuous. Like we do see Razin revealing the Xiaolong, looking to just maybe get a body on the field after this is all said and done. Not too sure where else Jacob can go, but just having a level 5 is never a bad thing. We see Mandate as well activating to shuffle back, looking to draw an extra card, hopefully another point of interaction to deal with whatever Jacob has left as his last card in hand. Dom drawing does not look like anything too amazing. Looks to be another Eldom. We do have all of the cards resetting now. The Xiaolong will likely trigger on a new chain link to summon itself.
But Xiaolong and Vanquish Soul start, also a good card.
Not bad, but do you know what could be a concern here? Didn't happen, but imagine if Dom activated another copy of Mystical Space Typhoon, this time for its intended purpose, destroying spell and trap cards of your opponents.
I think the last card set was it the Pot of Extravagance?
Potentially, I don't see it in hand anymore. I don't think he's done anything else regarding that Pot of Extravagance, so it might be a likely... Oh, no, it looks like Jacob is conceding. He doesn't really have too many other options. He's already used his normal summon. Getting to a Mad Love, he's already got the field spell. Getting to the trap, not really doing too much. And if he were to target and add Caesar or add Heavy Borga, he doesn't have enough attributes to reveal to get the benefit of their effects. So Jacob seeing the writing on the wall, even though it is untimed, you know, the game is done in his mind. Dom taking a commanding game 1 there.
At least game 2, Jacob will be starting. He will be able to take out cards that aren't too great, going first and putting cards which would help against the Radiant Typhoon deck. And unlike decks like Lunar Light and White Forest, which you don't particularly have a side deck plan for, specifically Radiant Typhoon was definitely a deck that players would be preparing against, given how popular it is and having a new toy syndrome.
No, definitely. I think it is a deck that people anticipated a lot of in Dortmund, as well as Guadalajara and Richmond, but the main concern was people were too concerned. So by the time they got to the tournament, they didn't verse any Radiant Typhoon decks. It sort of fell off in terms of the hype behind it. And Dom, you know, in all of his testing, he said, well, I think that might be a mistake. I think I can take this to the finals. I can take this to the top level of YCS Sydney 2026 and, you know, sort of go from there. And maybe he's winning off the fact that a lot of people aren't respecting it as much as they did in prior weekends.
Whereas Jacob trying the deck, which, you know, 1-2 out of 3, its power is quite evident, and shown through his performance this weekend as well.
No, definitely. We do have Jacob playing 3 copies of Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion in his main deck, alongside 3 copies of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, 2 copies of Molchami Purlia, and 3 copies of Molchami Fuwalos. In the side deck, for what he would bring in against this matchup, I don't think there's too much. I think if I'm Jacob and I'm going first, I'm maybe bringing in the 1 copy of Callby and Triple Tactics Talents. I'm maybe looking at a card like Infinite Impermanence.
Infinite Impermanence actually has applications because you can negate monsters such as Varun, and then once you've locked off that column, you can capitalize on mistakes that Dom plays, especially after, 15 rounds of playing. People start making mistakes, such as playing cards into Infinite Impermanence
And
columns.
it does look like the siding pattern would line up for him as well, because with Jacob going first, what cards are easy side outs? They would be the Molchamis, the Fuwaloses, the Purilias, and he has 5 cards for 5 cards. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar to that. We do have Jacob starting. Regarding Dom, it does look like Dom is playing, you know, some unconventional cards.
Molchami, I think Koalos?
Looks to be a Perilia.
Is it? I see a lava golem.
Yeah, Perilia lava golem.
Yep, we'll start with Stake Your Soul revealing Dimension Shifter.
Yep, so this one always puts people to the test. We see the Fualos chained. We'll likely see the Dimension Shifter chained. And then we'll see this resolving for a Mad Love. And the question will be, how much does Jacob continue here? Does he give additional draws to Dom and hope that the Dimension Shifter carries him through the rest of the turn for Dominic's turn? Or does he give him the minimal amount of draws, but he'll have follow-up for next turn? Stake Your Soul will return the Vanquish Soul Mad Love to his hand at the end of the turn. He'll already have the field spell. That'll have extracted some value. So maybe he opts to add the Caesar Valius.
Well, us being able to see the lava golem, we know that the correct line is to not give any draws. It would be incredibly tragic.
We see a Perilia as well.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I think at this stage you just don't give any draws, and then hopefully, like he only has a lava golem, right? So.
Well, the other thing to note is that the Radiant Typhoon deck doesn't really have too good a job at closing games. It can be quite difficult. It is more of a setup deck. It's not to say it can't, find a way to put 8,000 damage on the board, but through Shifter, I don't think it's as likely.
Yeah, of course not.
Oh, and now we see a Dominus Purge here for the field spell, the Vanquish Soul start, and there is not too much else that Jacob could do.
Honestly, I don't think it's that bad for Jacob, knowing what we can see, right? The Dimensional Shifter...
Like, Dom is... Yeah, like, if Jacob identifies, hey, this game's simplified, why do we just not stop now?
Yeah, you invalidate the lava golem. I mean, I think modern Yu-Gi-Oh, you always have the fear that if you're passing without much, it's like a more or less lights out for you. But in this case, with our knowledge, we know it isn't.
In my mind, though, I think the lava golem is like the least consequential card, right? We've already resolved 2 Charmies.
Yeah.
They sort of offset the lava golem in itself. Yep. There's no incentive to continue giving Dom extra draws.
Exactly.
The lava golem is just icing on the cake if Jacob decides to make a small misstep and summon additional cards under these effects. So he did have the infinite impermanence set. I think he's just considering what else can we do. So Stake Your Soul resolving, the Mad Love going back to hand.
See what he draws.
Does Dom have a
spell
way
card
to play is always
That's
the big one.
Vision off the top is...
Vision is good, however, it looks like we don't have another quick play.
It's Vision, 2 traps, and a lava golem, right?
I know it looks like 2 monsters in his hand alongside the lava golem, unless I'm mistaken. But that would definitely not be great for Dom. Activating the Vision, not being concerned if it does get banished. Maybe. Let's see what he does.
Oh, he's choosing to
going for the gamble. Or a quick play. The odds are in his favor.
Oh, there is a droplet.
Well, he drew the droplet.
And
sorry. I keep forgetting. The Vision can actually discard a Radiant Typhoon card as well.
He has the
So the Eldom coming down.
And
then you have Jacob considering, do I activate Infinite Impermanence here? How much more can Dominic extend under this Dimension Shifter?
I think you might just have to do it now. Like, what other, the advantage could just cascade from here if he doesn't.
And it's interesting to note as well, a lot of these Radiant Typhoon cards do read if you have Mystical Space Typhoon in your graveyard, or your opponent controls no spell or trap cards. And we're in an instance where there is a spell or trap card that will sit on this field for the foreseeable future, and there is no Mystical Space Typhoon due to Dimension Shifter.
Eldom attacking for a measly 1300, I believe that's a Forbidden Droplet set.
Yep.
Lava Golem and another card in hand.
Yeah, it did not look to be a hand trap. Dom has exhausted all of those interactions on his turn 0. Like the Molchamis and the Dominus Purge.
Lupus.
We see another Stake Your Soul. Oh my goodness.
Incredible. Showing the Mad Love.
Yep, showing the Mad Love, not ideal here, but it is just going to net him an extra draw early, or he could even find a way to put 8,000 damage on the board by burning Dom if he does have another attribute available to him.
Yep, that's a heavy Borger.
As heavy is the Borger indeed. We will see what Jacob can do with this. So he's activating the Borger, going for the draw now, just getting all the information out of the way, all of the unknown variables removed, and then now he can use the field spell a lot more freely.
Yep. Dominic's just got no points of interaction at this stage.
So we do see the Razin being added. Where did this card come from? From the main deck, from Stake Your Soul. We haven't used our normal summon yet. We'll have the Razin being able to add potentially Caesar or Holisu as well, depending on if Jacob is concerned about cards maybe like Nibiru the Primal Being, or maybe Dom could have cards like Super Poly as well, something that you can be afraid of. We've seen a lot of people playing Super Poly. It is a quick play, it does break boards, fits in with the theme perfectly.
Right, you are. I think both plays here. I think I just clarifying the effects of the Caesar Valius.
So Caesar Valius being activated, targeting the heavy Borga, looking to bounce it back.
We see the Sheena.
Oh, and then we see, okay, Sheena, okay.
Sheena, which is able to then return all monsters, right? Because it was activated.
Yep, so it would return the Borga, the Caesar would resolve with that effect. And then we are back to square one with
Jacob not using his normal summon.
Yeah, so he just gets the normal summon, and then he does have access to Rock of the Vanquisher as well. We see Forbidden Droplet being activated here, maybe a little too late. That not resolving, not particularly upsetting for Jacob, just given the commanding lead in terms of cards in hand. The field spell hasn't been activated, he hasn't made Rock of the Vanquisher yet.
Yep. He did use the field spell, did he not?
Oh, sorry, I am corrected. Yeah, so he did add the Razin, I do apologize.
Yep.
But still having the option to make Rock of the Vanquisher, if he does have the appropriate attributes, he could be able to make the Link, summon the Mad Love effect to add the trap, set the trap, and sometimes that's just good enough as well.
The Snow Devil?
Yep, the Snow Devil, sorry. Yep, the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil.
Yeah, there we go. We see Rock.
The Rock of the Vanquisher, would he opt to maybe add back from grave or special summon? Could be an add back from grave angle just to maybe get attributes back online. Yep. Just to offset maybe a potential droplet drawn off the top from Dominic. The Rock being activated, looking to add back the Razin, maybe not having a fire in hand. It looks like he did have the trap already, so he does have all of the colors of the rainbow, looking to activate that one and special the Razin and just deal with everything Dom has to throw at him.
Oh, it looks like he drew
another Mulchami.
Yeah.
You don't love to see it. We see another Eldom coming down right now. Jacob just considering his options here. Do we interact with the Eldom once again?
There's no infinite impermanence this time round, but we do have what we expect is the Snow Devil, or what we couldn't exactly see what it was.
Well, out of the traps in Jacob's deck list, it's Infinite Impermanence and the Snow Devil. So, you know what? It's 50-50 or a 1 in 3. It's a 1 in 3 with two variables being the Imperm left. So, we'll see how that one goes. We see the Corsia being added.
Yep. And he might just go for a Varun at this stage, right?
Potentially, yeah.
That way you can get to a point where you can summon the Corsia from the hand.
Jacob could be thinking right now. Could also be a world where he does activate Rock of the Vanquisher to summon the Razin into a column.
Yep.
Just to remove a monster from the field, you know, cut off any potential link plays. Because the Razin would be able to add, would be able to destroy in that column, and then use the Caesar to return as well.
Yep.
We do know he does have that available. But if he does have the Snow Devil set, then maybe it's better to wait, sort of extract a little bit more value. I am not too sure.
Jacob having a good think about it. Yep, he chooses to go with a rock line.
Is that okay? So it is Rock summoning the Razin from hand. Opting for the column with the Sheena in it, corresponding with the Razin. Razin's effect will activate to add a Vanquish Soul monster from the deck to the hand, and then we'll most likely see Razin activating on a new chain to destroy the Sheena, and then maybe even the Caesar Valius being activated to return the Razin to hand, and then being used to destroy the Eldom as well.
Yep. And in any case, if that set card is the Snow Devil, you still have that for later down the track if it ever comes to that point.
Yep, you can use that to protect your Vanquish Soul cards as well, alongside the field spell too.
Yep, now you're declaring the effect of Razin.
Yep, and it looks like Dom is conceding. He already knows multiple cards in Jacob's hand. He could see that this game was not going to go in his favor, so... Both players realizing, hey, you know, maybe this is a game that I should try next. Even with the untimed top 4 and top 8, definitely makes a little bit more sense. Why put yourself through the process when you know what the end result is?
Then finishing quicker means that we can get the next feature on quicker as well. The players will...
Maybe they're looking out for Jesse and the DDD opponent.
Yeah, they've got an adequate break, but not enough to lose momentum.
And looking at the deck list as well for Game 3, so we do have Dom going first. We would likely see the Charmies go out, as is tradition. In terms of what he'd be able to add in, we do have additional copies of Megala. We do have additional... we have Radiant Typhoon Manifestation as well.
Yep.
As well as the Dominus Purge that we did see in Game 2. Not too sure if he would keep those in going first. Most likely, he would into the Vanquish Soul K9 matchup.
Yep.
Just looking at Jacob's deck list as well. Going second, we would have copies of Droll and Lockbird potentially. Not too bad. Can be quite good into the Pot of Extravagance starting hands. Definitely pays some dividends, but there are spots where a bunch of quick plays can be activated in the draw phase, and draw will have, you know, lower return than it would normally. Potentially the Infinite Impermanences, additional copies of Perilia. Definitely seems likely. Maybe even the Triple Tactics Talents as well, but might be a little bit of a stretch. And I could definitely see Jacob siding out the normal side outs that we do see in this deck, which would just be the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, and potentially the field spell as well. Something people have been doing just to fit in all of the Charmies as well as all of the other cards that interact in this matchup.
Is there any world you see Dominic running the gambit and blindsiding Jacob by making Jehu go first?
So it is definitely a consideration. The Vanquish Soul deck with the Mole Charmies in it, when it does go first, can have a few hands that don't do anything.
Yep.
I think Dom is probably going to stick with the process. He has gotten this far. Why call the audible now?
Yep.
However, maybe that is something that he thinks he needs to do to win this tournament.
Yeah. When the winner's on the line, everything you've learnt can change. We see at least one point of interaction in the form of Ash Blossom in
and
Jacob's
Infinite
hand.
Impermanence as well. Yeah. And a Holy Suit from the
Dom
looks
has a
of it.
vision. I think I saw a Called by the Grave. That
Yeah,
is
I do
definitely
see
called by the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Yeah.
So both players do have ways to play.
We have a game. The best way to look at it.
Yeah.
No one's passing. That's all we can take away from this.
Yeah. Right. We see the Noble Knight Shield Bearer.
Just allowing Dom to access the required cards here. Then we see the Eldom being summoned. Will this get met with an Infinite Impermanence? That is the question. And it does. So
right.
We have Jacob trying to bank on being able to play. And we see the Fallen and Virtuous being chained to destroy his own Eldom. He will be able to get another Fallen and Virtuous in the end phase. He now has a quick play online, and he does have the Eldom add as well. This is working out perfectly for Dominic right now. We'll see if this Ash can do anything for Jacob, or maybe the Holy Suit that I do believe I saw in his hand. But now we do have the Crocea being able to activate because a quick play was activated.
Oh, we see a Ghost Spell.
Okay, so more interaction. But it might not be the best because Vanquish Soul K9 does need cards to play with. The Call by the Grave on the Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion.
Yeah, and look, with one of the cards being Ash Blossom, you're running very low on cards to be able to pair with all your Vanquish Soul cards.
Yeah, but it is a cause for concern. You can throw all these hand traps at Dom, but there is a chance that you might just end your turn back with no plays available. That looks to be the Mystical Space Typhoon and the Swen being added. Looking at what Dom can do now, we see the Swen being summoned.
Do you think Jacob might be a little bit conservative with that Ash Blossom? I understand that the deck sometimes struggles to have the right ratio of fire monsters.
Well, I think he didn't want to factor in a Call by the Grave where it's only at 1 copy.
Yep.
Bell usually doesn't have too many other spots where it's going to be that amazing, and maybe he wanted to hold Ash for a card like Vision, deny the draw. Definitely seems likely. So yeah, this one just panning out the way it did. Unfortunate for Jacob. Now he does have 2 cards, 3 to start his turn, and he'll need quite a lot to be able to interact with this.
Yep. Exactly. And even at this stage, I think Dom can still go into a Varun, generate advantage off that. That's what we're about to see.
We see the Mystical Space Typhoon added.
We see the visions, and I believe we'll see a Mystical Space Typhoon. Oh, he doesn't. He just going to draw 2. Discard the Mystical Space Typhoon, and then use Varun to place the Mandate.
Considering his options here, seeing if maybe there's a better play, but I don't think he can do much else, so...
Looking quite grim for
Dom
Jacob.
also has the Ash Blossom in hand as well.
Yes.
This is not looking good for Jacob. He needs a Hail Mary off the top here. Just discarding the Mystical Space Typhoon, as you did say.
Oh.
Just wanted to double check to see if there was a better option, but no, all signs pointed to Mandate here. And then now Dom, just considering the options, we are, able to select 3 quick plays here, drawing the additional card. In the end phase, the Albion will get to another Fallen and Virtuous, and then we'll still have the Ash Blossom going into Jacob's turn, where he only has 3 cards to start his turn. He needs so much to go right for him.
Yeah, see, with those hand traps, you needed to pair them with something like Full Loss to be able to actually, I guess, nullify that they're generally -1 interactions.
So for cards like Bell and Ash, especially in the current format, when you are versing decks like Branded Dracotail, those cards line up quite well. One, because you can hold them in your hand a bit longer than you would into other matchups, and they'll fill the attribute role, and then you can use them as you would against the Dracotail traps. In matchups like this, when you're drawing a high density of them, they're not trading cards, they're still bodies on the field. Dom managed to have the Call by the Grave. That might have actually been the game-breaking Call by the Grave there, but just based on what I have seen in Dom's hand, I think maybe it was almost inconsequential in the grand scheme of things.
We see another monster getting drawn.
We see Reinforcements of the Army looking to add the Razan to hand. Will that one get negated? Honestly, there might be a chance where it just doesn't.
You have the Ash Blossom as well, right? That cuts them off at least.
Well, using the Ash might open himself up to K9 shenanigans.
Yep.
With the Lupus. Dom did resolve the Albion in the end phase, right?
Yeah, he did. He has
so we do have the quick play already. The other thing to consider as well, and it's something that I think a lot of people do forget, the K9 cards can't be normal summon unless your opponent has 2 or more cards in hand. So if you are able to get down to less cards in hand, that's another sort of avenue that Jacob can't even take. He can't normal summon the K9 Naroi. He can't use any of these additional effects because he can't normal summon them. I don't think Razan will be enough here for Jacob, sadly.
Not into a another Fallen and Virtuous.
So I'm just considering, hey, is this going to be met with maybe a chained Borga, a chained Caesar? Those are the things that are probably going through his mind. We didn't see an Azuna. We didn't see anything else being summoned. Meaning the Fallen and Virtuous, potentially.
looks like he's just straight going for a way to remove it from the board before it can search and potentially protect itself from destruction.
Yep, that as well as if anything were to be added that could essentially target the Razin, so either the Borga or the Caesar Valius, then that would be pretty rough for Dom. So just aiming to get rid of it immediately, and it does cut off any Rock of the Vanquisher plays as well, so not particularly terrible here. I think this is Dom's game to win. There is not too much else that Jacob can do with 2 cards in this strategy. Maybe adding a level 5 to hand, whether it be the Xiaolong or the Holy Su, and revealing a Jokul, but then we do still have the Mandate effect alive here. Adding Mad Love.
With your normal summon gone, that's not ideal either.
Could potentially be a Holy Su activated to summon, and then making Rock of the Vanquisher, and then using the field spell to target, but I don't think that's enough. And we see Jacob passing back. Dom just going with the motions now. The game is all but his to lose. He does not have to do too much else.
Yep, he starts off with Pot of Extravagance, banishing 6.
At
no
this
response
point,
from Jacob.
Extra cards. If it did get Ash, then Jacob would start his turn with 2 cards once again. So Dom really just putting the pressure on Jacob here. If there's any other interaction, it's just going to limit the other cards he would have to play back into an already developed board.
Right, he extends the handshake. Dominic will win this match and go to the finals. But before then, he will have to take a break. And we will go to our YCS Top 4B match. The most heavily requested deck of the tournament, the DDD deck that started off 9-0.
Yep, we have Destin Weir piloting DDD. He's been playing it for quite a while. At first we thought he was joking when he constantly kept bringing it up. But look at where he's at now. We're the fools. He is the victor. And he has to tackle one of the best players in the game, Jesse Cotton. Can he do it again? He did it during Swiss. Can he do it in top 4 this time?
Yep, well, that's for us to succeed. Don't go away. We'll be back after a very short intermission. All right, welcome back, everyone. By popular request, we have brought the DDD deck that's been tearing up this tournament to the feature match. Thank
we have
you
Jesse
to
winning the die roll,
Yeah.
it seems. So sorry to jinx it for Destin here. We did want to feature him, but each time it just seemed like something kept coming up. We do have Jesse back on the stream right now. We have Branded Dracotail versus the DDD deck, as Yahweh did mention before. Let's see how this one goes. Jesse did tell me that he lost the die roll game 1 in their Swiss match. However, this time he does get to play.
And that's the most important part. Like being Branded Fusion is definitely a great card to start playing, but there is the Ash Blossom to stop that. And Destin's deck, I believe, is actually quite light on responsive and defensive cards, right?
So Destiny is playing 3 copies of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, 3 copies of Molchami Perilia, as well as 3 copies of Molchami Full Loss, and rounded out with 2 copies of Droll and Lockbird. But he does also have the benefit, he is playing a Dark Attribute deck. He can play 3 copies of Dominus Impulse, which he does play, as well as 2 copies of Infinite Impermanence in his main deck. So being able to throw those cards at Jesse could be good. However, some of the DDD combos do require multiple cards. There are some 1-card combinations, however, for the most part, they are 2-card combinations, so maybe it can be Destin's downfall if he draws too many of these hand traps that aren't Molchami's, similar to what we saw with Jacob.
Yep, so we see Cartesia come down as well, and using the Fallen Valbaz and the Lucius, the summon looks like he's thinking about Secretarian Dragon. Weighing up his options. Jesse, having played against this deck earlier and lost to him, he's probably gone back to the drawing board and figured out a strategy.
You see the Secretarian Dragon coming down, using the Frixel to set a card. We've already seen quite a few cards coming out from Jesse's end, kind of limited in what else he can do. I think that's why he is taking a little bit longer than he would normally. Maybe his hand is not particularly amazing.
No, he definitely has a lot of these branded cards and didn't have much of the Draco Tail cards. But now he does have access to the Rahu. Using the Ash Blossom in his hand as well.
So he would be able to add the Ash Blossom back with the Arthalion as well. So there's no real concern here. He would just get the value from the Lucaeus.
Yep. Does telegraph the Ash Blossom though.
It does. Playing a little bit face up. However, based on my conversation with Jesse, as well as my conversation with Destin as well, usually the best action you can have is just trying to stop everything as it comes out. So maybe the Ash Blossom being face up, not to his detriment, would be able to just use it immediately to sort of cut Destin off any semblance of making a board or sort of breaking Jesse's board.
Yep, now we get to Key 2 as well. And of course, as you said, he will add back the Ash Blossom as a defensive measure.
And the Key 2 can give him access to the 5 mana here as well. And by extension, so he's using the ability immediately, getting that Frixel, and that Frixel can turn into the Lucaeus, which will give him additional fusion material on the following turn as well, with the 5 mana that we're likely to get from the Key 2.
Yeah, so this is Jesse showcasing the branded Draco Tail deck being incredibly powerful, incredibly resilient, and incredibly consistent to accessing a lot of resources.
This could be exactly what we saw with the Jacob Dom game, with Destin, throwing a bunch of these hand traps at his opponent and then not really having too much to go off on the following turn, because Jesse still has 5 mana in hand. He still has Cartesia, he still has Incredible Ecclesia, as well as Secretarion and the Arthalion on board. He has a wide range of monsters, he has access to a range of fusion summons, as well as finding a way to get to these Dracotail spell and traps.
Understanding is that he can't activate the Key 2 now because he's under Draw and Lockbird, so that also cuts off a line to be able to fusion summon as well.
Well, so only available as a fusion summon if the opponent does control a monster.
True.
So right now, he did have the Lucaia, so maybe with a bit of foresight, knowing that Droll and Lockbird could be there, adding the 5 mana first instead of maybe an Urgler or a Pan. So not too bad for him. He does still have that 5 mana. I think he's just trying to navigate, hey, what can I do now? He is, I do believe, locked from the Fallen of White Dragon as well. He's sort of just trying to figure out, hey, how can we get around this? He's already used Rahu. He can't make anything else. Oh, we see the Dark Mastery. I do have the name. It's been 1 second since I've seen this. I normally use it to search a Lava Golem or otherwise. Dark Spirit's Mastery. So he is able to add a level 8, I believe.
Level 8 Fiend monster from the deck or graveyard to the hand.
And that is a majority of the DDD deck. Just a density of level 8 Fiend monsters there. Sadly not being used in its archetypal Destiny board strategy, but what can you do? And it looks like Destin conceded immediately. Oh, just not having too much to go off there. Could be that he did start his turn with 4 cards, having to use that Ash Blossom and Droll and Lockbird, while Jesse just did everything that he was supposed to do. Yep,
and we've seen a lot this weekend how powerful going first is. I think the going first win rate has been quite high. Just being able to create your board, and if your opponent doesn't have enough hand traps to be able to stop you, they're also just playing at a card deficit and into your board.
Yep, and we've sort of seen how powerful the Charmies can be because it offsets that, right? Each time your opponent summons a monster from the hand, Aurelia will net them a card. So you're able to pair that with a hand trap. It's essentially self-replacing, no concern there. Any additional summons, more cards. Fuwalos, same thing. Might catch them off guard on the first one, and then they have to think, hey, do I continue summoning from my extra deck? Do I continue summoning from my main deck? And you create these weird game states, but then if they do continue playing, you throw the cards like Ash, you throw the cards like Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence, Ghost Ogre even we've seen on stream, and that all offsets it. But when you just have those hand traps, you will start your turn with almost no cards, and you do need a very powerful 1-card play, and your opponent's end board to not really have any interaction.
Exactly.
In regards to siding, it does look like Destin, being a more combo heavy deck, I think the easy side outs based on the list that we are looking at would be the Fuwalos. That would be almost a definite. And we could see Destin potentially putting in cards like Solemn Judgment, cross that Designator, as well as he does have cards like the DDD Headhunt, which is the DDD Trap, if I'm not mistaken. I'll just get that one up on my screen now.
Yep, so if you control DDD monster, you can take one face-up monster your opponent controls until the end of the next turn, but its effects are negated. And if it's special something extra, it's also counted as a DDD monster.
So that is a card that he can just access for free. There's no real concern with that. The only thing maybe Destin is considering is, hey, if I put these cards in my deck, is there a chance that I won't be able to play with my 5 cards? And that's something we've seen with the Dracotail deck, where people are siding out copies of the traps because you need every card to function. Similar sort of thing we've been discussing regarding the hand traps. When you activate them, you're minusing a card from your hand. So it better trade off quite well. If you're drawing a trap in your starting hand, that's not a card you can combo with. It's a point of interaction, but maybe not that good if you can't make your board as strong as you want it to be. So sometimes it's better for these combo decks to have more of the combo cards in them going first as opposed to going second.
Yep, both players are shuffling up, going into game 2. Again, this match is not sided, but it's not timed, sorry. But they still want to play at a pace where they don't get any low play warnings. This late in tournament, it'd be pretty tragic to have your tournament run ending from that. But both players have already played against each other. They know what their cards do. Yeah, a number of spells. Alright, there's a Dark Mastery.
Discarding another copy of Dark Mastery. Destin does have multiple copies of that card. It does have the option to search Lava Golem, so maybe we do see that going second into some of the matchups. Maybe not this one specifically, but yeah, is a consideration here. And we see him adding the Doom Queen Machinex, one of the more recent additions to the DDD deck. This card is quite insane. You are able to place a Dark Contract continuous spell from your deck face up, so you are just able to access all of these cards that you wouldn't normally be able to access without drawing them, and that's in the form of a pendulum scale, and it has an additional effect as well.
Yep, so the one he plays was a Dark Contract with Zero King. So you can target one DD card you control, except Dark Contract with Zero King, destroy it, and special summon DD monster from your deck, but you can't special summon this turn except for DD monsters. So he just destroyed the Queen Machinix. And the Queen Machinix, if it's destroyed from the monster, it can be placed in the Pendulum Zone. And if a face-up DDD or Dark Contract card you control while it is face-up in your extra deck, even during the damage step, you can special summon it and destroy one card on the field.
Yep, so you're able to activate the Machinex, getting into the contract, using the contract to destroy the Machinex, and it's sitting there in the extra deck waiting to be activated again. So it has multiple effects. It does let you do quite a lot. It is a formidable force here.
Yep, so we saw the Count Surveyor being able to add upon special summoning, and then Savant Kepler, which is one of the original ones on summon, is able to add a Dark Contract from the deck to the hand.
This used to be one of the scariest cards to see summoned against you. Still is, but now there's multiple other cards that are doing similar things here, and we see an Imperm activated on the Abyss King Gilgamesh. Oh, that is game-breaking. This is one of the cards you want to resolve if you are Destin.
Yep.
And this just shows Jesse's experience with the matchup. You know, we did talk with him on stream before, and he said that he had been speaking with Pac. Pac was a big advocate for the DDD deck, and Jesse, obviously being friends with Pac, did have some hand in playtesting and otherwise knowing where the necessary interactions should be placed. And Imperm on the Gilgamesh, perfect in this spot.
Yep, Destin continue with the Dark Contract with the Gate, activating it to add one DD monster from the deck to the hand.
Destin just contemplating where to go. I do see, I think, a Copernicus in Destin's hand, and he added the Ragnarok.
Yep, Abyss King Ragnarok. In the Pendulum, if you special summon the DD monster, you can target one DD monster from graveyard. Any battle damage your opponent takes with half, and then you can special summon that monster and take 1,000 damage.
And then we see the Griffin in the scale as well. So we do have a 5 scale as well as a 1 scale. We can get that Copernicus out of hand, as well as I don't think there's too many cards in the extra deck we can actually summon here, if I'm not mistaken. So just the Copernicus, using the ability. I'm not sure if Destin is playing Lamia. I don't think so, but I'll just confirm on the deck list. Doesn't look like it's Lamia, but it could be Necro Slime. Oh, no. This one threw me entirely.
Looks like
we have the Lance Soldier.
Lance Soldier. In the graveyard, you can target one Dark Contract card you control, destroy it, and if you do special summon this card.
Yep, and this in turn should be able to activate the Machinex as well in the extra deck.
Yep, Lance Soldier also being a tuner allows you to access extra deck monsters such as Alexander. We saw a couple years back, one of its popular end boards. Siegfried, my bad.
Yeah, regardless, even with that, he could just be making additional link plays with the extra bodies he does have available. Just looking at what he can do. And we see Jesse activating 5 mana, but Destin having one zone open, able to activate that Call by the Grave to banish and stop the 5 mana from fusing. This could be Destin's game to win here. He's going to build that end board. He is able to level manipulate here, and now able to make the DDD...
King Solomon?
Yeah, the Wise King Solomon.
Catch material, add a DD card from deck to hand, and if this card's banished, you can target one DD effect monster you control that it gains attack until the end of this turn. Piercing.
Yep, so Dustin just trying to get back into the game. He did have to throw some cards away because of the Imperm and the 5 mana, but nothing major. They don't detract from the combo because he did start with only one card, and any additional cards will just let him make a bigger end board here.
Yep, and look, Destin's done quite well given the constraints of the on the Gilgamesh. Now we see another one of the DD cards, the Scale Surveyor.
So Destin now, he is able to trigger a range of effects. He's able to...
He exceed summon the Marksman King Tell using the
Wise King Solomon. Yep, and then he's now able to send a DDD, so he sends a Necro Slime here.
Yep. And then he was able to link summon Sky King Zeus Ragnarok. Targets a DD or Dark Contract control, destroy it, and also during this turn you can conduct a Pendulum summon of a DD monster.
And we see the Necro Slime activating. Looks to be summoning... Get the Angus as well.
The Divine Sage King. So you can fusion summon one during your main phase. You can fusion summon one DD fusion monster from your extra deck by shuffling its materials from your hand, field, or banishment to deck. Cards banished, you can target a Dark Contract, your graveyard, or banishment up to the number of DDD monsters you can throw and place them face up on your side of the field. The DDD deck just summon a lot of monsters.
And now it does have the link option, because that was an issue before. It could generate quite a few monsters, but they would all end up being consolidated into fusions or synchros, sometimes in Xyz. But now, you know, they can make these really powerful links. Gilgamesh being one of the first ones we did see, but then we also have the Ragnarok, right?
Yep. So now we see just the regular Wave King Caesar, not the one we see in Fiendsmith decks.
Yep, so this usually does telegraph a Deus Ex Machinex coming down, just as another form of interaction, but it does look like he is destroying it with an ability, looking to add a Dark Contract as well, and then maybe the Machinex will pop up at a later point.
Yeah, I can see in a normal match circumstance, like this combo taking such a long time might force you to play under pressure, but without that time pressure and top cut, Destin's able to comfortably play his cards without fear of the clock.
Yeah, no, Destin is just playing at, like, once again, all of the players that played at such a reasonable pace, they're all just, you know, masters of their own deck. They put a lot of testing in, and they know where they want to end up. They know what they want to do as an end board. They know what to do into certain hand traps, and a lot of the game states haven't been particularly complex on stream that we've seen for them to take, you know, extensive time to make their decisions.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Destin added the Dark Contract with the Eternal Darkness. If you could just pop that one up for me there, Yahweh, we can have a look at that together. That is a very unique card.
While you control 2 DDD cards in your Pendulum Zone, your opponent cannot target monsters on the field, not just their own, or they can't target any monster on the field with spell or trap effects, tribute them for tribute summon, or use them as materials for fusion, synchro, or Xyz summon.
Yep, so in a similar vein of, you know, cards like Dimension Barrier, it is a blanket effect. However, the Dracotail deck does have some options to beat it. They're not amazing though. So it is specifying monsters on the field. If we don't have monsters on the field, we can fuse with the 5 mana in hand. We can do a lot of stuff. We do have to jump through hoops, and there's still all of these other interactions associated. But this card is amazing into a lot of the other decks as well. Destin managed to not draw it, managed to search it for free. What you want to see, as we mentioned with the headhunt as well.
Yep.
But we are now moving into a game 3 with Destin going second. Not ideal for the combo player today.
I do believe it also stopped Australian from being able to bounce monsters on the field.
That is true. That is...
Which might be one of the ways you out... I'd imagine some of the monsters in Destin's... deck.
And then just regarding the sideboard process, do you think it's likely we see Destin put Lava Golem in? Probably not, right? Like, he knows Jesse's not playing the Magister's package. He's not going for these wider end boards. And Jesse is really playing this one to beat the board breakers that people are sort of anticipating. I doubt we'll see a lot of the cards in Destin's side deck coming in. Maybe we will see the infamous Denko Sekka, though. That is a card that Destin would be able to summon into a board of multiple Draco Tail traps, as well as Fallen and Virtuous. And Jesse would need a card like 5 mana to even deal with it, and that would just take away an interaction that could be dealing with DDD cards.
Yep.
I think it's also likely we do see Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion from Destin as well.
This is incredible. We could actually potentially see DDD win a YCS in 2026.
Yeah, and then just in regards to Jesse's sideboarding, I think for the most part, he'd likely be leaving his deck the same. Maybe we could see cards like Call by the Grave and Infinite Impermanence going in. Maybe Nibiru the Primal Being or Kashtira Fenrir as well. So those are all cards that definitely, they layer the end board. They give interaction through different methods, and they aren't, all lumping themselves in through one thing that can be dealt with. We saw that with Harpy's Feather Dust, that all the interaction was in spell and trap zones. That is a big thing when approaching matchups like this. You do want to layer everything. You want everything to do something unique, and then it sort of throws the opponent off, all of their sideboarding options, all of their gameplay options.
Exactly. Both players have come so far, and both every top cut match we've had so far have gone to a game 3. We've had quite good matches to watch. Every player's actually been able to play the game.
Yeah, even Jesse did have 2 hand traps there. Destin having the Call by the Grave, but Jesse, holding cards for the opportune moment. So unfortunate that we did see the Call by the Grave for Jesse. Fortunate for Destin, obviously, because we did get to showcase the DDD deck. But yeah, like game 1, similar sort of fashion. Jesse did get to play uncontested. Destin did get to have hand traps. Just didn't have enough steam to really get anything else going.
Alright, players have shuffled and cut. Let's wish them the best of luck for game 3 and see what happened. Oh, Destin looks a bit nervous here.
We see a Parelia or a Fualos. I see Dark Mastery Spirit from Destin. I also did see a Dark Contract, and we see the Fua being activated in the draw phase. So Jesse does have Fallen of White Dragon, or is that an Ash Blossom? Oh, it is an Ash Blossom. Oh my goodness.
My goodness.
That's Destin's only point of interaction. Destin presenting that body language of someone who doesn't really have too much else going for them. And then we see the Malulu being normal summoned. Does Destin have a response? Nope.
Oh.
Might not end well for our DDD hero. Let's see where he can go from here.
And this is going to propel a lot of this course that's been on Ash Blossom in recent months, where it gives a lot of advantage to a player going first in discussion of the more charmy cards.
There isn't a divided opinion regarding that, but we do see Jesse summoning the Arthelion with the ability to add back the Ash Blossom here, fusing with the Lucaeus from hand, allowing him to do that. And then we do have the 2 Draco Tail effects being activated right now. Likely going for Kitu and Rahu as is tradition, unless there's a Rahu in hand already, in which case he might go for one of the trap cards.
I think I saw a Horn in the hand.
You know what they say, a horn in the hand is worth two in the bag. I think that's the old adage. But yeah, Jesse just evaluating the options here. If he does have a trap available, then it's one less fusion he does have to make, which is a little bit more manageable if Destin does have Lava Golem in against him.
Yeah, we see the key to.
Doesn't look like he has another monster in hand. Could be the classic of key to add a monster, Rahu add corresponding monster, and then making another fusion perhaps. And then maybe it could be like 5 mana Urgula adding back.
Gets the 5 mana.
Then the Rahu being activated, will this be met with another hand trap? It would be the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Okay, so Destin identifying, hey, I need to deal with the Rahu here. Fallen and Virtuous, I believe?
Fallen and Virtuous and a trap card.
Yep. Not entirely sure what that trap card is. Could be anything at this point, but I guess we will see soon enough. Destin starting his turn with 4 cards, Jesse having an Ash Blossom, a Fallen and Virtuous, as well as an Unknown Trap, and a 5 mana in hand. But he does not have another monster available unless the trap card he does have draws him into another one.
Fall by the grave in Destin's hand.
That is quite good here. That is amazing in this spot.
He does have the Dark Mastery.
And as we saw in previous games, that is able to access, you know, quite a few cards. At the cost of a discard, though, so it is 1 less card each time. Could this be met with Flame? That could be what Jesse is considering right now. Or maybe Ash Blossom is the other consideration. That's the difficult part as well, right? Usually when you have a card that discards a card for cost, you're always incentivized to Ash it. You're always trading up in card economy. So Jesse's considering, can this get worse for me?
Like it's going through. Got the Queen back.
Yep, so Queen coming down. Queen is going to be able to get a Dark Contract unless Jesse chooses to interact with it with the Fallen and Virtuous, which he does. Sending Albion, looking to get some follow-up on the next turn. And what does Destin have? We saw the Call by the Grave, I believe you saw. You see anything else?
I can't really make out what it is. It is another spell card.
The other funny part is Destin will never concede. He will make you put your life points down to 0. So his stoicism is it's Ghost Spell.
Oh, Ghost Spell and second Dark Mastery, is it?
Yep.
Oh, well, you just ate your words, mate.
Oh, well. You know what? 1 for 1, 2 for 2, something like that. Well, congratulations to Jesse. We now have a final set. We have Dominic Italiano playing Radiant Typhoon against Jesse Cotton playing Branded Dracotail. We have Melbourne versus Canada.
Yep. Jesse, he's won YCS Sydney before, just a couple years back. Dominic's here in the finals for the first time. He definitely wants that win, wants to bring it home for Melbourne for the 3rd year in a row. We will see what happens. Don't go away. We will let the players freshen up, take a quick drink as necessary and set up, and we will have the finals shortly. Alright, welcome back everyone. We are finally here. We've made it all the way to the finals of YCS Sydney 2026.
13 rounds of Swiss.
13 rounds of Swiss, 3 more rounds of Top Cut. Jesse Cotton, he was in the finals just a couple years back. And now he's here to reclaim that title. It's let, what, 2 people take over since? And now he wants it back. We have that beautiful trophy in the middle. The players are ready to go. Dom, he's here for the first time. He's shown how knowledgeable he is about his Radiant Typhoon deck as well as other decks in the meta. He was first in Swiss.
Yep. However, Jesse did beat Dom in Swiss. That was Dom's only loss. And we did see Jesse get redemption on his only loss in Swiss, the DDD opponent Destin. So maybe Dom can follow suit.
Yep. So it's anyone's game at this point. And once the players are ready, we can start. Interesting, we had 4 different decks in the top 4. We had 1 Branded Dragatail, 1 Radiant Typhoon, 1 DDD, and 1 Vanquished Soul K9.
I think that was expected outside of the DDD.
Yep.
Maybe the Radiant Typhoon was written off a lot of people's radar. I was of the opinion that, you know, maybe that deck is still quite good. Just maybe under-respected from a play perspective,
yep,
less of a matchup perspective.
Yep. Not sure what's happening with the players at this stage.
Yep, we might have some minor technical difficulties here. Just waiting to see what's going on regarding that. But while we do that, I guess we can quickly go over these deck lists just once again. We do have Jesse playing the Branded Dragatail strategy, and he is playing... Sorry, I'll just get this deck list up for us. So Jesse is playing the very standard Branded Dragatail deck. We're looking at a few more hand traps than normal lists. He is main decking Droll and Lockbird, which will pay dividends in this matchup. We see Dom rolling a 10, quite commanding here. Will Jesse be able to crack it? We see a 4. So Dom able to start. I do think Radiant Typhoon starting, however, is not too much of a disparity like we did see in other games. Dragatail does have a lot of tricks to sort of offset what a developed Radiant Typhoon board can do. But maybe Dom has some tricks up his sleeve and he's managed this matchup. He did have that record in Swiss, as you mentioned before, so he's definitely been here before.
It's a Noble Knight Shield Bearer. I also saw a Fallen and Virtuous in his hand as well.
That's always good to see. We're seeing both parts of the engine here. Shield Bearer going for the Eldom once again. And then we see a Droll and Lockbird. Oh my goodness, does Dom have anything else available here? That is incredible from Jesse. Droll and Lockbird recently added to the semi-limited list, so Jesse did have the 1 of 2 Droll and Lockbird in his deck, in his opening hand. And if you're Dom, you're not happy to see it, but is that maybe a call by the grave?
If it was, you would imagine it comes down straight away, but I see an Ash Blossom. I saw a Fall in the Virtuous. I think he might just be evaluating his options at the stage, see if able to just pass without much play with the spells in his hand.
Just trying to figure out, is this efficient to use all of these cards to stop 1 Droll and Lockbird, or can I continue otherwise? No, so it was a, I believe, Vision. Chant?
The Chant?
Yep.
Chant, which... Well, with these being quick play spells, you can actually activate them in response to Droll and Lockbird as well, to be able to mitigate some of its impact on your deck.
Yeah, it's more unfortunate in this strategy when you do draw additional monsters, because you usually can't, you know, get that value compared to being able to chain a quick play to the Droll and Lockbird.
Yep. You can see his hand is the Eldon, the Ash Blossom, and a number of spells. I think
like
there was Droplets.
Yeah.
Droplets, this is Fallen the Virtuous.
Ash Blossom and the Eldom. Okay, so almost face up here. And we do know that the Dragatail deck does have a good time into a lot of these set cards that decks like Radiant Typhoon would be setting. The Mystical Space Typhoon is good, but if Jesse has a hard-drawn Rahu or a Kitu, the Mystical Space Typhoon is not doing that much. If Jesse does have to set those cards, Mystical Space Typhoon is going to be doing quite a lot.
Yep, so we have to Fall in the White Dragon. It's been a very powerful card this entire weekend across multiple decks.
Yep, Jesse being able to get access not only to a Cartesia to fuse with, but also even the Fallen and Virtuous, which we've seen be the decision maker for a lot of these matches as well. I feel like every deck is just playing it. Maybe except for Destin and the VSK9 deck, but otherwise Radiant Typhoon and Draco Tail branded definitely are playing it. The Dom considering his options here, would it be the Droplet or the Ash Blossom? Obviously the Fallen and Virtuous in chain here.
And he might look to, in response to Ecclesia's effect, use Forbidden Droplets to stop it as well. Is that...
I do think it does need to banish to be able to summon here.
Yep.
So that is the main goal for Dom, trying to get as much value as he can into these really efficient cards that Jesse has been presenting. Jesse looks like he doesn't really have too much else going for him. You know, he's sort of evaluating the situation, but taking his time. And usually when Jesse does have a play, he'll just pop those cards on the field and go from there. So maybe just trying to work out, hey, can I afford to do anything here? Will this cost me in the long term?
Well, it is the finals. If you want to take some time to consider your plays, you've come this far. Like you've played for 15 rounds. What's another 10 seconds of thought?
Exactly. Everyone else is waiting on them, not, you know, anything else. So we'll let them have as much time as they require. That's why these finals are now untimed. You see a Rahu.
Like a Rahu Draco Tail?
Yeah, a Rahu, a Sting, and he drew Kitu and Rahu, making that Mystical Space Typhoon almost irrelevant here. Do we see an Ash Blossom coming down from Dom?
Yeah, nice to see some back and forth gameplay, definitely.
There's going to be some crucial decision making, mostly because if Dom were to Ash this, I think Jesse would be able to resolve the Rahu, but not particularly sure if it's going to be that impactful, because he is kind of light on cards. But if he lets the Kitu resolve and then Ash the Rahu, it could sort of lock Jesse in this weird situation of not being able to do anything.
Oh, he's really thinking on it. Does go with
Ash on the Kitu here. Maybe just thinking, okay, well, if you have Rahu, then that's one other chance you need to have a monster to go with it. So we'll see how this one does go. We see the Rahu being activated here.
Yep, he's using the Ball under the White Dragon in his hand. He's really thinking about what he sends.
Maybe just trying to identify, can I access Draco Tail cards at a later point? Would he, you know, be able to go for an Urgula, be able to get rid of a set spell or trap, going for Lucius instead?
Yep. For the Australian. Australian and Lucius being able to use their effects now.
Yep. So we'll see if Dom opts to use the Forbidden Droplet. He is very low on cards, though. So using this Forbidden Droplet now would mean he gets rid of either the Mystical Space Typhoon, and he'll net back a Fallen and Virtuous in the end phase, but it won't directly help against cards like Draco Tail Sting, Draco Tail Horn, or Draco Tail Flame, as well as even Jesse's Fallen and Virtuous.
Does have the Draco Tail Flame set now. That does make Dom's Mystical Space Typhoon live.
So we saw Dom opting to not activate the droplet on the Arthelion, looking at letting Jesse summon it out and then going from there. So it looks like Jesse will summon the Lucius, adding the 5 mana, if Dom allows it.
And now you can do the Mystical Space Typhoon chain droplets as well.
Definitely can, and we get the extra value here. That looks like what Dom was waiting for. Definitely a heads-up play there, extracting all value where he could.
What's next? What's the follow-up? I think Dom is left with just the Eldom in hand. And he will get a Fallen the Virtuous during the end phase.
Yep, and Jesse will also get a Fallen and Virtuous in the end phase as well, with a Draco Tail Sting in hand. So we'll see if this can work out for him. We do have to remember we are, you know, in the battle phase here. Jesse did go second, so he is able to attack, and that will, you know, present a good chunk of damage as well.
Yep, does the Lucius have the standard 1800 attack, or is it a 1600 attack?
I could not remember for the life of me. Part of me does think it is a high enough attack to attack over cards like Cartesia or Ecclesia, but I could be incorrect. Also, something worth noting as well, Jesse does have the option to add back the Incredible Ecclesia too. So that's just going to be another card that he could potentially fuse with on Dominic's turn.
Yep, so Lucius actually falls into the category of level 4 search monster with 1800 attack, so it does present a huge chunk of damage.
So it is halved from the Forbidden Droplet, so 39 taken, we're at 41. That is basically halfway there.
Yeah, but we know in this game all you need is a single life point to be able to win. It's the duel's not over till your life points hit 0.
The SHUEISHA triggering, as well as the Albion, I believe. I think he did just point at that for fun. No concerns there. And then it looks like the... Oh, it was the Ecclesia. Okay.
Yep.
No problem there. And then Dom also getting the Fallen and Virtuous to his hand too. Regardless of this, Dom is still on the back foot. He's very low in cards. He does need something, maybe like a Pot of Extravagance. We do know Jesse does have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in hand that he did add back, correct? Oh no, I'm thinking of a different game entirely. Sorry, it's all sort of melded together.
Yep.
Maybe I've manifested it.
He does have the Eldom, which is able to start searching other monsters and then going from there.
Was that the Mandate? No, it's another. It's a Corsair?
It is a monster. See the Draco Tail Flame be activated. Sting, sorry.
Sting, yep.
Sting,
Looking to just find more options now before Dom does get into the main phase.
Yep.
And is able to play. So maybe Jesse trying to find either another monster, maybe a 5-mana, just anything that'll allow him to play.
Or a point of interaction. That works as well.
Yep, Ash Blossom would be a great one to cut off like a Pot of Extravagance. I think that's sort of what he's aiming for. We put back the key to here. We did banish a Mystical Space Typhoon. That's always good as well. Getting the benefit of a draw is just the added bonus.
I'm really thinking about over his options right now.
As you mentioned before, no reason not to. They have all the time in the world. We are just here watching good dueling happen, and we'll crown a YCS champion in the process.
The Fallen and the Virtuous are being activated again, sending the Albion. Looking for a card.
Yeah, maybe Dom identifying, hey, like, we could potentially remove a body from the field here, making a card like 5-mana less impactful when he does start to play. It also enabled the Corsair because it is a quick play spell.
Yep, the Corsair was a card that he drew for turn. Also doesn't have the Monster Gate effect right now, right? Because I believe there's no Mystical Space Typhoon in the graveyard. It was just banished.
I think you might be confusing it with the Varun.
Varun, yeah, my bad. This one is, yeah. Varun's the one that negates. This one just adds.
Yep. Corsair, one of the best cards in this deck, lets you add a Radiant Typhoon card and a Mystical Space Typhoon. Just adding all of these extra cards to your hand at the drop of a hat. We've even seen, as I mentioned before, some people side decking it in other strategies because it is an enabler, it is an extra monster, and you can add Mystical Space Typhoon to maybe answer a card like Dimensional Fissure. We're not seeing this currently, but it's something to consider for the people back home.
There we do see the Varun get added to hand. Gonna activate the Mystical Space Typhoon.
Destroying the set Fallen and Virtuous. And we see Jesse just quickly evaluating and reading the Varun.
The Varun being able to special summon itself as well, and then because Mystical Space Typhoon would then be in the graveyard, it will be able to negate a monster effect.
Yeah, Jesse may be considering if he is activating the Fallen and Virtuous, targeting the Crosseer here. That will remove a monster from the field.
Yep, but Varun can then be...
Oh, we're seeing a Rindrum being sent, potentially. No, oh no, he's thinking about it.
Sent it, did he? Sent the Rindrum. Right. He'll also use Rindrum at this point. Summon back the Fall under the White Dragon. Now he'll attempt to activate the Fall on the White Dragon.
It is able to summon back Ecclesia and Dark Dragon because it does have Ecclesia in the name, and that can access a card Artesia here. And we do know he does have the Rune Negate on board, but maybe there's a chance Dom makes a slight mistake and Jesse can get back in this game.
Yep, and Varun does have the negate now with MST in the graveyard. A lot of contemplation on both sides. We can see that just from very few cards Dom had at the start of the turn, he's been able to progress his board quite far.
Yep, we have Eldom into Swen. Swen able to its effect. We'll see where this one can go here. Can Dom close out the game? Or is it just going to be a case of Dom having so much advantage on Jesse that nothing does really matter? Adding Chant to hand here.
Yep, Chant being able to add a level 4 Law Radiant Typhoon monster from the deck to the hand, or an ST from either deck or graveyard to hand.
See what Dom can muster up here. Not currently locked into anything, if I'm not mistaken, so extra deck access is still all available.
It's just the ideal monster to go into. Crocea locked him into wins. Crocea was summoned and added the Radiant Typhoon and Mystical Space Typhoon. He's locked into wins, but he's going to go into the Varun anyway.
no real concern there. I feel like most of the things that would be summoned from Dom's perspective are usually going to be of the win variety. I guess we do cut off maybe the Bamboozling Gossip Shadow, as well as any potential Super Poly shenanigans that may be in Dominic's deck. Otherwise, maybe SP Little Knight is another one that we could consider that is no longer accessible here.
Yeah, we see Chant at the Magala.
We have the Mandate, and that is everything online. Dom may be looking for the Mandate to draw him an extra card here.
Yep, putting back Fallen Virtuous, Chant, and Droplets. Again, it's just incredible how much decks are able to accumulate advantage off just single or two cards this format.
Yeah, cards like Crocea, part of Extravagance as well, in a strategy like this, just netting you 2 extra cards for the price of 1 activation. Quite amazing, and like the fact that you're able to play both of them in this deck as well just leads to you getting so much advantage off of a single card, snowballing into another card, repeat, repeat, repeat.
Yep, now we see the Magala come out. So Magala, again, being able to special summon a Radiant Typhoon monster from the deck with a different name from the monsters that you control.
So Dom really does just have everything. Jesse is out of interaction here, sort of just sitting back and watching it as it happens in real time. Kind of just hoping that Dom might not have a way to deal with the board that is already presented.
Now we see the Mystical Space Typhoon being activated to destroy the Mandate. Magala will be able to special summon. The Mandate will set itself, and the Bruin also special summons itself from the graveyard. Now, he has just multiple points of interaction. It's going to be incredibly difficult, if possible at all, for Jesse to be able to play through this, with the Phonics there being able to return 2 monsters as well.
Yep, this has picked apart the board quite well. Dom, showing a masterclass in regards to how to play the Radiant Typhoon deck, utilizing every card in his deck list at this point. I think the only card we haven't seen is Vision.
And Vision, for all intents and purposes, mostly just other Radiant Typhoon cards.
More or less, yeah. Dom just quickly evaluating how he's meant to deal with what's left on the board. Probably likely just clarifying. This be it. I think it's quite close.
Yep.
The Wind Charmer, I think Dom did just shortcut that he would be summoning the Droll Lockbird.
Yep. And
then making the Doom Eagle. That is a card we saw in the old Tri-Brigade days, but it does gain 2400 attack while your opponent controls no monster in their graveyard, but it's also has the ability to target one monster in your opponent's grave, couple it into the deck, and basically just become an interaction in itself.
Yep. So we can see him power through. I believe Phonics has 3000 attack Magala, on the other hand, has a measly 500.
Yep, Dom navigated all of this perfectly, managed to break the board, managed to get back, you know, his board state as well. We have the mandate set up, we have, you know, the additional cards in hand. We'll have the redraw from the mandate on Jesse's turn as well. And we are putting back the Arthur line from the Doom Eagles.
Yeah, it's a once per turn. You can decide every single turn, including your own, even if you don't anticipate you're getting much value from it or disrupting anything.
The Fallen and Virtuous set in the end phase. Looks like that is everything from Dom. We do have all of these interactions presented. We have the Doom Eagle as a means to shuffle back a card from Jesse's grave. We have the Phonics, which I do believe is a quick effect, or is it a...
I believe it's a quick effect. If
a quick play spell card is activated, right?
Yep. So, and he has a Fallen and Virtuous.
Yep. And Jesse, I believe, doesn't have a Fallen and Virtuous because he did send a Rinbrum instead of an Albion or an Albilenidus or otherwise. Oh, sorry, not Albilenidus, just the Albion. So he won't enable it himself, just trying to figure out how to navigate what is presented to him. And I believe a lot of it is face up. Dom doesn't have any other cards in hand.
Particularly need those when you have enough interruptions.
Well, the mandate could draw another card, so I guess he'll have one card in hand if we really get into it.
Jesse just going straight to a game 2.
Dom Italiano is one game win away from being the YCS Sydney 2026 champion, but I don't think Jesse is going to let it go without a fight. We will see. Hopefully we see a great game 2. We've seen nothing but amazing games so far.
But either way, we have a pretty good story. Like the plot ends with either Jesse being a 2-time YCS Sydney champion or Dom bring it home for Melbourne the 3rd year in a row. The year after his good friend Frederick Campbell brought it home. Dom's also been around quite a long time, like well over 15 years.
Yep, I remember Dom when he was a small child, and now he is a grown man. And I am an even older grown man, so what can you do? But no, Dom has been around for a while, took a few breaks now and then, really got back into the competitive scene around the 2020s, and he's been around ever since. Got those YCS tops as well. He did top last year alongside Freddie, and then they both top 8'd this year as well with the new change from top 32 to top 8.
Yep.
So can't say he isn't consistent. You know, he's definitely put the time and the effort in, and look, it's paying off. Even if he doesn't take home the title, I think second place is nothing to scoff at, but Dom's already up a game.
Yeah.
So who can say that he doesn't have as much chance now than he did prior?
And I believe he's also an avid collector. He has a nice collection of, I would say, vintage cards. Well, and we can see it in his deck. A lot of his deck is high rarity. See that someone like him who plays actually enjoys is more than happy to go the extra mile and have it look nice as well. I believe this is actually Jesse's 3rd time in the finals of YCS Sydney, right?
Yeah, so he did lose to Onagiza in 2019. It was Altergeist versus the Thunder Dragon Danger Strategy.
Dom's hand going 2nd. Number of spells, I think I saw an Ash Blossom.
Jesse's starting with first action 5 mana. Not ideal, but if this does resolve uncontested, it can get a lot of things online. If it's double Draco Tail name, looks to be triple at this point. Oh, so we're going for broke. We're trying to do what we can if we're Jesse Cotton. And that hand is not that great in the grand scheme of things, but I don't think anything can truly interact with the 5 mana there. So I don't think it really matters too much when you are going first here.
Yep, so you have Urgula, Fraxel.
It looks to be either, is that another 5 mana?
It looks
or
like a second 5 mana. So, I mean, your choice of cards to bring back to your hand is relatively limited, but you do get a full suite of Draco Tail spells or traps.
Yeah, it could be as simple as adding back, you know, some corresponding cards and then having the option to either normal summon the Lucaius or normal summon the Frixel, using it to bounce back, just having extra bodies to fuse with on Dominic's turn. We'll see what Jesse does with this approach, but setting 3 cards, one being the Flame, the Kitu, and the Rahu, and then opting to add back all the cards that he fused with anyway, so no concern there.
It's an illusion of choice, right? If 2 of the cards in your graveyard are the same card, you're not really adding to the same.
That is fair, that is fair. He still has all of those interactions for the following turn as well, on top of the Rahu and the Kitu.
Yep. That's the Kitu being activated. Are we going to see the Ash Blossom? No, we're not.
We see Kitu adding Malulu, Malulu going to hand just as another form of interaction, just an additional negate. We have the Urgla as a spell and trap destruction, as well as the Pan to destroy a monster, but sometimes Malulu is the best bet you can have, especially against monsters that can't be destroyed by card effect.
Right, now we see the Pan and the Malulu being used. Gulamel?
Yep. Gulamel coming down just as another, again, interaction. It just lets you destroy another card while getting the benefit of the card you activated in the chain before it, so no reason not to pop that one down. You do also have the restrictions from cards like Rahu as well.
Another Rahu down, so does that mean either doesn't have the sting?
He likely has the sting in hand, honestly, yeah, that would make a lot more sense. Yep. Maybe we can see, I think I see purple, yeah, or magenta for the purists. Yep. Then we have Frixel coming down. That will net 2 additional bodies here as well, summoning back out the Malulu and then returning itself to the hand. So we do just have all of this extra gas from Jesse, as well as the option to, you know, use all of these cards that we decided to set. There's just no concern there. Yep, just confirming what cards were set this turn. Totally within his rights. A Forbidden Droplet for turn.
Start off with Fallen the Virtuous.
Yep, likely activated in either the draw phase or the standby phase on the Malulu here.
I pick it off.
Unless Dom is aiming to maybe, you know, do some tricks here, maybe try to psych Jesse out that there is a card like Triple Tactics Thrust or Talents in his hand, and he might have done it in main one.
Be thinking about using Flame?
That would be the most likely assumption here. Yeah, I don't think it's too far off. It could also be Horn. He could potentially use to bounce back the Malulu and use it as a point of interaction that way.
Yep, we got the Phonics back.
Yep, Phonics has definitely been paying dividends for Dom. I see a lot of people not like that card. It is generally a single copy, but it feels like each time he's had access to it, it's just been one of the best cards in his deck.
If you open 2 quick play spells, it just sounds like a card which is easily able to deal with multiple cards, being able to shuffle 2 cards of your opponents into their deck.
See if this one does demand an interaction here.
And gotta be mindful of its which position he summons it in. In attack position, he's susceptible to Horn, but in defense position, he's only got 0 defense.
It could also be a a point where maybe Dom wants it in attack position, so Jesse does use Horn on it, and then another monster would go uncontested without worrying about Horn. Could be something to consider.
Be likely to see the Horn.
Does Dom have Dominus Purge in his hand, or am I mistaken? No, it's Ash Blossom, Forbidden Droplet, and a Trap.
Looks like Ash Purge Droplet.
Yeah.
Are we going to see a Draco Tail Horn come out? Yep, so it's battle phase. The attack over the Gulamel will connect.
Yep, that one just removing another interaction from Jesse's end board. No reason not to. Maybe just trying to bait out that Horn. Maybe that was the intention all along. Dom's hand not looking too strong. I'm not sure if this is really able to do too much.
Droplets is cheeky in that if you ever try to attack over monsters still using.
That is true. That the other downside being a lot of these cards have already paid for themselves. But we see Dom activating another quick play spell. Could he have another Radiant Typhoon monster in his hand, and he's trying to activate a quick play to be able to trigger it?
Or he's just using droplets. By sending the Purge, Jesse can't use Horn or Flame, and then Onyx can return to cards.
So triggering the Varun as well as the Phonics here. Targeting both, I believe, the Unknown as well, which we could assume is Sting, and then potentially gaining everything here. We could see Sting banishing the Albion, and then, well... definitely the Albion, right? We have to cut him off the Fallen and Virtuous. That would be the most reasonable assumption. Still don't have a Mystical Space Typhoon available for Dom.
Yep, so we get rid of the Purge and the Albion. Shuffle the key to, draw a card, and we lose the Flame, I believe.
Yep.
We get the Varun out. No Mystical Space Typhoon, so not able to negate a monster.
Yeah, but he does have 2 monsters on the field now, so he would be able to access some of his extra deck cards. We see the Horn on the Phonics. We have Ash for the Horn. And do we see 5 mana here? Yeah, I think this is good enough. Dom has nothing else. Really just sitting here, sitting back. Same thing with Jesse in the last game. It is untimed. You know, so both players are not really looking for time management. They're sort of just there to play their game. Frixel, Cartesia, and Urgula. And we have Arthelion bouncing back everything, and Dom taking... Jesse taking out game 2 with Dom conceding. That was quite a game. Dom really didn't have too much. Tried to get, out of the situation he was in, but I think Jesse just had way too much behind him.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad to see we're going to Reese. It's a bit of a nail biter, like that Jesse wasn't gonna Dom win.
It looked like Dom really didn't have too much going for him. He did open the Phonics as well as the Varun. Some cards you generally want to search and then have the other cards on top. Like a Corsair would have been great there. We could have seen the Mystical Space Typhoon. We would have had, a few extra cards there for Dom as well. And then he wouldn't have had to have used the cards the way that he did, because Mystical Space Typhoon would have been able to beat, Flame. We would have been able to beat everything else depending on how Jesse sequenced some of his cards. So yeah, it seemed like Dom really just had the bare minimum and still made it look quite good. It looked like there was a chance he was able to break through Jesse's board there with just how he sequenced everything.
And just like that, we're on the last game of YCS Sydney. Long days, a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh played.
I don't know, let's place our bets now there, Yowie. Who do you think is going to take it?
I'm going to be a bit patriotic and hope bring it home, keep the trophy in Australia.
That's fair.
Jesse is a dear friend of ours.
Yep.
But I think that his 7th win also might Dom's first win.
This is his 8th win if he wins. Yeah.
Right? Yeah. But either way, I think it's going to be an outcome that everyone will be on board
I think
with.
Dom, regardless of the outcome, should be happy with his performance. I think Jesse, regardless of the outcome, is happy with his performance. We're just going to have a nice, good game of Yu-Gi-Oh! To end this event. We'll see who can be either the 8-time champion or the first-time champion, the winner of YCS Sydney 2026.
Absolutely. Right. Both players shuffling up for the last time. Both players the best of luck at the final game.
See a show of solidarity, a nice fist bump between both competitors. Both, playing at their best in the finals, in the final game of the finals as well. You have Dom starting out.
Extravagance is a great start.
It looks like a Noble Knight Shieldbearer as well, potentially Earth Swen. I could not tell. We'll see if this extravagance does resolve.
How many copies of Dom play?
I believe it should be 3 copies with the extravagance. I will just quickly confirm that for you. So we do have 3 copies of the Varun in the extra deck and 3 copies of Albion the Branded Dragon. Everything else is currently a one-off.
Oh.
We see a Droll Lockbird.
Do you see a Droll?
Oh my goodness, Jesse.
Be able to pick up a Call by the Grave or something? Oh. Wasn't.
Dom's still in a reasonable position. Droll obviously can be turn ending, but Dom does have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. He does still have a suite of these green cards in his hand, and they can be interaction if needed, depending on what they are. So we'll see what Dom can muster up, what Dom can actually do here.
Yep, we see a ant, Radiant Typhoon ant. Be able to add a Mystical Space Typhoon for the point of interaction. Like we said before, with these cards being quick play spells, effect of the draw. We had the same outcome before where you activated Enchant and response draw and Lockbird.
Yeah, especially after an Extravagance, because usually it feels a lot worse if you activate a card to draw or a card to search, and you're only netting one card. At least Pot of Extravagance netted him 2 cards, and he was able to activate a quick play in response. Worked out quite well for Dom. Maybe not the best, but still the best of a bad situation.
Yep, that will activate the trigger effect to special summon itself.
I think we see another copy of Pot of Extravagance in Dom's hand as well, alongside the Ash Blossom, as well as the Chant base Mystical Space Typhoon.
Extravagance, which has incredibly copies.
Eghala, yep. Mystical Space Typhoon activating to destroy that copy of Chant. And then I do believe we have some trigger effects here. We'll see how that goes. We are able to reset Chant as well as trigger the Meghala
from the deck. Fraction.
We do see the Varun.
See that Dom's actually got quite an impressive even through the draw Lockbird. Who wants to take a 2? Adding back the Space Typhoon.
I'm just evaluating his choices here, making sure to correct play. As we did mention before, it is an untimed finals, so seeing what he can do here.
Passes it.
Dom trying to figure out if he wants to do anything particularly early in the turn. Maybe to just set up some more interaction for Jesse's plays here.
Like there's also a Sheena in Bomb 10. Sheena, Ash Blossom, and Pot of Extravagance.
Not great, but quite manageable with the board that he has set up. Jesse just trying to dissect what he needs to do. And we see Dino Wrestler Pankratops. We did see this in some of the other Dracotail branded decks. Quite powerful here, being able to essentially trade off multiple cards and force out interaction at the drop of a hat. This might be amazing for Jesse right now.
Fallen of Valbaz using Spectre Scar regular.
Yep, now he will have the ability to make the Mirror Jade which is just another concern for Dom here. It's another card. Jesse hasn't even activated a card that Dom can Ash Blossom. Not yet, at least. These are just two very big monsters coming to the field in such a short period of time without even going into the deck.
Find the effect of Sheena. Looks like the effect to special summon itself and to trigger what it responded to is activated in the same effect.
Yep. So everything resolves all at once. So a monster effect was activated, and we would be returning all face-up monsters on the field to the hand except for Sheena. Jesse just trying to figure out how to interact here. Would it be the Pankratops trying to get rid of another monster on the field, or a set spell and trap? Looks to be the Megala. Yep, and the Fallen of Albaz returning to the hand, unable to resolve with effect because it no longer has itself. Yep. Sheena, Jesse currently has a Fallen of Albaz as well as 2 additional cards. Not looking good for Jesse right now. The Chant being activated, Mystical Space Typhoon being chained. Adding a copy of Eldom.
Can't set up again.
Yep. And then we see the Varun being summoned here as well.
Yep. And it has a monster activation. That was a turn by.
Yeah, definitely. Jesse, unfortunately, drawing the Fallen of Albaz, trying to make the best of a bad situation. We see the Sheena coming in clutch, like we did in the Genesis game as well. Just really, really powerful card.
What he has.
It does look like it's Dom's turn, actually. I think Jesse did pass, yeah.
Well, that explains Dom's option. Alright, we have... Right, so we have Dom's turn. Dom just flying through, summoning all his monsters. He's got a clear board to attack in. But he's making sure dots all his I's, crosses all his T's before he goes for that.
No reason not
push.
to. Don't throw everything into the wind. You may as well do what you would do in a normal game. There is no time limit. Take your time. Try to make the best decision you can. Exactly what Dom is doing. Jesse's been doing the same. Dom, however, commanding lead right now. I think he's trying to figure out, can I close out the game immediately? Or do I close the game out over 2 turns? Jesse did pass with 3 cards in hand. Would it be enough?
I believe might just be it. If Onyx gets searched.
We see the Glenn coming down as well. Dom is really just generating a bunch of free cards. Jesse's just sitting back and watching, as we mentioned before. Not really much he can do here once we've gotten to this point as well. So just rolling with the punches. No reason to concede because it is untimed. I'll reiterate that one. There is no time limit. We're going to see what Dom can do this turn. Can he close the game out? We do see...
Fly.
I don't believe that is its exact name.
No,
I will
but
just
that
double
was the
check,
original.
but that was the original. I do believe that was the OG.
And there we have
All right.
Dom is your YCS 2026 champion. Well done,
Amazing
Dom.
gameplay by Dom. I don't think I've seen anyone pilot this deck better than he has today.
Yep. Going incredible, going 12-1 in Swiss.
Yeah, he's only lost being to Jesse and then getting his redemption story there as well.
Yep.
So incredible game from Dom. Incredible game from Jesse there as well.
Yep.
Just didn't really get too much out of it. We saw the Sheena be the difference maker there.
Yep.
Without that, I don't think Dom really had too much else going on, especially with that Droll and Lockbird.
Yep.
So no, it was a great game. Well played from both competitors, both playing with magical integrity as well as a fast-paced game. It's, you know, good to see, especially in a finals that is untimed and in a finals itself. So it's always good to see the good sportsmanship too.
Of course, and we've seen some really good games today. I think all of the top cut matches were quite close, nail biters. There wasn't one like person you could have called as a winner from the start. And you know, a lot of the matches we've seen have been all showcasing off unique decks and better decks. We've had a bit of a variety. What do you say we get Dom over for a post-match interview? Give him a moment to let it all sink in.
Yep, let the Melbourneians cheer for him just real quick, and then we're happy to get that interview sorted.
All right, so stay tuned. We will be back shortly.
Would you like to do it?
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We've got the winner of YCS Sydney 2026, Dominic Italiano here. How are you feeling?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Yeah.
It's been a crazy weekend.
Yeah.
But I'm just honestly just relieved at this point.
How long do you think it'll take for it to sink in?
A while,
Yeah.
I think. It's been a long time since last year. I've sort of been just
Yeah.
you know, because of Freddie last year winning, and I guess me getting close and just getting out early in top 32. You know, I just thought next year I just need to do better, and things just kept falling my way this weekend, and I didn't want to believe it, you know, until we get there. And I mean, it doesn't get much harder than finals against one of the best players in the world on stream. But yeah, just relieved.
Yeah, and speaking of Freddie, I know you guys are very close. His record was very impressive last year. I think he went like 14, 15-0.
15-0.
You went
yeah.
12-1 in Swiss, which is
Yeah.
arguably just as, if not more difficult, and then 3-0 into the top cut. Like, how were you feeling in like your only loss was to Jesse Cotton, and
Yeah.
you know that he's one of the best players. So how did you feel going into the finals?
I felt really good,
Yeah.
honestly. Like, I felt good the whole time. Against Jesse, I felt like in that round I played really well, and things just didn't fall my way. It's quite funny. It was because of Joel and Lockbird that I lost against him in Swiss, and I got Joel both times going first in the finals as well, but I guess my hand was a bit better to deal with it. But yeah, I mean, we put a lot of effort into building this deck. There's a lot of grinding, especially over the last 3 weeks, and I feel like the more that things kept going my way, it just felt more and more fulfilling, like the effort was worth it, and it's really nice to be able to feel like that, to be able to feel like you put all this time into practicing, into theory, and that it actually comes to something. Because there's been times in the past, a couple of times, where I've done similar and it hasn't gone as well. But this year and last year, 2 in a row, we've been able to do that and come out, one of us as YCS champions. So
yeah, and you've been in the scene for quite long. I remember you being back from like well over like 10, 15 years ago. Do you feel like you've reached another milestone in your journey? What's next for you?
Absolutely. I mean, this is honestly a dream of mine since I was a kid. I started back in 2010, 2011 as a 11-year-old going to locals. And I remember hearing about YCSs back then and just thinking how amazing it would be. The furthest I'd gotten before this was a top 8 during the Perform of Hell Pendulum YCS, and so this is just, it's a dream come true. Honestly, I mean, it would be fantastic to, I guess, go to Worlds. That would be great. Like last year, I wasn't able to make it to Oshi's, unfortunately. I was unwell, which really sucked because I felt really good about that tournament too. But this year, hopefully, that's the next step.
So what you're telling me is you're not taking a break. You might take a day or two off, and then you're gonna go all in on that Worlds trip.
Absolutely, absolutely. The same as what we did for this YCS is going to go into that Oshi's. So we'll be ready.
And what advice would you give to, I guess, the future 10 and 11-year-olds out there who want to be where you are today?
I would say just, I guess, harness your passion, enjoy the game, enjoy the social connections that you make, the local scene. Really, for me, I found that, I was playing competitively from a young age, but I didn't have those high expectations of myself back then. I just wanted to play what I like, play for fun, and I knew that over time, as I got better, as I practiced more, that eventually things would fall my way. But that's what I would say. I would say don't get too serious. Just enjoy the game. Like that's what the game's all about, really. It's a hobby. This is what we do to try and, I guess, escape from the hardships in life and things like that, and so just try and find what you enjoy about it and make the most of it.
And I guess looking to the future, do you think Melbourne will be able to bring it home for a 4th year in a row if we have another YCS?
I have no doubt, absolutely no doubt.
You definitely think Melbourne's the better city right now?
Look, I don't want to cause it too much trouble, but I'd say we've got 3 in a row, Australian YCSs. And I can't see that changing anytime soon. We're really putting in a case for a YCS Melbourne to come back. So we're going to keep going hard and hopefully,
Yeah, and definitely your state is producing a lot of high caliber players, both on the Oceanic scene and in the YCS scene. Is there any other specific shout outs you want to give to your friends, your local store?
I guess I just want to shout out, my family, my girlfriend Julia back home for supporting me, and my hobby. Shout out to my friends, Freddie, Elliot, Flynn, Caleb, Henry, Freddie Rose, the guys that I'm staying with. Back home, shout out to General Games Malvern, probably the best locals in the state. Really just a breeding pool for YCS champions at this point. So, yeah.
Right. What was I gonna ask? It's completely slipped my mind right now. But yeah,
That's
no, very well done. What's the plan for tonight?
tonight.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not really a crazy partier or anything. I'm just gonna, get everything together, get a nice dinner. I promised that if I won, I'd take the household out for dinner on me. So, find somewhere hopefully not too expensive for that, and just try and have a good time, enjoy the company, enjoy the rest of the trip. Heading back tomorrow, so just make the most of it and really relish in it all.
Nice. All right. Congratulations once again. You did really well.
Thanks,
I know
Yahweh.
we'll see you again in the future. Definitely at Oceanics. Maybe you'll be back to defend your title next year as well.
Absolutely, I'll do my best.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.